All righty. All right, I think it is live. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is right now July 29th, 2024. It is about 6 a.m. here Pacific time. We have about 30 minutes until the bell, and we are about to start a full trading day. So I'm giving you a little bit. Oh, there's me in the background. To start a
oh, wow, I
sound beautiful. Day. Good morning, yeah. So we're going to have a live, exciting morning. We have 7 hours of the whole entire market. You're going to be getting a lot of the news. You're going to see what's going on, but I just want to let you know, if you are new, if it doesn't say live in the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you will be getting clapped right there. That means you're not seeing it, and you won't be able to chat for about 24 hours. Why I'm telling you that is because it is an investment into the chat room, just like one thing that we go over every single day here, which is called the long term. So we have two different accounts. We started both of these $500, $2,000. If you go to the community post chat tab of this channel, it'll show you every single one of these trades. But why I'm bringing this up, because even though we get the news, even though we go throughout the day, I want to highlight the importance of the long term. So all my new people, all of that, I want you to see it, but now we have to go through everything. It is about to be one of the biggest weeks of summer. We have had a wild 2 weeks, if you haven't noticed here. It is going to get even wilder here after 30% of the S&P reports. You have the Fed, the Bank of Japan, even more earnings, and then you're going to be getting PMI data and a lot of other things the end of the month and all of that good stuff. So, Chattadonia, we have a lot to talk about. I hope you're locked and loaded, but good morning. How are ya? What's going on, Chattadonia? I hope you had a good weekend. What's up, baby? What's going on? Ask them. PSC, Joe Raj, Ainsley, Napa, Samuel, Mark, Ray Roman, Caballero, Hayden, Chaos, Najee Wolf in the house, baby. Troy Lemon, Stephanie Rader, Bruggator, Big Dizzle, Big Curly, Ray Aria, Agent of Chaos, Danny Gunner, NRG, baby. What's up? Joey Chacamo, Cacamo, Joseph Sneff, Big Dizzle, Turbo Mitch Matsuno. What's up, baby? Good morning. What up, Dystopian? How you living, El Trapado? Oh, one more business in the house. Good morning, Andy Kim. Winning lows at Blizzy. Main that's your Bruce B, the Tiger Man. Jerry, Wood, y'all. Oh, good morning, baby. How we living? Chattadonia? Glorious day. A beautiful day. Oh, wait, where's the Twitch, man? Oh, my Twitch just disappeared. Oh, there it is. Sidonian. Feed me Seymour. Blazing Bob. Andy Seahawk. Patriot. Cleok. Blizzy B, Iceberg, Robo Handtech, Blowing Toe, Donnie Darko, Livin, and Julio. Good morning, the Macadar. What's up, baby? Good morning. And Laker J. Where's Laker J? Oh, I hope you had a good weekend, man. It was a lot of sun. I had a lot of sun. I was out and about, man. So I hope I'm really excited for this week, man. We definitely have a lot that we're going to be dealing with here. So I hope you are locked and loaded, but don't let me get in the way. Like the video if you would like to. That's why I think they call it the like button. But here is Josh AI. God bless you. Good morning. Here are your headlines.
Optimism builds ahead of big week. U.S. stock futures
quiet?
strengthen
Tell
on
him
the back of equity
how you
gains
get
in
him
Europe
speak
and
up.
Asia, signaling rising optimism ahead of major central bank decisions and big tech earnings due this week. The NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 indexes are both set to extend their rebound for a second day after last week's tech-fueled slump. Treasury yields declined 4 basis points to 4.15%, while the dollar strengthened against a basket of currencies. Europe's benchmark stock gauge rose 0.4%. Monetary policy decisions in the U.S., Japan, and the U.K. will be taking center stage for investors in the coming days. Traders will be looking for answers about the near-term path of interest rates after markets had been upended by conflicting signals from key economies. Also in focus this week are earnings, including Apple Inc., Amazon.com Inc., and Microsoft Corp., following an underwhelming start to the reporting season for tech megacap companies. If it goes well for the remaining members of the Magnificent Seven, it could stop this movement toward a correction that we just had, said Jacques Henry, head of cross-asset research at Silex in Geneva. It could turn out to be an interesting entry point for investors. Meanwhile, cryptocurrency-linked stocks rallied during pre-market trading after Donald Trump said he'll turn the U.S. into the crypto capital of the world if he returns to the White House. Bitcoin also rose, extending gains to the highest level in 6 weeks. Abbott Laboratories shares dropped after the company was ordered to pay almost $500 million over allegations linked to its premature infant formula. In Europe, Heineken NV slumped after taking an €874 million, $949 million impairment in currencies. The yen extended last week's rally before erasing the gains. Still, the unit remains on course to post its best monthly performance against the dollar for 2024. The Bank of Japan is expected to release details of plans to cut monthly bond purchases at the conclusion of its 2-day policy meeting on Wednesday, while most economists also see the possibility of an interest rate hike. Hours later, the U.S. Federal Reserve is likely to signal its intention to cut rates in September, according to economists surveyed by Bloomberg. Money markets are fully pricing a September move, with a chance of 2 more by year-end. While the July FOMC meeting is likely too soon to initiate the cut, it is not too early to begin preparations for a rate reduction in September, wrote Stephen Gallagher, an economist at Societe Generale. As for the Bank of England, most economists expect it to reduce rates for the first time on Aug 1 since the start of the pandemic, although a close vote is anticipated. In commodities, oil traded near a 6-week low as doubts over global demand overshadowed positive Chinese economic data and renewed tension in the Middle East. Gold was little changed, with its proponents tipping the precious metal as the best portfolio hedge in the event that Trump retakes the White House. Key events this week: McDonald's Monday, Microsoft earnings Tuesday, European inflation and growth data Tuesday, Australia CPI Wednesday, Bank of Japan policy decision Wednesday, Meta Platforms earnings Wednesday, Fed interest rate decision and news conference by Chair Jerome Powell Wednesday, Bank of England sets official interest rate Thursday, Amazon, Apple earnings Thursday, U.S. tariffs are due to increase on an array of Chinese imports on Thursday, including EVs, batteries, chips, and medical products. South Korea CPI Friday, U.S. employment factory orders Friday. Big week for big tech. Stock futures are edging higher following the recovery seen in the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 on Friday. Although they've cooled somewhat through the session so far, treasuries are higher and the dollar is steady. That bounce for the two indexes has followed a brutal tech-led sell-off that left the NASDAQ 100 on the brink of correction territory. That'll face a test this week as Microsoft, Meta Platforms, Apple, and Amazon all report, collectively nearly $10 trillion in market value, and with investors set to scour for details of whether the promise of AA is being fulfilled. Central banks beyond that batch of big tech earnings, and potentially overshadowing them will be a spree of central banking decisions over the course of 32 hours. Conflicting signals from key economies have upended markets, so investors will be desperate for questions on the path for interest rates to be answered by the Bank of Japan first, followed by the Federal Reserve and then the Bank of England. Fed hints the Fed is widely expected to leave rates unchanged, but traders are hoping for a clear hint that a cut may be coming, with investors currently pricing in a first 25 basis point cut in September. Bond traders who have set themselves up for that gradual easing to start in September are also ramping up some side bets that the Fed may have to be more aggressive than is currently expected should the U.S. economy deteriorate sharply. That's amid some surprising results of a year of higher rates. BOJ alert: the Bank of Japan will have investors on high alert when it leads off the central bank chorus on Wednesday, with plans for quantitative tightening expected following years of huge easing, plus the possibility of an interest rate hike. A Bloomberg survey found only 30% of BOJ watchers expect a hike, but almost none are ruling it out. The recent strength in the yen ahead of the meeting has resulted in hedge funds beating a retreat on bets against the currency, with bearish wagers sliding the most since 2011. Dollar debates: Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen has rebuffed former President Donald Trump's view that a strong dollar is hitting U.S. manufacturers, saying this needs to be looked at with a broader view. In an interview with Bloomberg News, gold is seen as the best portfolio hedge against a Trump win in the election, according to the latest Markets Live Pulse survey. Seeing the most price action, however, has been Bitcoin, which rallied to a 6-week high as Trump continues his conversion from crypto skeptic to cheerleader. On top overnight news, the U.S. government has disclosed new national security concerns around TikTok and its Chinese parent ByteDance as it fights their challenge to a law that would force a sale or ban of the app. In legal documents filed on Friday, the U.S. Department of Justice alleged some of TikTok's U.S. user data had been stored in China, and the company was able to collect data based on users' views on sensitive issues such as abortion. FTDs. Moscow called Washington to warn that a covert plot being formulated in Ukraine risked destabilizing relations even further between the U.S. and Russia, and the Pentagon agreed, telling Kyiv to abandon the plan. NYT. Tensions between Hezbollah and Israel flared over the weekend after a strike in the Golan Heights killed 12 children, the deadliest day for Israel since the Hamas attack on 10/7, but both sides take steps to avoid further escalation. WSJ. Tensions grew in Venezuela after President Nicolas Maduro was declared winner of Sunday's election with 51.2% of the vote. The opposition rejected that claim and called on the military to enforce what it said was the will of the people. Antony Blinken said the U.S. has serious concerns about the results. BBG and Harris up 1 point over Trump when third-party candidates are considered. The same poll had Biden down 6 points. Harris tied with Trump in PA and MI and down 1 point in WI. Shapiro, Kelly, and Waltz are the frontrunners to be Harris's VP. WSJ/BBG. Harris raises a staggering $200 million in the first week of her candidacy, reflecting a surge of enthusiasm for the Democratic Party since Biden exited the race. Politico J.D. Vance's hardline positions and comments have stoked mounting unease among Republicans about Donald Trump's choice of presidential running mate. Democrats have pounced on Vance's past statements to paint him as weird, while Republican strategists warn that the Trump-Vance campaign has to rapidly redefine the Ohio senator in the eyes of voters. FT. Harris's campaign has reached out to the crypto industry in an effort to improve relations versus where things currently stand with the Biden administration. Trump vowed to create a strategic national Bitcoin stockpile and fire SEC Chairman Gary Gensler if he wins in November. FT. WSJ. A Fed rate cut is finally within sight. The FOMC will leave rates unchanged at its 7/31 meeting, but Powell is likely to lay the groundwork for a cut in Sept given progress on inflation and growing worries about employment. WSJ. He tripped out a couple of times. I giggled a couple of times. My goodness, Chad. Big week ahead. I hope you guys are ready. There's more. BBG. S&P futures are up by 0.4 Monday morning trading. Comes after U.S. equities rallied on Friday with all of the major indexes up over 1% and put in a mixed performance for the week after a continued rotation out of momentum growth in big tech into small caps value and cyclicals. Treasuries firmer with curve flattening. Dollars up by 0.3. Gold is up by 0.4. Bitcoin up by 2.7 and WTI is off by 0.1. Rotation over risk off has been the big story as of late on the back of traction surrounding the disinflation, soft landing, Fed pivot narrative. Stretch valuation, positioning, and AI scrutiny. CapEx versus monetization has also been flagged as a factor behind the momentum growth big tech pullback. In addition, strategists have highlighted second half earnings growth deceleration expected in big tech, while the rest of the index is expected to improve. And outside of rotational dynamics, negative seasonals, reopenings of corporate buyback window, earnings revisions, and election uncertainty among some of the other areas of focus. Just the Dallas Fed manufacturing report for today on July on the U.S. economic calendar, while this afternoon brings in the Treasury quarterly borrowing estimate. However, big macro week on tap with jolts in consumer confidence on Tuesday, ADP private payrolls, ECI, and Treasury refunding on Wednesday, ISM manufacturing on Thursday, and the employment report on Friday. Street is looking for 175,000 jobs in the increase, while unemployment is expected to stay steady at 4.1. In addition, Bank of Japan and Fed decisions are out on Wednesday following the Bank of England on Thursday. When it comes to the Fed, previews have been fairly uniform in terms of expectations. Central bank will hint at September easing, but not provide any explicit signal. Not so much on corporate news, though 171 companies are set to report for earnings this week. This includes 4 of the Mag 7 names: Microsoft, Meta, Apple, and Amazon, which make up about 20% of the index. AI CapEx versus monetization dynamic expecting to remain a key area of scrutiny. McDonald's missed but highlighted value mean momentum. Better quarter 3 traffic. ON margins a bright spot. Reiterated low of the day in CAGR through full year 24. Abbott hit with jury ordering company to pay $495 million in compensation and damages in cases related to baby formula. Disney seemingly helped by some favorable movie developments. Financial Times said former Starbucks posing a potential settlement between company activist investor Elliott. NDAX said by Thomas Bravo is set to sell nearly 42 million shares, or roughly half of their current stake. There's more. Fed seen keeping interest rates steady this week while teeing up September rate cut. Fed rate cut finally in sight with September move expected to maximize chances of soft landing. Bank of Japan meeting this week sets stage for era of rate hikes after deflation period ends. ECB wants more data before cutting with spotlight now on this week's activity data release. Bank of England decision hangs on knife edge, may kick off slow cycle of rate cuts. RBA rate hike could hinge on Wednesday's Australia CPI data. U.S. economy, manufacturers are laying off employees, cutting production, counter falling orders and rising inventories. Company analysts warn U.S. earnings misses and sentiment slowdown suggest that the consumer is showing signs of flagging. U.S. retailers are promoting earlier than ever Halloween promotions and driving a new summer ween trend. China factory activity likely shrank for a 3rd month in July, keeping stimulus hopes alive. Bond traders ramping up side bets on case a sudden slide in U.S. economy forces Fed to be even more aggressive. Morgan Stanley Wilson says dimmer U.S. corporate earnings outlook likely to hurt cyclical stocks. Goldman says global hedge fund scraps are bearish on European bets at the fastest pace in decades. Hedge funds are now the latest bearish bet on the yen since February on expectations of upcoming Bank of Japan rate hike. Apple seen rolling out upcoming AI features later than anticipated. Will miss upcoming iPhone OS overhaul. Latest data shows shipments of foreign phones in China, including Apple iPhone, jumped 10.9% in June. Disney Deadpool and Wolverine takes in $205 million in opening week in U.S. Former Rockwell College chief Kelly Ortberg in consideration to be next CEO of Boeing. Republicans sharpen verbal attacks on Harris as her poll ratings climb up to tighten the presidential race. Harris raises $200 million in first weeks of presidential campaign as she seeks to make up for Biden's fundraising slowdown. Biden will call for lawmakers to pass new binding ethics rules and term limits for Supreme Court justices on Monday. Israel weighs retaliation a deadly golden strike, meets mediators to drive a Gaza ceasefire breakthrough. Brussels eyeing quick deal to Trump if he wins second term and then threaten retaliation if he opts for tariffs. And then Venezuelan leader Maduro declares himself as election winner. Wow. My goodness. So, Chad, Deadpool was really, I think it was literally the best rated R opening. And then since the Joker, you guys remember when the Joker came out and everybody was hyped? Apparently, Deadpool Wolverine did way better. I didn't get to see it, but that sounds all good. Disney's had a streak, but the stock has been killed since the proxy. But, Chadadonia, we still got time, baby. We still got time. There's a couple of pre-market movers here. PHG, they're up by 11.5 off of earnings. ON is up by 6.8 off earnings. Lowe's is up by 4.1 off earnings. CNA up 3.7 earnings. RVTY 3.6 earnings. Baba is up by 2.8 to charge merchants a 0.6 software service fee on small transactions. ACAM up by 2.6. Guggenheim upgrades. AstraZeneca up by 2.3. High-level results of interim analysis of Amplify Phase 3 of Calquence. Elf is up by 2.3 nothing. Celsius 2.1 nothing. INSM up 2. VRT up 1.8. Tesla up 1.7. Morgan Stanley names top pick in U.S. autos. Boston Scientific up by 1.6. McDonald's up by 0.5 off earnings. INSP up 12.1. Guide second quarter revenue. PBI up 8.5. Reportedly sold e-commerce fulfillment service unit to Stored. GH is up by 7.5. FDA approved Shield blood test as primary screening option. Zim is up by 5.7. TXG up 3.8. Oklo up 2.7. KMT up 2.7. 25 million order from tier 1 HBM manufacturer. OLN up 2.3. JP Morgan upgrade. Yibo up 5.3 or 53. Off nothing. CPTN up 19. Colo to acquire for 317. Longeveron up 19. Clear Mind 2 phase clinical trial presented at AAIC. AVXL also at AAIC. They had data up 12.8. AMBI is up 10. BNI up 9.5. BITC up 9.4. TVTX up 8. OIS up by 8 off of earnings. ATXS up 5.6. TD Cohen initiates buy. ABOS up 4.0. First subject dosed in phase 1 study of subcutaneous sabirnetug for early Alzheimer's disease. Semi stocks trading higher. Bitcoin stocks trading higher. Abbott down 5. $495 million jury verdict against Abbott Labs and infant formula case. CG down 4. Stellantis down 3.5. Deutsche Bank downgrade. MGM down 2.3. Entain sympathy. NDAC down 1.7. Tama Bravo selling 22 or 41 million shares. Bristol Myers down 1.4. Bristol Barclays downgrade. NAMS down 39. Top line data phase 3 trial. ART down 19.1 off earnings. SNDX down 14.1. PDUFA action. Iova down 9.4. Piper Sandler downgrade. ESGR down 5.7 to be acquired for 33 or 336 a share. EXAS down 3.9 in reaction to GH FDA approving Shield boost. VTVT down 44. FDA placed clinical hold on program for type 1 diabetes. LuxH down 16. Shelf offering. And then LWLG down 6.9. $100 million common shelf or common stock offering. So Chatadonia, I think we have really good time. I don't think I had it ready here, so I hope I could take a commercial potty break. Okay, I'm going to see. So then I could get the random play ready to go. I forgot to get that all queued up. So I think it's a good day. I hope you guys are feeling good. Happy Monday. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the likes and everything. Even that we have a lot to talk about. I don't know. I remember last week was a holiday. I hope you got the point. You know, that's good. I didn't get banned over the weekend, so I took the whole Trump peach off, you know. I think we're finding some common ground here, so it's good. No, yeah, I don't think I have time for a commercial break here. I need to get the random play ready to go. So Chatadonia, if that's not going to work, I think you're here right now. Let's see. This is our last hope. Yep, that's it. Nope, you're here right now, Chatadonia. Let's go, baby. We got a couple minutes till the bell. I hope you're feeling glorious and beautiful, but I need to know, what is the first play of the day? What do you have for me, baby? What do you have for me? Random comment picker YouTube. What do we have, baby? Oh, they're ready to go. McDonald's put spy calls, PM calls, spy calls, SOXL, Qualcomm next week, Amazon, 2-year bonds, ON Semi, NVIDIA calls, SoFi call, spy calls, GME, Amazon calls, McDonald's, Mara, Kava, TLT, buy-in, IWM 0 day, short 3M, AMD, SOXL, spy call, IWM, ON calls, 78, spy calls, AMD, Airbnb calls, spy calls, OIS, long SMCI, IWM, SoFi, November, Wolf calls, IWM, 226, Lululemon, AMD, short, Allmax 7, PayPal, SOXL, Tesla calls, IWM, Axon for life. Oh, yeah, he loves the Axon. Coin calls, MSTR, Pfizer calls on the peach, AMD, Tesla, Celsius, IWM 226, SPY calls again, IWM, BMRC, PayPal, KRE, and the final plays. Calls on the peach, NVIDIA, MNQ long, like the video, peach calls, and calls on the Chad, baby. Oh, man. So, Chad, I got a couple plays, actually, so I could go over some of those with you. I see a lot of IWM out there, out and about. Where is it? I have a lot of pre-earnings plays.
that I'm going to be looking at, but Meta, Microsoft, AMD, Airbnb, and Pfizer, those are the big ones. Even keep an eye out for 3M. Again, we hit 2,000 percenters last week. That was a very big continuation. Abbott has really bad news there with the baby powder, and then Baba, again, they're able to ramp up there, so we'll see. And then McDonald's, it's post-earnings, but honestly, the reaction is so minimal. So minimal. So, Chad, let me go to the bathroom real quick and get this random play ready. Okay, we only have 1 minute. I'll BRB. I will BRB. Good morning.
Big tech earnings. Russell, small caps gaining as well, just 0.2%. But definitely
all right,
better
ladies.
than last week, which was down, Katie, I think about 0.8% in total.
All right, there you go. It's time now for Social Climbers, the companies making waves on social media this morning. And first up, ARM Holdings under pressure.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to have time
action.
to go to the bathroom.
HSBC downgrading shares to reduce.
It's okay. I think we can hold it.
Crash.
I think we could hold it. I just wanted the random play. So, Chad, we have about 20 seconds. Shout out to everybody on the watch list, baby. God bless you. I hope you have been blessed. You're prepared from curve steepening to earnings or anything, baby. So let's see what we got. Lord bless it. Oh, SoFi. $8 call for November. First try. Let's go, Elcom. I'm down. I'm down, baby. SoFi. 3 more. Listen, I don't even know how many more likes, man. I don't know. I'm feeling good. As long as you remember, I got banned for telling you how I feel. That's good enough for the likes. As long as you remember that, okay? I don't know. Do you remember? I don't even want. That's it. I don't even want to ask anything from anybody. I don't even want that energy no more. You know, Lord rebuke it. I don't know if they feel me, baby. So good morning. I hope you're feeling blessed. But Chatadonia, that likes don't matter. The plays don't matter. There's something bigger than all of it. And here at the Colt, baby, before we try to enrich ourselves, before we try to chase a dollar, we must pay homage to a very, very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Colt, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your dedication. I know words can only go such a long way, and I encourage all of you to really live this out. But veterans, thank you for your service. I hope you know you're loved and appreciated, even if it's just us in a smaller group. I hope you know the stuff you have given, the sacrifice you have given for this country and nation. It is so valuable and important. I hope all of you always live up to that and always appreciate what others have given before us. So, veterans, thank you. And big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, my friends. Thank you. But, ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Send in the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horna. Oh, good morning. Good morning, Chatadonia. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Oh, my goodness. McDonald's holding share in China despite weak diner sentiment. And they're launching €4 Happy Meal in France. Wow. All right, and then our random play is a SoFi $9 call. But Chatadonia, I think that's it, man. I hope you guys are feeling good. We've gone through all the plays. We've gone through all the headlines. And I think that's it, man. Relax. I'm pretty relaxed. I feel like, I haven't even, lost my voice, So, that's how you kind of know the voice crack sentiment. We'll see what happens. I'm down, or IWM down, reverse. Maybe, it shouldn't be too negative here. We were just looking good, but then everything gave up. There isn't much today. We will be getting the Treasury refunding, but for the most part, I think this whole week is going to be action-packed, so you're going to get a lot of it. You really think your Pfizer play? I mean, I like the play, but I made it free. So if I didn't have it, I would go cheaper on it. But if I did have it, I wouldn't like bet the farm. There is another play that I like here off the morning, but you guys fell for the trap. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you need 1,000 likes. What's wrong with you? So now you guys don't have 1,000. No, I'm just kidding. Round 1, fight. So let's go, baby. But yeah, there is a one play that I really like. If I wanted to trick you on the line, I could have, though. You know what I'm saying? It would have been very, very easy. It would have been very, very easy. All right, baby. But good morning. Let's have a good one. Hewlett Packard set to win EU antitrust approval for Juniper buy. What's going on? Why is I'm having option chains not load up? Again, 3M, even McDonald's, that one's a post earnings right there. So keep those in mind. I'm waiting for these chains to open up. Yellow. Oh, yeah, I need to do it. Why is the random You're right. It is always SoFi, huh? Mother effers really love SoFi. That's so funny. SoFi and like TLT. Yo, Joseph, your first one, my Canadian brother. Good morning. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. Now we got another SoFi. SoFi. Can't you see? Sometimes the SoFi. Actually, I think we hit on SoFi before, though. I actually think one of the best random plays was a SoFi. All right, I grabbed SoFi random play. Yeah, everyone loves SoFi. I think their loans hold it. Oh, what up, Donnie? What up, Donnie in the Twitch, baby? Hope you all feeling blessed. Good morning. Good morning. Good luck to everybody. All right, we got option chains open. What? Let me see. Baba. Again, Baba announced some like transaction fee. They're doing some new fee. Oh, wait, did it fill me? Scammers. I thought I pressed cancel. All right, I got to play. I think I did. The random play was November, yeah. Hearing SMR FTC investigation. That's what Troy's saying right now. For drilling. Tesla's up 3.5. Damn. Yeah, I just saw a headline on Tesla. SMR new scale. They're down 1.6 getting a candle. So not a recommendation. You will lose money. My first play of the day. This might be my only play unless I go for the ESs or any of those flips. I remember we got out of the bonds, but Disney. I went with Disney September calls. I grabbed the 110s. Those are a little further than 2 standard deviations. This is also 2 weeks ahead of earnings, but we've been talking about them. They've sold off heavy. It's literally right back. It was just at $89. I think the last quarter of all of Inside Out down to Wolverine have all been good. I do think we need a uptick in Disney Plus, but I like it for the earnings. I think it's just getting too cheap. It's literally moved 10% in the last couple of weeks here. So I'm going for it. But I did calls on Disney September. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Good luck, my brother. Good luck. And there's SMR, Palantir on the high. Oh, was it Mr. Hits talking Palantir calls? And then crypto stocks rise as Bitcoin hits a 7-week high. Where is it? Coinbase is up by 4. Again, MSTR. All of them actually looking really good. I didn't know Robinhood was down. DJT Flush, they're down 4. UVXY. And again, we talked about it. Again, even though I may, for democracy's sake, I may like Donald Trump. I would probably stay away from DJT, though. So keep that in mind. I know some people get excited by that, but I'm still not a fan of that shit. AMD earnings are tomorrow, so keep that in mind. Earnings after the bell in a weird way. Microsoft AMD today is like their pre-earnings or last call. And then Snap still getting worked. NVO, is that on the high? Where's Abbott? The RC tweets. What did he tweet? I didn't follow up with that. Abbott's coming down. Remember, they had the fine from the government there. They're going a little lower. I don't know if Hood's fully down. Yeah, and then bonds are selling off a little bit. Again, TLT had a recovery. That Treasury refunding today, you're going to hear from the Treasury twice, today and Wednesday. But both of those can be somewhat important. $3M holding up. Oh, yeah, I sold out of the rollover, but I want to see if we could find another one. That was crazy, bro. I can't even believe it. 3M in the long term looks insane. So let's see what these calls are going for. Damn. Next week, 130s are still going for $200. Whew. Wow. So again, those are even for 15s. That's crazy, actually. Did we have the next week's? What? So those are actually holding really good. I already have a Pfizer play. I don't know if I'm going to double dip and grab more, but I already have a Pfizer play. Where is it? It says it's only up 20% now. Those were up 100% the other day. Oh, no, I have 2 Pfizer plays. Yeah, I have one set of Pfizer plays up 50, and then I have another set up 20. So I already have 2 different sets of Pfizer, but I like it a lot. But we need a good earnings. Don't get that twisted. So, like, if you don't get it's not like 3M was a real big blowout. They guided up and all of that. But if Pfizer, if they don't have, like, a real turnaround earnings, I mean, that Pfizer moves no more than, like, 2% on the earnings. Hopefully you guys remember that. The last couple of earnings on Pfizer, it really hasn't done much. The only good thing going for Pfizer right now, it ran up even off of ex-dividend. So that's not even holding it back. Micron and NVIDIA on the high. Bonds still coming down here too. UPS flush. I grabbed 10 contracts on Disney. Micron. Oh, and then again, today, there's going to be a Meta and NVIDIA fireside chat. Well, Disney's, it's back to my price that I paid for it. So you could either risk ahead of earnings or you could wait till after, but at least Disney's kind of came down already. And then NVIDIA breaking out a little bit. SPY right at VWAP, NVIDIA up by 2.3. And then SPY, 54.71, man. So we were higher on Friday, and then you were still lower than after that gap down from Wednesday. You still haven't even filled this gap. The 50, you're almost 100 points away from filling the gap. My goodness. And then beyond, DraftKings, Eli Lilly, all on the high. SMCI, they're trying to wake up as well. AMD, again, their earnings are tomorrow. The Russell's negative, but about to go green. Dow is red, and then NASDAQ is actually the best on the day. I think Ford is decent. I mean, I am worried about their dividend safety, but, and their earnings were really bad, but, Ford in that value zone starts to get really attractive. I mean, it's funny how it kind of stayed range-bound for the last couple of years, but I would say, like, maybe I'm getting greedy, but, like, maybe below, like, $9, I would buy it. So I'm not, like, it's not my favorite name, but if it gets cheap enough, I mean, I could consider it. But then again, you do have names like UPS and Starbucks that are really low. And we also have other names that we want to stack up on. I'm excited, though, this earnings. Because then we're going to see what happens with, like, Pfizer, and any of the other names. Even Altria, they're going to be on Wednesday. So if any of the names I really like have a bad earnings and they get cheaper, those would probably take priority. Crypto stocks rise. Did I hear the leak news or the leak text? No. I heard the chat talking about it, but nothing in, leading. I did not look up anything myself, nor did I come across it. Remember, McDonald's might even go a little crazier just because of the report right now. Mark Des, baby. My man, thank you, bro. Good morning. Happy Monday. ADM, I think it's good value. I like the idea of the company, but I still think, some of their drama is kind of messy. Like CFO faking numbers and then leading and then, a lot of shit like that is messy. The saddest thing about losing Macron, he's giving Josh an excuse to say Macron. Like the video, Macron. Exactly. Thank you. Oui. Macron. I think Apple earnings, I don't know about playing it. Like, I wouldn't hold for earnings, but I think pre-run up on Apple, that'll always be fire. All of them, again, like we talked about from last week, the way a lot of names moved in that big NASDAQ move, I think any pre-earnings play is probably going to be fire. And then if you get a pre-earnings and it really hits, oh, man, and like you actually hold it and it hurts and it hits for earnings, that'll be great. Yeah, Disney pop. I loaded up a little bit, so we already got our Disney pre-earn. I like it though. Again, I'm the way I'm looking at it. I think Disney has gotten clapped because of the proxy stuff and everybody selling out. But I really think the movie theaters did amazing. I'm only worried about Disney Plus, but everything else, I think Disney. I think they're going down for other reasons, but you never know. It's been years since they've impressed us. And then now you have Kramer on it. I went with an extra month on Disney. So instead of going for like a next week, I went with September. I went further out the money too. Jake Odama. What up, baby? Good morning, my friend. Chatadonia. My goodness. I'm crazy if you buy stocks like Disney. I feel you, man. My Disney purchase, it turns the Republicans into the liberals. You know what I'm saying? Because when I say I'm going to vote for Trump, the liberals go crazy. But then when I say I'm buying Disney or Pfizer, the Republicans, oh, fuck, they lose it, dude. So but I like it for value's sake. I'm a big, big fan. And, I mean, the movie theaters have gone up a lot here. I can't really, or the movie releases. Disney's done a little bit better. Which event would be the most pivotal? Oh, man. I don't know. I would have to give it up to Powell because, Powell is Powell. But there's a lot, man. Again, Bank of Japan could be absolutely massive. Who knows what any of these earnings hold, even the end of the month, So, but I would have to say Powell. Again, and people are already thinking Powell is going to signal September and be like very, very leading in his statements. So we'll see what happens. NQ ripping. Yeah, NASDAQ is killing it. It's outpacing by a much larger margin. Disney. Yeah, there's a ton of catalysts. Yeah, Deadpool. Again, I don't know if you guys remember, but the Joker. So this is the number one R-rated release opening week since the Joker in 2019. But I remember the hype around Joker was real. It was hyped on social media. That was back in the day. So it is. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. And then remember Inside Out, and then there was another one. Disney's low key. They've been on a streak. There's no bond auction, but we get Treasury refunding. So we're gonna hear a little bit about the Treasury's budget, and then they're gonna actually do the refunding, I believe, on Wednesday. Yeah, well, Deadpool's a rated R movie. And then Bond's going up, and then Spy. Again, Bonds were already up in the morning. Spy hitting a new high right there. Again, Disney had that move. Apple is leading. Marriott on the high. I don't know where any of the other travel names, where those are going to go next. The new Jason Bourne movie. HPE set to get EU approval for Juniper. Baba's already been on the high. Again, they're changing something related to pricing for sellers, and then people really like that. I mean, we're kind of waiting for generally good China news too, but that hasn't quite materialized. So we'll see what all the macro environment gives us this week in relation to all that. I don't like Microsoft earnings at all. Sometimes Microsoft has a good pre-earnings, but usually like Microsoft sucks for a pre-earnings play. You don't have to take my word for it, but I think a lot of people have noticed that. And then Netflix is going up 631. Microsoftian. And then Dizzle. Yeah, Kramer's pumping Disney. We'll take it. Intel's down. That sucked. That was at 35 the other day. 36 and then came right back down. McDonald's vertical. I don't know. They may be having their conference call now, but their earnings was in the morning. It was quite mediocre. About to go through home insurance inspection. Any tips? Are you buying the house and are you doing all that, or what's the backdrop? The conference call just ended for McDonald's. Nice. Bro, is it weird? I feel like I'm getting voice cracks, but I don't know why. I don't think I yelled this weekend. Usually I don't come back with a weak voice. McDonald's. We get to the Disney. Tesla, a new high. Oh, yeah, the Airbnbs went up too. Oh, where was it? Disney and then Pfizer. That's the other one. AMD, NVIDIA. Again, AMD's tomorrow. Actually, they're all up 2%, though. They're actually killing it. And then DraftKings is running. And then keep in mind all crypto. A lot of good news for that. Weed moving. It is, actually. Weed is on the high. 1%, kind of breaking out a little bit. Arquite running. Yeah, $16. Not bad. Service now. What was that other one? Was it Now or Snowflake last week? MPW's down 3. Yibo on the high. And then SPY trying to come down a little bit. I like PayPal for the long term. I think it's right below my price. Finally. I think they'll eventually come back, but they also have not done anything for years. This is a name. I'm surprised how long it stayed pinned. It's actually surprising. So if it still stays cheap and all my other names rip, I'll probably buy it, but it's not necessarily like my first choice of where to deploy money right away. But I have a small exposure to it, which I'm fine with. Yeah, Baidu is running up here. Walmart on the low. Yeah, Baidu is just on the high. Hello, everybody. Good morning, my friend. Good morning. Bobo is down. Yeah, Baba's moving up on unrelated things, but I don't know how all the other China names are doing. Yeah, like K-Web is barely in the green, but again, Baba had their own little individual news there. And then Airbnb, I don't know if Meta beats. Again, Google wasn't that good, but I think Meta might beat on other stuff. I don't know how their ad revenue is going to do, but I think Meta and the AI and some of those plans are going to do good. My only problem with Meta is that they spend again. So that's what I'm kind of worried about. We brought this up last time, and sure enough, it kind of was a headwind. But if they start talking about spending more money, and if they kind of have a good earnings but not good profit because they spend so much, that would be negative. But in general, I think ads should be stable, and then I think every other segment is probably going to do good. But I think Meta is quite pivotal for this earnings. What would be my first choice to PayPal if it wasn't PayPal? I mean, all the other names we've been buying, a lot of the value names, it just depends on their prices. So, like, literally, to put it into context, I mean, within, like, the last couple of weeks when I had money in the long term and I used it, and, you know, PayPal was kind of around the same price, but I bought Nike instead because it was at a multi-year low, and it has a little bit more. I guess they're kind of, Nike and PayPal, kind of similar in terms of history, but I went with the names that are more, you know, valuable, blue chip, and just kind of trading in the gutter. So that's probably what I'll do. You know, our MOs and Pfizer's, those are names we've been holding. So depending on how they do on earnings, once we get our deposit, where everything's at, then we'll make a decision from there. Good morning, Mark. Price of ET, Energy Transfer. Well, I don't know too much about them. I feel like they've been around for a minute. But if you want energy in your portfolio, just a matter of balancing out. Why do you have to search for the channel? Your overlords, they want you to work a little bit, you know, exercise your fingers. Just all you have to do, you enter youtube.com/thestockmarket/live. You know, it's a good stretch for the fingers. Get some blood flow working. PBR is your favorite. You're liking the content on IG. That's good. I'm glad. I had a couple people bothered. I confused the shit out of some people. I guess that ruined their Saturday. I enjoyed it. I had a lot of fun. I've been having a lot of fun lately. So that's good. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. You get a long term too, baby. You get a long term too. Communication is, I know. I thought it was a really good lesson. You know what I'm saying? I thought that was like a little deep little philo. But no, I guess some people took that one personally. On the video, I mean, all the chip makers, remember, last week was ugly for chips. So it just looks like right now all of them are holding up. I did see the Venezuelan election. Again, a lot of headlines this morning. Maduro's like, I won. He's like, no, I won. And then the other people are like, no, he did it. So, might get some more political drama. The Pfizer plays, they're doing good. Anywhere from like 20 to 50%. I think they were up a little bit more earlier. So, yeah, one of them came back to 100%. And then the other one is up 40. So, I have two. Oh, wait a minute. I have a put. Oh, yeah. I forgot I did that. I was like, wait a minute. So, my calls are up 100, and then my put is up 40. Yeah, I forgot we locked ourselves in both ways. And then bonds coming down. Eli Lilly coming up too. The break even, I'm not too sure. I think it's like right here. I think break even on SPY is like 544.50, give or take. The Disney play, I already explained it. There's just many reasons. I think, long story short, I think Disney is sold off a lot because of the proxy, and I think their performance may have done a lot better. We sold out of any of our MO plays. We had some good run-up plays. I just sold them way too early, and then I just have it in the long term, just killing it. Again, MO is like our second biggest in the long term. My Pfizer play, I remember because I had free options to the upside, and then I grabbed short term near the money. I think 29.5 puts. My SMC I play is wrecked. I'm going to probably average down closer to some of the other chip earnings, but that one got wrecked literally from day one. Just landed in LAX. Oh, man, good luck. Good to be home. I'm like, so, yeah, it's crazy. Pfizer's even down a little bit, but my puts are a little bit, they should be near the money, but they're still $1 away. Waste management uptrend. Hopped out the plane at LAX with my long term in my bag. Looking to the land of get a long term, and then maybe I'll save 10%. And like, who's that, Joshua? I think I saw somebody with a long term. Everybody's so crazy. They won't save 10% because they're lazy. No? Okay. I like it. I liked it. No? And the Uncle Answer song was on. Okay. I gotta go. I have open proxy positions on my account. Go to proxy materials. Was I wearing Uggs in the gym? I was, man. Oh, there's an annual meeting for Alibaba. And the Uncle song was on. And the Uncle song was on. So I got my long term, buying the dip, and the butterflies fly away. Buying the dip like, yeah. Selling covered cars. Got my hands up, holding long term. And okay, I'm sorry. I got way too much fun. Yeah, BMY and a couple of other value names just had a little pop there. I like J&J. I think they got a little bit of volatility, but they have that value. Again, PG, that was my favorite from the beginning of this year, but then they ran. I know some of you got it. I know Timothy. I know my bro Timothy got some, but like that was the like OG play you should have been getting there from the beginning of the year. I signed up for stream alerts after canceling. I didn't get it this morning. When should I email? Give it like 24 hours. That's usually that's like the, I think it says 48 hours, but usually like 24 hours max. Serve, I didn't even think Serve is a long term. I thought that was like a hype play as of late. Yeah, I don't know if I would add that into your long term, homie. Serve Robotics, I'd have to look into it though. But again, if you want to go for like a growth extreme risk play, I would make sure everything else is balanced out. So, if you were going to speculate on, I think this is going to be the next big thing, make sure you have all of your, get dividends, and make sure you have a good portfolio that you can take some smaller risk and that you could allocate, a small percentage to, and it wouldn't really hurt you. So with the crazy plays, I wouldn't go all in. Crowd is ripping. Remember, Crowd got that literal massacre last week after their data thing. Nike is popping 73.50 or 73.20. Yeah, SoFi calls were the random play. Let's see where we are on the SPY. So you are near, literally, I think you just wicked into a high of the day. You're about 7 points off of the high of Friday. And then you're still like, what, 10 points off of the high of last week or from that third. Not even. Last week we were actually a lot higher. You have a long, long way to go, Habibi. Again, Nike is going up, CrowdStrike 2, and Google. I think Crowd is pretty interesting. I feel like everybody forgot about that one, considering how big that dip was. And then keep an eye out for AMD and all the chips. If those keep leading, wheat is still going up. Disney, another high as well. Again, Pfizer. Bro, Pfizer worked out great. Calls and puts are up. Is in the Microsoft. Eli Lilly. And then SPY new high. Where the bonds sold off, ironically enough. You called out Google Friday. Good work, baby. Vital Hands Traders record $6.5 billion profit. Payout on profit boom. Been on Instagram a lot. You like the waterfall? I'm glad, man. I'm glad. I think John didn't like it. So John got really mad. I don't know who John is. I don't even know who the fuck John is. But John got really bothered with me. There's another guy. He got really mad. So that's good, man. But, yep. That sushi was good, bro. I had sushi, katsu sandwich, man. Those charts, though, I don't know. Because I did the watch list, and I was like, oh, man. I forgot to include the pretty pictures. So I got to make a Instagram reel for it. Yeah. And Crowd is still up there. The Nike spike. A little, Habibi. A little. The Nike. Where is the Nike? Yeah, stocks extend gains. NASDAQ is up by 1. Just under. Russell went green, too. That's up a third. That was even negative early in the morning, so that's not bad. You love earnings season. It's a good time. It's a good time. There's going to be a lot of opportunity. I mean, mix in earnings season now with the Fed this week and everything else. It's going to be wild. Big Mac demand drops at Mickey D's. Same store sales slides first time since 2020. They're doing good. They were barely moving, though. The earnings was weaker. I'm surprised they're actually up 3. So even then, word to the whole theme, not meeting the bars. Some companies, they kind of have it easy. Nike, Starbucks. Again, Starbucks earnings right around the corner. And then we're going to hear from Meta and NVIDIA. I don't know what time, though, today. Let me say. Event calendar. Oh, DX. I forgot about that one. That was disgusting on Friday. One third of the SPY reports this week. It's a lot. It's exciting. And then the Fed. And then the Bank of Japan. Oh, here it is. Oh, can we not listen? 4 p.m. Mountain Time. Mark Zuckerberg and Jensen. Yeah, I don't think it's at SciGraph in Denver. Target bounce off the bottom. I mean, the high ticker is actually kind of running here. See Starbucks and a couple of others going up. But yeah, you're actually getting some steam. SPY near the high. Bonds are near the low of the day, but they're still up 0.5%. Got more Disney. Well, I only grabbed a couple. I grabbed more than one just to try to make them free. But here's the beauty, Disney. I don't think that was your last shot because Disney earnings are in another week. So you're going to get to go through this whole week of other earnings, and then we're going to have the run-up on Disney. So that could either hurt or help a lot. What's good, man? What up, Mickey? Hey, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine. You remember that song? You have to know that. So if you're named Mickey, that has to be your favorite song. McDonald's new highs? Yeah, 3.5%. They're doing great, considering the earnings weren't necessarily the best. And then where does B&B? You played Mickey D's, ended up coming through? Really? Like, did you play it before or did you play it this morning? Because I wonder how those would have played on the two standards. It looks like all the calls are up. Made Pfizer free. Good work, baby. And good luck. And then SPY still working its way up. I want to see those Airbnb. The Airbnbs went up 16%. Not too crazy. So baby girl put it on me. Hey, hey. To all my people that be living it up. I don't want to do it again. I don't want to get it, bro. It's stuck in my head all weekend. And then the Amazon commercial kept playing. I swear it heard. And that's all. Oh, man, it was bad. It was bad, bro. Tesla. You're submitting an offer, $1 million cash, no contingencies, no inspection, 2-week close. Oh, wow, that's great. Let's go, Ray. I hope that works out. That's a great deal. That's a great first client. My goodness. Met up. I was chilling. Remember, it had that lead up last week, and then it got clapped extra hard after running for no reason. So I don't even know what it's going to do with the earnings. Oh, Israel. Baby doing 13 days. Just got the keys to our new home. Commercialization is my game. Changing drip tech, baby. God is good. Thank you for the daily PHILO. Bro, congratulations. That all sounds like a great time. Bro, that's a lot of life events. Oh, no. Good work, baby. Amen. Amen. Oh, man. There's a lot of life events. I did get out of the 3M call. Yeah, that went up 1,000%. I closed it like last second on Friday. I don't know where it's at now. Which one was it? It was an August 2nd, 1:30 call. Where are those valued right now? The baby girl put it on, man. Oh, man. Oh, wow. Those came down to 60 cents. Yeah, so I got out of these, but yeah, that's crazy. So we bought these at 18 cents, sold out at $1.80, literally top ticks it, and then it came back down to 70. That literally top ticked it. I don't even think it goes as high as 180. I have the evidence, though. We sold out 180. So I don't know. Yeah, that was top tick Josh, but not as you would suspect. Yeah, man, congrats on the new Chad, bro. 13 days. That's another long term for a Chad. I got a little cheek lay there. And we'll see. ACI Albertsons. Yeah, I mean a lot of the grocery names and like these little big box retailers, Kohl's, Albertsons, who else? Even like Target. I mean, some of them are there. I'm not playing the downside on 3M. No. If anything, I'm just gonna wait to maybe double dip. Maybe throughout this week it comes down a little bit, or maybe it'll start running by tomorrow. But if those contracts like kind of flush, I think that'd be a good opportunity. What's the plan per today? We're going to get Treasury refunding, and really, I think a lot of today is going to be setting up for tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to get, what's it called? We're going to get the two, who was it? We're going to get two things tomorrow, the jobs, and then I think the PMI, and I'm missing something else, and earnings, but I think it's just going to be the setup into this week more than not. Airbnb and Disney. Did you watch the woke Olympics? I did not. Remember, I was just telling you. I was like, man, I want to get into the Olympics. I was like, I miss when it was like this. I was like, I'm going to watch it this year. And then I'm like, all right, man, now like the first thing is like, now everyone's debating, are they mocking the damn Last Supper or not? So I'm like, man, I'm out. It just got weird. So no, I'm just going to go back and play 2K. Toast to that. Thank you. I got two of those up there. Well, yeah, too much controversy. That's what I was just talking about it. I was like, man, I can't wait to get back into that. And like the Olympics vibe. And I'm like, all right, they just have to make it like weird. I'm like, all right, well, I guess not. Yeah, PayPal's still going. I don't know. Wasn't Square up like 3? They're up 2-2. And then SPY came down a little bit right above VWAP. Oh, it is on the other side of the world. And I mean, all that, it's kind of weird, bro. All of those trains and all the other shit going on there. So again, I don't know if it's Russia or not, but all of the hacking out there is kind of a big deal. It's kind of nuts how big it is. And then Airbnb, SPY. Hi, I don't know if you guys see this. Yeah, even chips, I think they're giving up a little bit. I guess Nvidia's down 1%. And AMD sold off like 2 right there. Google, they're giving back a little bit. Let's see, Amazon not barely moving. Apple's in the red. Meta was green earlier. They've given up like 0.5%. So you just give up. Again, you came near that new high. It looked like you were trying to make progress, and now you're like right back to opening candle a little bit lower. You saw military planes fly. Do you live in France? The defense stocks, I think it's part of that cyclical rotation. I mean, there has been a lot of conflict. I mean, I feel like we've kind of slept on it, but over the last couple of weeks, they've kind of benefited off the rotation. And then again, I think the conflict has just been lurking in the background. The Google search thing with Trump. No, what happened? I enjoyed my weekend. I was really off of the computer. I played a couple games of 2K, but like I said, I went out. I took my girl on a picnic. That was nice. I got a tan, bro. I don't look as pale. So it was good.
Google being Google, deleting info. Well, yeah, I saw somebody, again, the whole Kamala thing. They were looking up the how ChatGPT had sources, but then when you clicked on the sources, it gave you for Kamala's like arrest record thing, and all the links they said 404 not found. Well, 54.68. We're right near the low of the day now. It's literally back. There's still a little bit of a gap. SPY's holding on. So is Russell. Dow is the only one negative. And I guess the bond yields are going lower, but that's good. Good morning, my friend. How are you? Welcome to Monday morning. Monday morning of the biggest week of the summer. I think AMD earnings will be kind of pivotal, actually. Remember, AMD, the last couple of weeks, they sold off heavy because everybody was kind of saying, they're not NVIDIA. They kind of like ran up with NVIDIA and the AI stuff, but lately people have kind of been in the camp that, at least analysts, they've been saying that AMD isn't going to survive the same and that it's kind of lagging behind the whole like AI stuff. So I think they're going to have a lot to prove. If they can step it up and have a good earnings and get linked with the AI stuff, I think they're going to do very well. But if not, then I think maybe in a weird way it could backfire. And then SPAR trying to get a candle. Did Disney, did that hold? I'm on the daily. Yeah, at least that held up. So not every name sold off. What time is it? We've been here for about, 47 minutes? Let's get you a checkup. So right now, you have, 281 names green, 219 in the red on the SPY. So you're literally 50-50 right now. Dow Jones, 12 names in the green, 18 in the red. NASDAQ 100, 70 in the green, 31 in the red. Yeah, and then 280 green, 220 red, SPY. So really 50-50. And then again, the Dow, I think, is a little bit weaker. But my goodness. And then the NASDAQ's actually leading too. 70%. I don't think AMD will affect the whole market, no. There's just too many earnings this week. So then unless it's like, obviously, your Apple, Meta, Amazon, the behemoths, they're going to have a little bit more weighting. But when it's all said and done, there's a lot of names this week. So it's not, I don't think one will control the sentiment as much as it's going to be, all of them together will create a narrative, and then you're going to kind of have highlights depending on the ones that do really well and the ones that do really bad. ARM didn't, I think ARM got a big downgrade this morning. Yeah, they're down 2.5. So it's crazy because they were just at 180. And even 140 was a high level for them, but they had one of the early downgrades by the analyst ahead of the earnings. So I don't see that as a good sign. I'm tired of Monday morning meetings. You missed the updates. Well, you didn't miss much. I mean, there was a lot coming into this week, but nothing crazy. We are setting up for a crazy week with all of the events from earnings to Powell to the Bank of Japan, and there's like two more things I'm blanking on, but nothing really nuts here. We don't have that much data. You're going to get a Treasury refunding both today and Wednesday. We're going to hear from the Treasury in terms of bonds, but it's really about that data. Jobs data. That's the one I keep forgetting. Friday, not only do we get earnings and Powell,
and all of the other central banks and CPIs, but we are going to end this week on Friday with the jobs report. How could I forget? Yeah, but ARM had that downgrade in the morning. There's BNB. Pfizer. We had a McDonald's. I think it was pricing in 3 or 4. Remember, we went over the preview on Friday. I still have it. Let me pull it up. Is it the Remember, I did this one. I did the two-tone. I'm a very artistic with the McDonald's. Actually, McDonald's is pricing in 4.2. It's weird, though. The calls went up when I looked at them. Actually, no, never mind. So, like, everything up until here. Yeah, I'll go to the other one. But, yeah, so right now McDonald's is right below what was priced in. Who the hell bought these? Someone bought 17,280s? I'm trying to see. So, yeah, I mean, these went up. Honestly, like the 260, if you went near the money, I think those hit. If you try to go out of the money, those ones didn't really work out for you. So if you spent like 120, you made like $30. Got a small gain. Probably Pelosi. No. So one standard deviation, you made money, a decent like 30% on McDonald's. But 2 standard deviation, no dice. Tesla again. Yeah, they're on the high ticker actually. Tesla is starting to rip. You're down $4 on the 272s. I think if it keeps running, they'll come back up. LVS on the high. About Dollar General. I mean, they've been all of these again. All these retailers, they have been struggling. But you know, Dollar General, I kind of like it. I think what was the other one I like more? I like Dollar Tree. I think they're a little bit more bougier. But hey, to get invested in the dollar stores at 2018 lows, a decent dividend. I think it's a matter of looking at your portfolio. But I like the value. I like the price. I'd have to look more a little bit into what it's pricing in now. Obviously, it looks like there's a downside still in terms of price, but I'm much more confident in a $100 range than a $200 or $300 range on this name. Yeah, Longeveron had phase 3 data this morning. They announced more of that today. I think Dollar Tree is just nicer, but I think their charts look similar. But remember, they've been both of them have been struggling on both the consumer, the higher prices, the theft, and there was one more thing. I forgot what it was that was killing them. So again, but then this is the trend. Kohl's, Target, go to any big box retailer except Walmart. They're all kind of struggling. Yeah, man, Tesla's up 6. I'm glad. Remember, we closed the puts on Friday. So I think the puts would have easily gotten clapped by now. Damn, Tesla has a shit ton of calls. What? I guess maybe I'm not used to this. Even the puts. Why does it look like this? Is this because of the Fed? Bro, look at this. Yeah, bro, 500,000 calls, 244,000. Am I tripping? Is this how it always is, or am I, dude? Because I just opened up this chain. I'm like, this looks like a lot of activity. There's literally 400,000 calls on Tesla. Tesla. Well, there's a lot of riding on it, man. You want to say that's pretty usual? Big tech. I don't know. That's a lot, though. Like, we're talking almost 1 million calls in a day, or calls and puts. So again, I don't think like the other guys are like that. Like, Amazon like 60, 70,000. Maybe we'll check the video here in a second. Yeah, Apple 95,000 calls, 55. Like dude, we're talking almost 1 million calls. Let's check NVIDIA. There you go. NVIDIA's like almost 1 million. So yeah, I guess with Fed Week too. Not all of them, but the big boys are the real active ones. And then bonds taking another candle down. And then SPY still dancing around VWAP. The volume, that's just volume today. Just act like literally. And then again, it's only been an hour, right? Yeah. And then volume on the SPY, 7.9 million. Not too bad, honestly. Recommend. Richest Man of Babylon. The Intelligent Investor is a great stock market book. And then The Richest Man of Babylon. Oh, wait. And then, Rich Man of Babylon, Intelligent Investor, Proverbs. I think there's one more, but those are a good place to start. It's pretty choppy. I mean, we're still just kind of holding the gap up. I feel like Mondays, the last 2 Mondays, though, they've kind of been uneventful. You tell me. I feel like last Monday, yeah, remember we kind of like had a gap, and then you did absolutely nothing, or that was 2 Mondays ago. And then same thing, other Monday we kind of like moved up, and then literally by end of the week you got murked. All right. Oh, they got a commercial. I need to go to the potty, so I hope you guys forgive me. I need to go to the restroom. Oh,
with just
nice. All right, follow me on Instagram at the Chain of Eternity.
I
actually post on Instagram now
a suitable spot
for a week. Maybe I should put a disclaimer.
Time zones around the world. Does that have
I'll
any
see you there.
bearing on the ratings profitability?
I think maybe it has a little bit to do with it, but the truth is, I think that when you go back and look at what happened over the years, Rio 2016, Zika. I don't know if you remember, Zika was taking place at that time, which kept things sort of subdued. And then, of course, Tokyo was the last time the Summer Olympics took place. That was 2021. Remember, a year later, in a sort of post-pandemic world, where there were very, very few people, even in the stadiums themselves. So I think that you're looking at an Olympics, obviously in the middle of Europe, in the middle of the summer. The view couldn't be better behind me, and I think as a result, you just have sort of a renewed interest in all of it. And by the way, Beyonce introducing Team USA on Friday night has not hurt at all. That video has gone viral and has really sort of created a whole lot of excitement and emotion around these games.
Yeah, Beyonce, Celine Dion, the nostalgia of the Paris backdrop. I mean, it has all the tailwinds going for it. And you there, of course, as well, Andrew.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Nice
Up next, oil coming off its third week of losses, now down 6% this month. We'll discuss the level investors need to watch from here. Squawk on the Street is back after this break.
I'm sorry. I was middle of the I couldn't stop. I had to come back. But now I'm here. So good morning. Good morning. Nice to see you. Paris Olympics. Did Dallas Fed come out? Yeah, at 7:30. Or is that at 45? And then we have Treasury refunding a little later. Oh, yeah, Dallas Fed should be dropping, expected to be negative 12. What is it, Habibi? How come? Iran and France presidents discuss Israel tension on phone. So watch, but you should be getting data. I don't know. I'm not seeing it released anywhere. I think the data is lagging a little bit. Came in negative 17.5. So Dallas Fed was worse than expected. I mean, it's been negative for the last 12 months. So that came in negative. And there it is. Estimate was minus 15.5. And its last 12 months have all been negative readings. And then 3 p.m. you'll have the Treasury refunding estimate. And then you'll have the announcement tomorrow or Wednesday morning. Wednesday's going to be very active. Bank of Japan, and then Jerome Powell, then Treasury, and then all the bigger earnings like Apple, Amazon, all that good stuff. I don't think it's going to mean much. The Dallas Fed, it's a regional gauge, so it is data, and you could factor it into the equation, but it's not going to really do much. It shouldn't, at the very least. And especially, it's kind of been in line. But lately, bad data has been good. Dexcom on the high. The NVIDIA event is 4 p.m. Mountain Time. The refunding estimate is today at 3 p.m. Eastern. So not Pacific. And then I don't know what Mountain Time is. I have no idea what Mountain Time is. It just said 4 p.m. Mountain Time. And then SPY's starting to flush a little bit. So you're now giving up the little gap. I mean, you're only a couple points, anywhere from 2 to 3 points away from filling the gap right now. SPY almost red. Amazon. Mountain Time is between Central and Pacific. IWM, yeah, oh wow. That's actually down by 0.5. Should you buy silver and gold? What's your opinion? I mean, I think it's expensive. I have a play that I'm flipping on gold. We were up and then down on it, but we have been talking about gold for a while. Ever since, we were talking about rate cuts, I've told you that was the green light for gold. So it just depends how you're going about it. I don't know about long term, and I do prefer physical, but I think there's many ways to go about playing silver and gold, and even then, both short term and longer term catalysts are right around the corner and already here. So it really depends on what you're trying to accomplish from it. But I'm a fan ever since we're talking rate cuts. But it is very volatile, and there's just as much upside as there is downside, which is I think the scary and intriguing part of all of it. What just happened? Just a little sell-off. I mean, remember, I feel like the last 3 weeks have been just like this, right? Kind of hold up, dance around, and then before you know it, just kind of a violent sell-off out of nowhere. So now Dow was already bad. Remember, more names are down on the Dow. The Russell, that was the one that kind of came out of nowhere and started dumping here. And then NASDAQ, that was already your leader. Since consumerism has been down, would you say Amazon will have bad earnings? Maybe. I don't know how low or high the bar is. But remember now, Amazon is more than just a consumer stock. They provide web services, they provide enterprise and all of that. So it'll be one part of it, but also, too, I think there's always going to be a difference between the online consumer and then the physical in-store consumer. But generally, it does seem like no matter what it is, you are getting a slowdown with just the average American consumer. So I think it'll reflect a little bit. And if it doesn't, that's more data for you. Good morning, Xavier. What's up, baby? Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Sava's on the high. Oh, they're up 6% and ripping. My goodness. UK Reeves will be taking immediate action to deal with fiscal inheritance from last government. Beep. And then SPY near the low. Low ticker is fully active. Not too long ago, I feel like the high ticker was running out of nowhere, and now you have full low ticker activity. Tesla's still running, though. So, again, if it kind of already had that squeeze element, it's looking pretty good, man. Again, even names like Disney, they're holding up. This isn't everything. It's quite the weird mix. I do think even tech is holding up a little bit, too. NASDAQ still up by 0.5. So, again, it's your Russell has been all over the place. Russell went from barely moving to red and then back to really green by 0.5%. And now the Russell is down by 0.75. So that thing is all over the place today. I mean, most of the Mag 7's doing good. There's Disney and new high. Bop, bop, bop. Check on. Did they have earnings? I think they did, right? Because I remember seeing something on that in the morning. Yeah, they're up 12%. I think it was earnings. They're doing great, actually. Remember, we played this one as a value play not too long ago. No, I'm not in any YCL, no. What was it? CL. Yeah, that thing's back at 76. You guys remember oil. That has been quite the ride. That's actually going back, again, 76 flat. Or we played at what, like 76, 70 or 60? But if you are worried about global conflict over the week, because remember that Israel stuff there and the children, that was not good at all. But if you are worried about global tension, I would keep an eye out there for young oil. And then Nike's still going up again. That's another value play. NASDAQ up 0.48. Russell still down by 0.6. Dow down by 0.3. And then SPY is green by 0.1. So not bad. SE, that's not Pfizer. I thought that was PFE. But let's say Pfizer's coming down. You could buy oil through the futures or USO. That's a good way to play the spot price of oil. You could even buy the other ones, GLD green to flat. Yeah. Damn, gold is really ripping. Again, even SLV. Remember SLV on Friday, that gave up the outperformance of silver on the year. I'm pretty sure the month. Gap filled on the SPY. Yeah, UK Reeves, disaster of trust, mini budget. Shows what happens if you don't take action. UK Reeves, not to act is not an option.
Again, projects to cut spending worth $8 billion. Who is UK Reeves? I keep seeing these headlines. Projected overspend for asylum system is over $6 billion for this year. Again, Chad saying you filled the gap, and then you're kind of bouncing there. I guess so. No, you didn't. It's doing that. This isn't good. Remember this happened on Friday? Remember we came really, really close to filling that gap, and then it didn't. And then even though it had that big move, it eventually came back down. No, technically, I don't think you did. No, because it looks to be like what 5.461. You came right above that. Thought we'd be ripping with the whole Venezuelan thing. No, I think the Venezuela. Why are you talking oil? But so far, people are worried that the Venezuela stuff could kind of lead into more volatility. That might be some of our issues. UK new Treasury Chief, that's Reeves. Thank you for that. Oh, yeah, UK Finance Minister Reeves have left unaddressed. This would result in 25 increase in budget. He's talking, again, all I saw was Liz Truss, UK, and then new guy talking. The problem there in Venezuela. There was an election, and Maduro, the previous president / dictator, was like, I won again. So he's like, I won. And then some people were like, no, you didn't. And then he was like, I won. And they're like, no, you didn't. They're like, the military should enforce who won. And he said, I won. So now they're going to debate and maybe get into a region of conflict with whoever won and figuring that out. They're like, I won. For SMCI, I'm going to wait. We got worked on that play. But I'm going to wait till I'm going to wait till closer to some of the other chip earnings. I like that Disney, though. That Disney's actually running up. I just hope Disney doesn't do its little give back that it usually does. That'll be unfortunate. But the Disney plays already went up 17. Again, Pfizer plays doing good. Both calls and puts, ironically enough. Maduro is down like 20 points with the hour to go. Then he steals the election last hour. Hey, man, maybe he's just a fourth quarter player. Do you know what I'm saying? Maybe he's just a fourth quarter player. He don't get in the game until the last hour. You know, maybe that's where he turned on the campaign. Fourth quarter Maduro. No? No? Okay. I don't know. Maybe fourth quarter action. The comeback kid. Yeah, see? He got that Kobe in him. That Mamba mentality. That Maduro mentality. Son. Bonds are going lower. Interested. They're still up a lot. Again, we sold out of the ZB on Friday. Stocks or ETF best for the long term? Well, it depends what ETF. I mean, the only problem with ETFs right now, like indexes, you can't get them cheap. But there is individual names that you could get very, very cheap. And, too, you guys, I don't know, I think you realize it. Stuff like MO, even 3M. 3M just highlights how good it is when the value plays hit. Because when you buy that deep value and it starts to turn around, you realize how much cushion you really get in those names. I'm still in the Philip Morris. We made it free. The last contract, I think, is up like 50%. So not bad, but yeah, still have exposure to it. Finance Minister Reeves pays settlements. Again, more Reeves comments. Oh, you got that payout for 3M? For the hearing loss? Was it good or no?
Was it some BS? And then bonds are flushing. I mean, you don't really have a bond catalyst. You do have a 3-month and 6-month auction earlier or later, but yeah, very interesting reaction. Remember, that one's already holding up a little bit of steam here today. And then Tesla running up. I like Kraft Heinz as a value stock. I mean, I got to make sure it's like near the low, but I feel like that stock hasn't moved in a couple years. You only got $3K from it? Really? I thought it'd be more. Is it just like a class action that everybody like settled on and then dollar on the high? Actually, yeah, I don't know. I feel like you could get Kraft Heinz a little cheaper. I remember Kraft over here, so I don't know. I like the name though, but I actually would prefer it a little cheaper. You believe the 3M payouts are $24K? If you go in depth with your medical records, it'll be more. See, that sounds a little better. Your husband's still waiting on it. He's fighting for the highest tier. You're waiting due to the timeline you served. So, yeah, I hope you guys get a lot more. That is, again, even though 3M, I think that is just quite bullshit. You would think that they would have done better, but I hope you guys get the most amount possible. What is this? FBI says motive still not clear in attempted assassination of Trump. FBI duty director, FBI official says Trump has agreed to participate in a victim's interview. FBI deputy director says no evidence of any co-conspirators in assassination attempt. FBI officials say shooting suspect, internet search, history looked at power plants, mass shooting events, bombs, and the attempted assassination of the Slovakian prime minister. Shooting suspect also searched online for information on nationally elected officials, including current and former presidents. That's coming out right now. FBI statement on the Trump shooter. And then Trump is going to do an interview with the FBI. Yeah, gold flushed pretty hard there ever since going negative. And then oil as well, too. Oil just dropped another 0.5%. They look almost exactly the same. Gold is hugging barely red right now. Dexcom on the high. Did you see what they found when they searched the house? No. I feel like it was smelly. He looked like a smelly kid. Because I've seen pictures of him 5 years ago, and then even now, he just looked like a smelly kid. You know, I don't know if I'm allowed to make fun of him, but he just doesn't he look like he smell? Like, he looked like, I feel like maybe that's why he got bullied and shit. But, like, he looks so smelly. Like, he just looks dirty. Like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, I feel like that's what pus would smell like. He looks like a pus-filled human. I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm getting too in detail. But, like, he just looks so, like, musty. Yeah, hella musty, too. No, for real, bro. I've seen him with long hair. I've seen him with short hair. He just looks so smelly. So I don't know what they found in his house, but I'm sure it smelled awful. Because I just, like, of course. Of course. Yeah, just greasy. It's just a different type of grease. Who? The Trump, the guy who shot Trump? Yeah, I don't know. Am I judging or just your opinion? I don't know, actually, to be honest with you. I don't know if it's a judgment or my opinion. Maybe a mix of both. Maybe it's factual, too. Shit. You never know. Maybe both. Yeah, I have no idea. It's actually supposedly hospital room clean. Oh, yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. I feel like he's the type to have a clean room and still smell. You know what I'm saying? That's exactly what I would have expected. I feel like even everything is clean and he still smell bad. That's the problem. And he can't figure it out, but it's him. It's just him. WST on the high, and then Sava ripping. SPY, a pretty big chicle. Brent oil falls to 80, first time since June 10th. We got about 40 minutes till Euro close, and then you're selling off right now. Next leg down, you're seeing one. I think it just all depends on the calendar. You know, we have so many events, like I've been saying, from last week's watch list, that yield curve as well too. It's just if this data is either going to uninvert the curve or it's going to reinvert it again. And depending on how that plays out, I mean, it could lead to a massive rally or there's a lot of room to go down still. So that's why, again, this is going to be a very exciting week. It's going to even have implications for September and everything else. We will see. Gold and silver. Well, I would blame Japan, believe it or not. I think gold and silver are going through more central bank stuff, and they're about to have that rollover on the futures. But other than that, I mean, they're still holding a great price. Don't underestimate how much gold has already ran, but I do think it's also going to be a big week for gold and silver. And then, again, whatever WST is, that thing's ripping. ON on the high. They're already up 12. They have had earnings here. Most divvy stocks, no bueno. Yeah, the Dow is down. Some are doing good, some beating up names. I feel like, again, Disney, Nike, and a few others did good, but it's a little bit more lopsided than the last couple of days here. Where is the long time? And then even then the yield curve, so it is reinverting again. That's kind of crazy. That's almost double. If you think about it, 13 will be back to negative 26. That would be double where you were at just last week. So we'll see what this week brings, man. Absolutely insane. Long term's actually green today. No shit. Yalla. There is a Disney. NVIDIA. They're still chilling. Damn. Oh, no, that's Tesla. I was like, damn, they're up 5? So NVIDIA's up only 0.5 now. They were up 3.5 earlier, but Tesla, I want to say Tesla's the best on the day. ON, Dexcom, and Tesla, and CrowdStrike. So notice, even then, Dexcom and CrowdStrike, those were the two names last week that got absolutely murked. The only place today was Disney. Actually, I had a great play on Disney. It's up 17%. That's the only downside to it now. So I don't know if you're too late for that. And then just riding out everything from last week, too. Chips will be bad if AMD reports. I think it'll get them off to a poor start, but I don't think it'll kill all of them. Just because, again, even ON did good. There's going to be a lot more. But, you know, people have been trying to kind of separate AMD from the whole AI thing. I think crowd is worth adding. No, I don't know why everybody likes CrowdStrike, but I'm not a fan of CrowdStrike at these prices. Everybody's been asking me since last week. I could be wrong, like in the sense I think if you want it, you like that risk to reward. It just had a fat discount, but the company itself and how it's like IPO'd and where it's been at, I'm not a fan at $200 or whatever it's at. Yeah, I'm not liking it at all, actually. And I've been asked this question a lot, so I think it's up to you. It's definitely at a short-term discount, and they're important for the whole world, but yeah. ON's still going. Again, that's the earnings for the chip one this morning that did really good. Where is crowd? Yeah, crowd at 260. Still mad expensive. Bank of America. I didn't even look at banks. Where's XLF? XLF down by 0.3. Boeing down 1. SPY near the low. So are bonds. Macy's on the high. That was interesting. Healthcare. And then, wait, did crypto sell off? What? Maybe that's what happened here. I don't know if that's affecting the Russell. Wait, why did crypto sell off? Yeah, Bitcoin went from 70,000 to 68,000. All in the last, couple of minutes here? Not even, or at least like an hour? Maybe like an hour and a half? Yeah, so I think that changed a lot there in terms of risk on, because crypto is killing it in the AM. Pfizer earnings, I think they are tomorrow. They should be. Or it should somewhere this week. I think either tomorrow before the bell. But yeah, I think it is. Oh, no, that's PG. Yeah, Pfizer. Tomorrow morning. I think we're going to hold the contracts too. So we're in both ways right now. You literally have 105% on the calls and then 37% on the puts. So we are in calls and puts, and they are both in the green by a decent margin. And Pfizer's starting to run up here. That's crazy, though. 30.70. I'm kind of impressed with how it's holding. This big number, man. Very good. And then we got about 30 minutes till Euro close. It's not even 8 o'clock. I think we do have Starbucks as well. Yeah, there's a lot of names. Nike is on the high. Abbott turned around. So, again, they had the fine from the government. They're still down 3. Nike. Yeah, why is Abbott running up? Abbott's just going vertical. Again, they had fine over the baby powder shit. I didn't even know they were linked to it. And then Nike's not bad. Merck going up too. Again, you have Humana earnings and a couple of the other healthcare names. I think those will be very interesting. Yeah, NVIDIA CEO to talk AI with Rare Chat with Zuckerberg. I'm mad. I don't think we're going to be able to listen to it unless they have a live event. So 4:30 Eastern. Oh, wait. So it's after the bell anyways? Then later at 6 p.m., he will discuss the future of generative AI and how open source will help AI developers and creators in conversation with Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta. Yeah, you have a lot, bro. Earnings calendar is stacked. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. So literally tomorrow morning you have SoFi, PayPal, Pfizer, Procter Gamble, Corning, Merck, JetBlue. Today after the bell, Tilray, Sprouts, Symbiotic, First Five. And then after the close tomorrow on Tuesday, AMD, Microsoft, Starbucks, Arista, Pinterest, Caesars, First Solar, Lemonade, EA. And then the next day you got Boeing, Meta, Norwegian, ARM, Qualcomm, Kraft Heinz, Altria, LRC, AXA. And then SPY new low, you just flushed. I thought you were about to break out there. You had all those value plays. But again, NVIDIA dumping. A couple of the names that were red are catching a bid. But yeah, chips are selling off right now. And SPY is still going lower. NASDAQ, it's about to go red. SPY's already given up all of its gains. So now you filled the gap on the SPY. And then NASDAQ's about to give up 3/4 of the move that it made. And remember, you only have 3 days. So today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. And depending on how that moves, that will determine whether or not you are red or green on any of this or this month. But then we're going to get Humana, Western Digital, Lamb, Riot, Generac, MasterCard, Tiva, Paycom, Moderna, Amazon, Apple, Intel, Coinbase, Crocs, Mobileye, DraftKings, Roku, ConocoPhillips, Wayfair, Block, Marathon, Booking, Eaton, AG, Mercado Libre, Exxon, Chevron, Frontier, and then a couple of more that I missed. But yeah, there's going to be a lot. There's going to be a lot. No Starbucks plays for now. I like Starbucks. Damn, Philip Morris, 52-week high. That's weird we didn't make as much on that one. I know we got 100%, but that one is not holding up as much on the freeze. I like Mobileye a lot, surprisingly. I'm surprised they don't do that much better. Maybe it is because it is an Amazon or an Intel subsidiary. But yeah, they got murked. I thought they were holding up a lot better, but Mobileye used to be a behemoth. I didn't know Mobileye was that ugly. I thought it was holding up a little better. Because remember, it had that little pop and lock. Who was it? Mobileye. There's one more. Oh, Palantir. I think Palantir's holding. And then SPY. Bond's trying to catch a green off the bottom. Intel. I haven't looked at Intel, but I just know it's not at that 36 anymore. That was crazy. Literally, was it last week? Yeah. That Mr. Hits Palantir play. He was talking August 16. I think he was talking in the monies, though. Yeah, bro. Intel was just at $37. So it had that pre-earnings run up and then gave it up. I thought it would have held up until the earnings, but I guess not. Whirlpool already reported they did decent. They didn't do bad. They didn't do good, but they actually didn't really move. I'd like to see Crocs earnings if you have time. I don't have any plays on it, but we could go over those later in the day. Like we do all the other earnings previews. I could be open to that type of work. But usually, I like Crocs, but usually it prices in a lot. So it's usually going to be overly expensive. Who else was it? Didn't Decker, they did good. Hoka, whoever it was, they did good on their earnings with their shoes. So 1 out of like 5 shoe-related companies have done good. So we'll see where Crocs stands. But if it's too expensive, just be mindful. Wingstop.
I don't. It just depends how much it prices, and then I mean they're an outperformer, so I feel like they're just gonna keep doing good. But again, it would depend on preview and what they're pricing. Ultimately, the plays that we've done good on, even think about like 3M and any of the other ones. When they price in a low amount, those are the ones we really hit big on, because then it's able to move, and then it wasn't pricing in a lot. Whereas, like, even McDonald's, if it kind of prices in a high end, it may make a move, but then it's just going to hold whatever, whatever those contracts were pricing, and you'll make a smaller gain than not. Yeah, we need that surprise, and we need a small amount priced in. Macy's on the high, and then Disney again. Disney has a long way to go to fill the gap. Am I expecting MO to have good earnings after running up so much? I don't know about like good earnings as much as like maybe it'll sustain it. So maybe the earnings will justify the run up. But I don't have any option plays. Like I'm not playing any play on MO. So if anything, I am kind of neutral. I mean, although I have a lot in the long term, ideally MO does bad, and then I'm able to buy it cheap. But other than that, I'm not really expecting much from them. But I do think they'll justify their earnings. Again, I think even Philip Morris. Remember, Philip Morris wasn't the greatest. They were able to kind of turn around there, and then they guided up in one sector. I think MO is going to have good things to say about Smokeless, but I'm not really expecting too much. Is the plant bouncing back? It is. I think he's outside. Where is it? I have a plant in my shower right now. So I got a shower in my office. But then, like, that's how I water one of those plants. I'll just stick it in the shower and just turn the shower on. I think he's still chilling there. But, yeah, no, I think he's doing good. We out here, baby. We out here. We living. Getting that oxygen. It sucks, though. Devlin messed it up for me, though, man. I'm kind of mad. Because he was like, you need like 100 of those plants to clean the air. So now I had to buy 100 of them. So now I live in a jungle. I feel like Josh of the jungle. Josh of the jungle. Watch out for long term. That's how I feel. Right? It's annoying, but now I'm living in this. I got a lot of foliage around me. Mm-hmm. Your biggest position in long term is MO at 9.5. You don't know how you feel about that? That's not bad. I think I'm at like 11. So let's see. Percent of account. Yeah, my biggest position is Abivai. That's 12%, 12.3% of my account. Then MO is about 10.8. So 23% of my account is Abivai and MO. Not bad. Good dividend. And they're both up a lot, so I'm happy with that. You're 22 years old, though? Oh, that's great. Don't I need growth? Yeah, but even then, you got to think, if you got, I don't know what price you got MO at, but if you're 22 years old, whatever you put in, let's say you got that 9-10%, you're going to get all your money back by 32. So that's kind of good. But yeah, you do need growth. I think you should pay attention if any one name gets above 10%. But, it did kind of grow in its own respect. But yeah, I would look out for some growth. Thank you again on MO, of course. That was a great one. It was a great one this year, and then even just throughout all the years to watch that one stack up with all dividends and being above every single price, It was a great one. It was a great one. Are you going to make the index fund long-term account? Yeah, I think we're going to wait till after the curve uninverts. So once the yield curve uninverts or after Powell cuts rates,
I'd be down to start another long term. Increasing your net worth. Do you believe in diversification or risking it with concentration? A mix of both. So I think you should be diversified in your elements of making money. I think you should have stocks and real estate and private businesses, and I think you should have various ways to get income. And then even in stocks, I don't think you should be all in one industry. But also at the same time, I do think when you find something worthwhile, you should go into it. You should go into it big and ride it out there. So it's kind of a mix of both. But, that's why at various times in our portfolio, we've diversified out. But then we've also concentrated, like Abivi and other names. And then as those names grow, we get into other stuff. You don't feel included in this chat? Well, it's okay. Your chat facts, I have a strong feeling you're going to start spamming in like 2 minutes. Any takers? I'll take the over. We'll take the over. Wheat hit 2 cents above pre-pandemic lows. That's crazy. There has been an oversupply of wheat, but the way that thing has dropped with everything, kind of nuts. You take the under? I'm going to take the over. I think he's going to go watch. He's going to just be saying something. And then SPY still selling off? My goodness. 545. You're like right into yesterday's or Friday's close. You're like really below where it closed. This was like the final like little leg up. Copper, is it selling off? Because I think, again, that was one of the major unwind trades that has been going on here. Tesla wants to dump. Bonds are coming up. Tesla did give up a little, but Tesla's also up 4. That's what's crazy. Didn't I already look? I already told you he's gonna be on some weird shit. So I had to ban you, my friend. That's it, man. I love you, kind of, but yeah, it's good to I'll get a long term, man. Get a long term. Thank you for shopping that stock market live. I know he couldn't resist. ARM got a big downgrade ahead of earnings. For the long term on Acorns. I mean, it's up to you. I like the idea of saving, like, your change, and that little stuff could add up to something big, but, and then you could add it and throw it into stocks. I mean, I don't know if that's going to be your main primary long term, but, I'm not like fully against the idea. Nvidia.com. Yeah, Nvidia is pretty bad. Remember, Nvidia hit 106, 107 on Friday. That was nuts. And then it bounced right away. But I don't know about today. Bonds are kind of going vertical. Again, a low ticker is very active. SPY is near the low, but you're barely red. Even NASDAQ now, barely red too. So, like, literally, you've filled the gap on everything now. SPY, NASDAQ. Again, Russell is the worst on the day, down by 0.9. So, we'll see. You thought that was for Activia? No, it's for, like, Expedia.com. You don't remember that? U.S. will withhold judgment on Venezuela election until votes are tabulated, says White House. Yeah, Nike, again, there's hopefully Nike don't sell off. It loves to outperform and then just sell off randomly.
I thought that was S Chewy on the high. SCHYY. McDonald's sure shrugged off their miss across the board. They did, and they're right below what was priced in. We even went over some of those plays because it was like if you got near the money, you made a small gain, but then the ones a little further out, they were just all break even, or you made a tiny bit. MDT, Medtronic on the high, 1.7. Again, a lot of healthcare names in the next 24 hours for earnings. Yeah, literally, NASDAQ has moved 1%. That was green, and then now it is negative. Everything filled the gap. Everything sold off. And then White House says no sign weekend strike by Hezbollah will affect hostage strikes. My thoughts on the Paris Olympics opening. Just weird. Just makes me not want to watch the Olympics after I wanted to. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Just like anything, like, I don't know. Right when shit gets weird, I just don't want to deal with it. Whether I don't want to, like, it's just too exhausting to go with the back and forth of like, oh, it's this, it's not this, it's that. It's like, all right, man, I'll just, I'll play my 2K, call it a day. Y'all exhaust me too much, man. The world, you know, I just go back into my corner. Did I play the newest 2K? I mean, the newest one that exists. I don't know. There's a new one that comes out soon. Intel below 31. That is insane, considering that was at 37. And then Procter and Gamble and CVS on the high. I made PM calls free. You like the IG post? I'm glad, man. I'm glad. I've been having some fun. You know, there's a lot, man. I have a lot on my phone. There's a lot of stuff I haven't posted over the years, you know. So it's all there. It's all there. I've been kind of having a lot of fun trolling. You know, that's been another element, but I don't even call it full troll, but, you know, just having a little fun. Just having a little fun, man. I'm holding one of the PM calls left, yeah. And NVIDIA near the low, SPY 2, Walgreens on the high. Again, CVS, Procter Gamble, all of those are doing good. Just being goofy is more accurate. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It is hilarious. It is, though. It's funny, though, because, like, even then, some people are losing it. And then I could tell, I'm like, you're definitely a Biden supporter, because that shouldn't bother you that much. So I get where this is coming from. So that's good to know. But, yeah, man, just have fun a little bit. I ain't posting years, so I'm gonna enjoy it. How is Europe closing? Let's check. We got about 12 minutes till the European close. Europe FTSE 100 is up by 0.11. Euro stocks is up by 0.08. Germany is down by 0.5. And then Canada French. The French are down by 1.0. It's good to be back. Why the flush? I could not tell you. I don't think it was data driven. We did have data, but I doubt that's why we started selling. It just kind of seemed like from the morning, a lot of things that gapped up, you know, they went up a little bit, hit a new high, and then were pretty intent on selling off. You got Micron on the low as well, too.
Yeah, bro, Tesla gave up like what, a 1.5%? I still can't believe that thing is up by 4. And then again, bonds have rebounded ahead of everything by like 15 minutes. SPY still near the low of the day. Again, NASDAQ did flip 1% already intraday. So it's early. It's a Monday. I don't know if it seems like a lot's going on, but that NASDAQ move is quite big to start us off. Yeah, and Philip Morris, where is that? All right, now the Philip Morris's, they're back to over 100%. Again, those expire this week, and you're $1 out of the money on those. Oh, I haven't looked at the equal weight. Let's see. Equal weight is break even, so nothing's really happening. I mean, even the normal SPY is only down by 0.08, so it's kind of the same. Both equal weight and normal SPY barely moving. Go SPY, go. Go SPY, go. We talk about MO yet? Kind of. We brought up Philip Morris, and we did, I don't know, we had to talk about MO, but I forgot what we were saying. But it wasn't necessarily about earnings. Oh, yeah, I was saying I don't really care about the earnings. I don't have a play on it, so I don't know. I think it might solidify how it's moved, but I'm not like expecting anything crazy. No, I'm not going to play MO for earnings. It's not really an earnings play. I do think, are they Thursday or Tuesday? But they don't really move on earnings. But then again, I like our shares in the long term. Yeah, they're Wednesday. So we could go over the preview a little later in the week. But yeah, it ran up. Remember, we were talking, I had the ex-divvy play a while ago. It was like 2.5 weeks ago. If you held that, you made a killing. But other than that, I don't really know if it's like a earnings type beat. And then it kind of reminds me of Philip Morris. But then once we got Philip Morris out the way, I mean, I think it'll just be general positive trends out of MO. And then nothing too crazy. A play you did where you made it free and had both calls and puts, that was epic. That was on the Tesla, and then we kind of did the same thing on Pfizer. So I had a Pfizer call that we had on the run-up from like a week or two ago, and then we made those free, and then on Friday I bought puts, and then now our Pfizer puts and calls are both up. But yeah, that other one was Tesla last week. It was a good time. Yeah, MO doesn't have Zin, but they do have smokeless and all of that. That's why I'm not expecting them to come out with like a blowout, but I do think they're going to kind of talk favorably about the industry and kind of justify what they had. And then worst case, if it does do bad, I would love to buy some more. How far ahead? Well, some plays, I mean, again, we did good on a couple of earnings plays. We hit 3M. That was 1,000%er that we just did, and we did that literally the day before earnings. But then there's a couple plays like Airbnb and Disney. Disney I grabbed today, but that's like 2 weeks ahead of time. So some of them you go really early on, some the day before. There's no real answer to say which is better because it all depends on the market and that stock. Sometimes going with a little bit of runway is the best move in the world. Other times it's the worst. And then usually the day before, at least you know the pricing is more locked down. You saw Zin at Costco? It was locked up by the cage by the bathroom? No way. They got Zin at Costco? I didn't know they were. I know Costco sells cigarettes, but I guess I didn't think they were selling Zin. That's crazy. Boxstar. Bonds and dollar hella correlated today. I mean, it's the world. The world is heating up. And a lot's riding. Again, both earnings, jobs report, Powell, what's going on overseas. I mean, you know, high correlation between bonds and dollar this week. That really wouldn't surprise me. Again, even Bank of Japan. It's going to be exciting. So, I don't know. Today kind of feels like it's slow. We did kind of get this little meltdown here, but it is going to be wild. Yeah, Costco does sell gold bars. The last time I went to Costco, The last 2 times they had them in stock. Again, they were golden buffaloes. I've never purchased a golden buffalo, but last 2 times I went to Costco, they did have gold bars available. They seem kind of expensive though. I think they were like $2,400 an ounce, which wasn't too exciting. For what it's worth, Copenhagen wintergreen is getting hard to find in St. Louis, considering quitting again. Do they ban the flavors there? Because in Cali, you can't get the flavors. I don't know if that's like is that a St. Louis thing too? Did I see this Sway Lee tweet on Kamala? No, man. I don't really keep up with Sway Lee like that. What's the one song? What's the Sway Lee song? I'm like, you're a sunflower. I don't even know, man. I don't really keep up with Sway like that. Yeah. No flags, song. No flags, song. You know long term. You know long term. No? Large caps turning back bullish. Large value names. So again, I don't think tech's doing too hot after that pullback. A lot of the Russell names have came back too. So we'll see. We'll see. I know there's a couple of old songs I like. I like the one. Was it? I think it's like Sway Lee. Oh no, that's French Montana and Kodak. It's from that era, though. It's from that era. You thought of me. What did he say? What did he? I guess do I have to look up a Sway Lee tweet? Well, let me see. I'll check it here in a second. I need to go to the bathroom. Did you guys follow me on Instagram? I've posted more in Instagram in a week than I have in some years. So you're in for a treat. If you're a baby back bitch, though, you may not like my Instagram. It's okay. It's not. I'm not here to judge you. I'm just here to warn you. You know what I'm saying? So follow me at the Trading Fraternity. I love you.
Clothing. I spoke.
We were unable to.
At the company's store and restaurant here in Paris on Sunday.
Do you see this?
And we talked about the responses he's seeing
to
all those opening ceremony looks, the entire Olympic
Why is it
collection.
saying we're unable to show the current?
Rocking, one of his
current do you guys see this
viral video?
We're really proud to see actually a lot of people asking for our products.
Okay, I'll be right back.
And while it's only the very beginning of the Olympics, our products are indeed flying off the shelves. You know, what's important for us is this is an incredible opportunity for us to showcase the brand to the world, right? Opening ceremonies, I think record high ratings, up 60% versus the Tokyo ratings. And it's incredible the number of individuals who approach us and say, hey, could we have access to this item, that item?
Meanwhile, though, there have been lots of concerns about China's consumer spending. They've been front and center when we're talking about luxury. LVMH, of course, also a big sponsor. I asked him, though, about Ralph Lauren's brand and how it's performing in China, given all that pressure on the retail market.
China, for us, actually continues to do well. And I'm very excited about both mid and long-term opportunities for us in China. Last year, we were up over 30%. Up on top of 23% the year before. We had a really good quarter in the quarter we just reported. So we're seeing the brand continue to have strong momentum. We have a unique ability to bring in new consumers. We're focused on key city clusters in China. And while we know the consumer's sentiment is pressured, right, partly because of the real estate challenges in China, we remain really positive about the outlook and the perspective for the business in China. And that applies actually to the entire Asian markets for us.
You know, guys, I had mentioned Beyonce in that viral video. They said this is what's so fascinating about sponsorship and just what happens, though, when the Olympics come to town. Beyonce did that video. apparently asked for the Ralph Lauren clothing with all of the Olympic garb on it. Didn't ask for any money. She then poses, and I'm looking at it right now, on Instagram in all of the outfits. It has something on the order of something like 2 million likes just on that. She's got 3 different, there's another one with another 1.3 million, and they didn't have to pay a cent for it. So when you think about what they call earned media, this is maybe the ultimate form of it.
That's a nice gesture. Listen, she's an American, a Texan, a patriot probably. She's supporting the team. It's fantastic. I heard on Squawk Box this morning, Andrew, I drove in, that you and Joe, finally had a duel of some kind. It was some sort of, I can't wait, literally saber rattling. You guys fenced, apparently. Was it at each other?
We did
Is this
fence.
like Burr?
Yes.
And,
I know.
who was the other
Hamilton.
guy? Yeah.
So
Hamilton.
That was the joke.
as you know, we fence on the show a lot in our own verbal fencing. We actually have some real live fencing, which we're going to broadcast a little bit later this week. We had sabers in our hands. We were decked out in the full uniforms. Those ones, I should mention, not made by Ralph Lauren. But yeah, we did the whole thing, and you're going to be able to watch it.
When do we see this masterpiece?
I'm looking at the producers. I think we'll probably show it tomorrow, but I think we'll maybe tease it. I'm now being told Wednesday. So if you can hold your fire till Wednesday, or hold on to your foil till Wednesday, I should say.
So is it?
That's when you'll be able to see it. And but for now, you've got the Ralph Lauren clothing. I should say, by the way, that Ralph Lauren is not just an official sponsor of these Olympics, but also is a sponsor, an outfitter of NBC and NBC Sports.
I guess we'll have to wait until Wednesday to see who is the victor.
I'm just glad it was in an arena in Paris and not on a bluff in Weehawken, New Jersey.
You know, we may bring the sabers back with us, and and we'll see if we reenact it. Maybe we'll just use them on the set.
Yeah, we'll see what TSA has to say about that. I don't know if that qualifies as kind of getting through security.
It's hard to do TV with the masks on,
check that one.
What are they talking about?
You can't bring like a tomato back, but you can bring back a sharp saber sword.
We'll see.
Of things.
I think you
Great
could probably
stuff,
put it
Andrew.
under the plane.
Yeah, just the overhead. Just don't forget it. Andrew,
Keep it safe.
thank you.
Andrew, thank you.
Thank you.
After the break, has deal making bottomed out in private equity? A look at the current M&A environment when
Ralph Lauren. I heard Beyonce. Ralph Lauren. What you talking about? Ralph Lauren and Macron. My goodness. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you indeed, Andrew. Thank you indeed. Ba-da-ba-ba-bap. 2 news anchors fencing. I do want to go do fencing. That'd be tight. But other than that, I don't know. I'm lost with all this election. Or we have election talk. We have Olympic talk. It's also summertime. That's it. I guess there's only one more month of summer. So now we're about to wrap up July here. Then we'll have August. And then, I didn't look up this Sway Lee tweet. My bad. Let's see what it says. Sway Lee tweet. There's no. Is it this? I pay $1 million in taxes. And he says you give them away. Oh, he says don't vote for Kamala. Do your research. Sway Lee faces backlash after urging people not to vote for Kamala Harris. So Sway Lee hopped on X and posted a series of critical statements urging people not to vote for Vice President and Democratic presidential candidate Kamala Harris in the upcoming election. He said, do not vote for Kamala. Do your research on that whole camp. Sway began, adding, I pay over $1 million of taxes every year. And this man sent it to a whole nother country. Those little dollars that come off your checks, they gave it away. Think about that. Beep.
The money we sent away, American citizens could have gotten minimum 200 grand. Think about that, but I guess we don't need that shit. Shrugging emoji. And y'all standing for Kamala. My black people should not don't do anything but sign off on things against y'all. Or she doesn't do anything but sign off on things against y'all. Voting just because you think she's black is not going to end in your favor. And then he posted a video from the 2019 debate where the senator was debating against Tulsi Gabbard. In the clip, Gabbard criticized Harris, prosecutors. Hey, does he watch the watch list? What? And he said, y'all better pay attention, and there's a lot more, he captioned. All right, so he went back. He went on a lot. Wow. So there's a whole article on him. You don't know Sway Lee, was it? Is it don't you open up? No. There's a lot of Sway Lee one-liners. That's cool. I didn't think Sway Lee was into the politics like that. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. That's crazy. I think he watches the watch list. Yeah, that's good for him, bro. Good for him. I ain't got no type. Long term is the only thing that I like. You ain't got no long term. Oh, you know what I'm saying? You know him. You know. At what point do you stop adding to the long term and add to real estate? When you find a deal. That's the beauty. So you just keep adding to that long term until you come across a real estate deal, and then you turn that long term into a real estate deal. So I don't think there's ever like a point. It kind of revolves around you getting a deal and finding something. And like we've said with some of the rules there, you know, as long as you're taking your long term and putting it towards something of more value, following that principle is probably going to benefit you more than not. Hey, Josh, what up, Wayne? Wayne. Did we miss push-ups? Oh, my gosh, we did. It's 8:30, baby, and it's Monday. We should start off good, okay? If we started off with Sway Lee tweets, then I think it's there, man. So, Chatadonia, if you want to talk Trump tariffs and all of that, we could talk about it, but you got to get push-ups in first. How does that sound? Because we've been here for 2.5 hours. We have 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get our knees, do a push-up, plank the worm. Anything but get the body moving. Then optometry recommendation. Stare at an object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Go blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, my goodness. Oh, I need to take off my sweater. Let Chad move around. Oh, I'm going to get some lifts in. Feels good. It's a good day, man, but just stand up. Just stand up and move around a little bit. It's Monday, man. Come on. Let's just start off your week. Start off your week good. You know, don't sit here all day doing nothing. Do it for your body, baby. Flex the core a little bit. Oh, I'm going to do planks. Hold on, I'm going to do one set of curls, but then I need to do a plank. I forgot, bro. I need to do a plank. I need that core, bro. I'm honestly even just doing like side lunges, focusing on the core. What is that? Lee Auto? Baidu? Why are these China names going up? So I hope you're moving your body around, but you got some activity. All right. The blinking reps. Yeah, you want to stare at an object just 10, 20, 30 feet away. Just move away from looking at the screen. It's really, really good for you, bro. Trust me, it's really, really good for you. You don't realize how much you need it. But just staring away after staring at the screen all day, oh man, it's great. It's great. You're watching at the mechanic doing push-ups in the waiting room. That's good. Honestly, I'm not going to lie to you. One of the best ways to assert dominance in public is to break out doing push-ups. So you know what I'm saying? So like you're right there at the mechanic. You know, they're probably going to think they could take advantage of you. You know what I'm saying? They'll like cut a wire or something and overcharge you. But if you start doing push-ups, they will reconsider. I'm telling you, nothing exerts dominance like that. Just in the waiting room doing push-ups, bro. So good for you. And honestly, it's just, I hope you reap all the benefits. Yeah, they're going to be terrified of you. So it's good. Honestly, all you're doing is gaining right now. Like, you have nothing to lose. Just everything to gain. Like, I'm just here for an oil change. That's it. They're going to give you only an oil change. Nothing more, nothing less. They're not going to mess with you, man. Mm-hmm. All right, one more curl set, then I'll do a plank. From experience? Oh, yeah. I exert my dominance everywhere I can. Like the other day, you guys know Din Tai Fung? It has like a really long wait time. But I just go there, I put my name down, and then I start doing push-ups in the lobby, and they let me in within like 5 minutes. They give me a seat right away. They don't want me doing push-ups in there. And they understand I'm not here to play around. So, it works. You should try it. All right, one more set, and then we get a plank in. UK that fool's still talking? The Zhao Long Bao? Yes. It's good. Bro, have you had it? Hold on. Bro, it's the chocolate one. They got the chocolate one with the salted cream dip. Oh, dude. Crazy. Bro, crazy. I'm telling you, crazy. It's a chocolate dumpling with a salted cream. It's the most insane thing I've ever had. I don't know if I have a video of it. I'll try to post it on one of them reels, but oh my gosh, you guys have no idea. One of the best things I've ever had in my life. Mm-hmm. You never tried it. No, you should. All right, let me get I need a plank. Let me see if they have something playing. No. Because I'm going to have to be quiet for like a minute. Oh, those Airbnb calls are down. That's crazy. They were up. We had like 15% on them, or like literally within 30 minutes ago.
You're starting to...
You get it from
unlock. You're starting to see prices and buyers and sellers come together more actively. And let's not forget, the broadly syndicated loan market awakened in the first quarter of the year and has been incredibly active. So the financing markets, both the private credit market and the liquid loan markets, have both been very active. And in fact, if you're buying or selling a large cap company today, there's tremendous financing options available now. You can go to the private markets, and obviously in an M&A context, that may be preferable because of speed and certainty, et cetera. Or you can go to the liquid loan markets, and we're seeing a lot of that drive a lot of refinancing activity.
Yeah.
So
I'm glad you brought that up because we are seeing just the overall debt levels on the funds, on the portfolio companies. Everything is increasing despite the higher interest rate backdrop because these exits are so tough to come by.
Yes. So, I think having good financing markets, having options to finance deals is obviously a key component in terms of driving valuations and driving M&A activity. If you look at pipelines now in terms of, M&A activity, companies that are being positioned to be sold, we think starting in September, October, lots of activity coming down the pipe for sure.
All right, we'll rest up now. Ken Kinsell, thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Leslie.
All right, Wisdom Tree founder and CEO Jonathan Steinberg coming up after the break. They got more than $100 billion in assets. We'll talk about rate cuts, crypto, ETFs, and everything in between coming up next.
Thanks, Jonathan. All right, hold on. They're talking Deadpool now. Switching to Bloomberg.
About that is that's just the US and Canada, so global hit, but the numbers are ahead of forecast here. Just give me the size and scope against everything else I could have watched this weekend.
Yeah, it's smashing records globally as well for R-rated movies. People are flocking to this film. There were very high expectations from the get-go. It has exceeded those expectations in terms of box office performance. This is huge for the film industry and for struggling movie theater chains.
You and I, full disclosure, have not yet seen it.
Not yet.
Bloomberg Technology senior producer Jackie Lopez says the soundtrack is fire, so that's really interesting. Deadpool 1, great. Deadpool 2, meh. I think we agree on that, right?
Yes,
we are not film critics. But for Disney, parent of Marvel, this is important, I think.
I think so, too. So we saw a huge influx of Marvel films that underperformed. They took a little break. This one came out. It's putting Marvel and Disney back on top again when it comes to box office performance.
What else was it up against? That's a big question, because you have something like Twister. It'd already been out.
So with Twisters, we actually think it's going to take away audiences from Twisters, especially for IMAX showings. That's been a huge draw for Twisters. There's also going to be IMAX showings for Deadpool and Wolverine. So we think this is going to continue to dominate. Inside Out 2, we saw that drop as well.
Right.
This is the film that everyone wants to see right now.
Bloomberg's Hannah Miller in New York on that new entertainment beat. What a great gig. Another big story. Google's streaming music player has long lagged behind Spotify, Apple, and Amazon in US market share. But now things are changing for YouTube Music. Bloomberg's Austin Carr has a few thoughts on that in today's Tech Daily. The breaking headline news of which is you spend $1,200 a year on Google subscriptions, which is wild. But again, YouTube Music's not one that I use either. What have you found out?
It's interesting. I found out that I've actually been paying for YouTube Music this whole time, included in my YouTube Premium subscription. But like you, I've just never really thought of YouTube as a music service. I subscribe to Spotify. A lot of my friends use Apple Music or Amazon service that's included in Prime. And what I found is they've sort of put together this pretty unique service that's differentiated by video. If you use YouTube Music, you get access to music videos, live concerts, a lot of podcast material that just regular people upload to the video website, and that influences your sort of music algorithm and the song recommendations you get. Alphabet just last week was saying how much subscription growth they're seeing. That's one of the big drivers they're seeing is from music. They actually earlier this year surpassed 100 million subscribers for YouTube Premium and YouTube Music. So we're seeing a huge uptick. That's one of the areas of growth in the music space, whereas Apple Music and some of the other providers are sort of lagging right now.
We're showing some pictures of what YouTube Music looks like, and I actually am a bit surprised. I knew very little about YouTube Music. It seems something very similar or akin to Spotify.
Well, it is a little bit similar in the sense that they do have a lot of the streaming tracks. But again, what's different is that it's connected to the data that is sort of taken from you using the YouTube video website. So if you're searching something for YouTube and you come across sort of a late night talk show with a particular artist on that, let's say Bono's talking to Conan O'Brien, that will influence your song recommendations on YouTube Music. And suddenly you might see more Bono or even more Conan O'Brien podcasts. So it's this weird amalgamation. And that is one thing that I think YouTube has always struggled with. What is its identity? It's this massive platform, but they've tried to carve out separate brands. They have YouTube TV, which is for pay television, and this is YouTube Music, which is a standalone app. But again, it's trying to take advantage of some of that scale and
kind
sort
of
of
bouncing, right?
They've collected over the years from your viewing habits on
sir.
YouTube proper.
So Euro close, sell off, and then bounce back up above VWAP.
Except that the consumer has different habits in different markets around the world, right? Where is the growth for YouTube Music coming from? Not necessarily here in North America.
It's coming from a lot of emerging markets where YouTube is gigantic, just the video website is gigantic. And I think that's a key thing that Google is really leaning into. Of those 100 million subscribers for YouTube subscriptions, they don't break down the difference between YouTube's ad-free video site, that's one subscription, and the music player. The way they've sort of grown both of them is by merging them into this sort of all-in-one package that you can get just called the YouTube Premium plan, and that includes the music subscription. The thing is, for me, I subscribe to YouTube TV, Google Cloud Storage, YouTube Premium, but I still have not brought myself to use the music player. I still subscribe to Spotify, but I will say, just using it this past week, it's pretty interesting. It's a lot different than what you see from Apple and Spotify and Amazon, and I think it's worth a go if you haven't tried it.
Bloomberg's Austin
Worth
Carr.
a go.
Thank
Pfizer
you very
is
much.
running.
Now, coming up on the program,
Yeah, I mean, it's
we
Spy.
take a look at mobile video editing platform Cap.
That was good enough time. Hopefully you did push-ups. I did 2 sets of plank. I did some crunches, and I did some curls. So I don't know. You had time to move around right there. And then the market sold off a little bit after Euro close, hit a new low, and then now we are rocketing right back up to the first earlier low candle. NASDAQ and SPY matched up back to green, and then Russell still in the gulag, with the Dow doing good too, though. Honestly, that's something I think that has flipped here in the last 20 minutes. The Dow was a lot worse earlier, and that just got a pretty nice increase in there. So not too bad, my friends, not too bad. But good morning. I hope you guys are feeling good. 8:50, still mad early. 8:50 Pacific, 11:50 Eastern. Not really any events here. I think 3 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be getting the Treasury refunding. I think the estimate or the announcement, and then from there, we will go with the rest of our data. And then tomorrow, that's going to be the big one. And then there is that stuff after hours with Jensen Huang and Mark Zuckerberg, but I don't think you're going to be able to get a reaction right now. I mean, SPY right back up to VWAP again, getting near where we opened, and then the fact that NASDAQ came back up. That one is big. Tesla. MO's back to green. Again, Philip Morris, that was running. Let's see. Long term, where are you, my friend? There you go. Long term, barely green today. Rough day. A lot of back and forth. SPY to 450. It sucks. This is just that range we were kind of in. It's near the higher range, but ever since last Wednesday, you've been in this gulag from the 5500s after kind of being right above that. So, low key, you haven't moved around here since Wednesday. You've been at that same, sell-off point. It's just been holding. And then MO, 52-week high. So that thing is actually going up. Again, you're 40 cents away from being in the money on those, or 80 cents away on the Philip Morris. You just woke up? Well, good morning. Good morning, Ryan. It's a good day. It's Monday, man. It's Monday. Hopefully you didn't miss work or anything, but if you didn't, it's a good time. Good time to wake up. Get a little bit. It's really early, 8:50. It's not bad. You have a long term. That's why you want the long term. So while you're sleeping, doing anything, the long term is still there. It's late. 8:50 is late, I guess. I mean, I've been up since 5, but so I could judge if I wanted to, but 8:50 is not too bad. The market, yeah, you got the long time. You're good, baby. You're good. Not much happened today. There was a little bit of data, but it's not like even the data hit. This week is going to be important, though, so I hope you're up to speed with that, Ryan. But, tomorrow we'll get JOLTS jobs openings and a couple of other things, and then the earnings will begin even more. So chips were actually looking good this morning, kind of faded a little bit, but we're still generally doing a little bit better. The quickest way to increase credit score, you're always on time and stuck at 760. Either increase your credit lines or pay off an account. But then again, I usually think in a weird way, applying for more credit cards is your best way, because then you'll get a higher available balance, and then your utilization will go lower the higher your balances are. But then it'll hurt you for a little bit, because then you have to apply for credit cards. If jobs come in bad, how do you think it will react if someone wanted to front run? So what do you mean bad? Are we talking bad for the market or bad in general? Because even then, bad data would, I guess, be weird for the market, but
essentially if the jobs market starts to crack, everybody is going to start running towards rate cut plays. Everyone, and then you might even have people call into question the whole soft landing thing. So because if the jobs crash, that soft landing, no landing, people are going to call that into question, and then again, all the rate cut odds should start to run. Oh, and then but then once they see the peach, that'll change everything. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Peach Nation is here. Horn. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Peach Nation. Bradley Frizzle. What's up, baby? Happy Monday. Oh, and it's Mother Liquor's birthday. Oh, happy birthday. Holy crap. You got the peach. Then you got a birthday. Then you got pal and earnings and job. Amen. Amen. So God bless you. Thank you, Bradley Frizzle. And, even then, I mean, the peach is really important. I think, honestly, the only thing that could come close to the peach would be the jobs report. So like we were saying, though, if that jobs report does pretty much, is long story short, if that jobs report comes in really bad or really good, that's going to help solidify whatever Powell says on Wednesday. And then, again, people are concerned that once the jobs report starts getting clapped, that's going to change some of the dominance. So even then, even if you're thinking that Meta and Amazon and big tech is going to save you, if the jobs report starts to collapse, that may get called into question. And that's a big theme that people are going to be looking for on Friday. So we'll see. But then if it's good, if the jobs report is good, then no one's going to care. If it's in line, we're just back to whatever Powell says, follow the plan until September, and keep riding the golden path, the no landing wave. As long as the jobs market doesn't change drastically negative, then everybody will be good. Venezuela's Saab says Machado is suspect of electoral sabotage. Venezuela's Attorney General Tariq Saab says attack on electoral system that slowed vote count came from North Macedonia. Huh? Is it wrong to play both ways on MO? You have 500 shares in the long term, and then TD, I'm shorting 250. Well, I'm confused. If you're trying to combine long term and short term, that's probably where your problem will arrive. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, as long as you separate it, and I wouldn't view your long term as a play. That's what I'm saying. So realistically, all you're doing is shorting MO. Your long term does not count. To say, that's why I'll explain my plays, but I'm telling you, I don't have a play for earnings. Yeah, I have my long term, but when we're not positioning with the swing or anything else ahead of that. I have Pfizer in the long term, but I've made separate plays that are not related to what I'm doing in the long term. So just word to keeping things separate. I would make sure that you separate the two and don't let them go in there. Toll Brothers and Sherwin-Williams, 52-week high. Then Abbeville on the low. Spies coming down. No commingling. Pfizer is tomorrow morning. Oh, Devin the Doe, baby. The 10th one. My bad. My man. Oh, that's in my bad. Man, let's go. I like 10. 10 is a great number. You guys know if you master 10, you could master any number. If you could count to 10, you could count to 1,000,000. I don't know if they feel me, bro. But I have one more I already sold 1 out of 2 Philip Morris. Everything from there is just a matter of how much you think it'll run. That play's still up, I think, a little bit more than 100%. May even be 200%. Getting close. I'm kind of down to buy oil because, again, there's even going to be global tensions, but it is doing it's even lower than last week. So remember last week we were playing that. The only problem, there's only 3 more days left in the week or in the month. So whatever happens here with oil, remember the seasonal shift to the downside is about to happen. So maybe this is kind of the front run, but that is your risk. If you get caught into it, then you will get clapped a little bit. You added Nike to the long term. Good work, baby. Good work. Shout out the long term. I'm mad. I just wish I dumped all my money into MO. We considered that remember, if you go watch the beginning of the year video, because we needed that dividend higher. But, I'm happy regardless. I just want more divvies, man. That's why I'm excited to see what happens with earnings. Divvy, 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 can't you see? Sometimes the yield just hypnotize me. I just love your long-term ways. This is why you hold and you get paid. Yeah, we got MO. It's like $39. I mean, my average is a little bit higher, but our last, we just went ham on MO from $41 to $39. But literally the last purchase on MO was at $39. We literally bottom ticked it, and then it went ape. This just in. We appreciate the wisdom, positivity, and time spent always. Brought to you by Chattadonia. Amen. Amen. Google. That was a wicked bounce. MO hitting another 52-week high. You're right back up to opening candle. Again, Euro close, you had a little bit of a sell-off, hit that low, and then bounce right up. Thank you. I just bought that on Mars. Make moves. You're the GOAT on YouTube who teaches retail to invest and trade. Facts? Well, listen, you need the long term. You could hear a lot and without. That's the sad part, bro. I was even looking at it, man. Some of the last times I posted on Instagram, there was even long-term purchases in the description. Stop it. One of my last videos, I had a video. It had Netflix at 100. So if you don't do anything with it, you won't recognize the effect if you don't make it long term. That's all I know. And two, though, I've been talking to some of y'all on Instagram, and then ever since I told you I was voting for Trump, some of you have been really mean to me, and some of you have been really nice to me. But I've also gotten an uptick in tinfoil. And here's the deal. If you are worried about the stock market, don't ever be. Okay? I know this sounds weird, but they were like, who's really in control of the stock market? And it just doesn't matter. Okay? Remember, the stock market and the American financial markets, until it finally dies, it's always a great investment. And that's kind of the whole point. You don't know who's in charge of what, but all of these rich people and everything around the world, they are all invested. You want to make sure that your interest is aligned with that. So don't ever let your tinfoil lead you to not owning stock. If anything, your tinfoil should lead you to owning stock. Does that make sense? If you really understand the tinfoil, you shouldn't shy away from owning stocks. If anything, at the very least, on a paper money, funny money business game, you want to make sure you own the stocks rather than not own them. Okay? I hope you all get that. I hope you all get that, because that is something I've had this conversation a couple times. You should own chickens and gold. I don't know how to own chickens, okay? So I can't advertise that. I do have gold, but not too much. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know how to farm shit, and I wouldn't have that much gold because there is the law of diminishing returns. But own some stocks, okay? No matter what. And even if you think the world's controlled by elites and this and that, and you think that the Donald Trump attack was either real or fake, it doesn't matter. You should have a long term, okay? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mm-hmm. You voting for Donald Trump makes no sense. It's okay. You don't have to make sense of it. You just have to worry about yourself and get a long term. Because again, regardless of who I vote for, and although I think there is a wild thing going on with democracy, you could heed my environment, and that's good. And I think you could heed the warning for the environment and take advantage of it. Okay, but you have to. It's not that big of a deal. Can I tell you? You guys want to know that? Honestly, I'll tell you. So I was with my mom. I got to see her. We hung out a little bit this weekend, and I told my mom, and I sat my mom down. Or well, I didn't sit her down, but we were just. I was like, Mom, guess what? And I was like, you know what happened this weekend, Mom, or this week? And I told my mom. I was like, Mom, I'm voting for Donald Trump. And then I told my mom. And I told my mom, I was like, I told everybody on stream, the first time I've ever told them in years. In 5 years, I've never said to anybody who I've never voted in my life, right? And I told my mom, I'm voting for Donald. And I told her, I told the stream. And you know what my mom said? Do you know what my mom's reaction was? My mom just looks at me blankly. And she goes, so? I was shocked. She said, so what? So why? Wait, I don't get. My mom was confused. My mom was I'm being serious. My mom was very confused why it was such a big deal for me to even say who I voted for or even how people would react. She was like, so what? Why are you? She was confused. I think she thought I was maybe like, she thought I was weird because she was like, the way she looked at me and her, like, it was just, she was batshit confused as to why I was making a big deal of it. And literally, my perspective even shifted too a little bit because I was like, wow, it's really not that big of a deal. So why does anybody even give a shit like that much? And I was like, wow, that's amazing. That was amazing. Yeah, I'm glad I'm voting too, right? Amen. She probably thinks you're trolling. I don't troll my mom. Only time I troll my mom is if I stopped doing it because she slapped the shit out of me last time. Because we would just go up to her and be like, oh, I got my girlfriend pregnant. And then she gets really mad. Because I'm like, what? You wanted me to have kids? And then she's like, last time I did that, she slapped me. That's the only way I troll her. Or like back, I think in college, I was like, oh, I got a tattoo. And then she got really mad. And then she found out we were fucking with her. But other than that, yeah. Mm-hmm. Respectfully, I don't think you were overreacting to people's overreacting. But I'm glad that we ain't overreacting to the overreaction. Yeah, bro, Euro closed. You literally dumped 4 minutes and then ripped. Hi. Good morning. Do, 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 do. And it's only 9, so we've been here for a little bit. You okay with defunding the Medicare? Yeah, so Abraham, I don't give a shit. This is why I've been banning people like you for the last couple of days. Because I'm making my decision. I've already made it for other reasons based on history. Y'all don't listen to what I say. So why am I going to listen to you? But, like, you see how distracting it is? Like, I don't care. I'm not here to have a talk with my brainwashed liberals. Y'all do your thing. If you want free stock news, if you want my plays in the long term, and if you think I'm a decent human who offers good value, you could take it. If not, I'm not trying to have a debate with you, nor change your mind. I've just made my own mind up. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, that's the shit I don't like in the chat, and I'm not going to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? So you could take whatever you want from me. You could have info and plays, but my mind is made up. So just as yours is. So amen. Yeah, and even then, you got 2,000% plays. Whether you think even though I'm voting for a shitty person, it doesn't make me shitty. I'll still provide my info. If you want to benefit off of the fruit of it, you can. It's earnings season. I have a lot of info, and there's a lot of plays, but you're taking it from a Trump supporter, unfortunately. But at the end of the day, as long, like my mom said, it's not really that big of a deal. So it's up to you on how you want to make the most of it. But, yeah, I'm just not going to really argue with y'all. I'm just going to ban you. So I love you. Thank you. You're a Josh supporter? That's great. I told you you don't have to feel alone. There's a coalition, Democratic voters for Josh. They already made it. It's a real thing, So a lot of the good Democrats, they don't insist on propagating in the chat. They don't insist on testing me. You know what I'm saying? They don't insist on, they keep their opinions, but they've let me know they support me, and they let me know that they agree with everything I'm saying, and they're Democrats. So it's great. I love the bipartisanness, so it's good to see. So I appreciate you guys as well. Procter Gamble still, MO, bro, SPY. We're getting above the opening candle. I mean, see if the NASDAQ could go back up to 1%. MO is doing great. I mean, Philip Morris too. Again, we're about like 80 cents or a little bit more from being in the money. U.S. to keep buying oil for SPR in the next year, says Deputy Secretary. The massive bounce, nothing. I think Euro close. That's the only thing I could think of. France was the only one that was bad in Europe. Everybody else in Europe did kind of decent. But literally, it was just Euro close, 5-minute flush, and then you rocketed up. On the SoFi. Yeah, I just did the random play. That was it. Bro, Nike and MO, I don't know. Nike still has a long way to go. Again, more value. It's weird because the Russell still clapped. Dow was struggling and came back, but that's gone green now. So not bad. Silver, just still chilling. Gold, actually even gold, it was hugging break even, but it keeps selling off. Yeah, Disney's doing very great, actually. That was a great pickup. Almost 40% from the morning. I wish those Airbnbs went up. But again, we still have a little bit of time on that. We did fill the gap in the morning. Initially, we didn't right here. But then we did. I don't know. Where was the other gap? There was one gap you didn't fill the other day when we had that little move, but I do think you have filled the gap now from yesterday. I like UPS a lot for the long term. I'm a very, very big fan. I just don't want to buy more new names. That's the only thing holding me back. But, you know, if I didn't buy Nike, I would be buying UPS probably. I would be putting those deposits. Because, again, doesn't UPS still pay out like 4%? I even think 5% on UPS? That's crazy. I don't have LMT for the long term, no. Yeah, Pfizer and UPS almost similar yield. Yeah, everything kind of flipped there. I mean, see if the Russell goes up. I could give you a breakdown. We got 15 more minutes till the hour mark. Oh, would I buy it? No, LMT is a little too expensive. If it ever came down, I could be open to it. So, again, Dow Jones, 14 green, 16 in the red. NASDAQ, 100, 81 green, 20 in the red. And then S&P 500, 332 in the green, 170 in the red. So more names are green than red. Again, Russell is the only one struggling. Google it. Nike is as well. Where's the Altria? Where's the Pfizer? What happened? Nothing, really. Are Trump's tariffs actually inflationary, and what's the effect if they are compared to no change with the Harris plan? Yeah, I think they're both going to be inflationary. If anything, that's the thing. I think a lot of people are debating that now, and they think that Trump will cause more. And do I think there is a chance? Yes. I'm not saying Trump is innocent. Depending on how aggressive you are with tariffs and everybody around the globe, you can cause a lot more inflation. But, again, it does relate to China a lot more. It kind of depends on what China does, right? Does that change our purchases? The thing is, we haven't been doing as much China business as you would think. So the effect wouldn't be that high, but that's the thing. If Trump does a broad-ranging tariff increase on everybody, not just China, that's where your inflation is going to hit. Are you following? So I'm quite frankly, I think Trump, Harris, Biden, they're all going to do the same shit towards China. Why do I say that? Because that's what they did over the last 4 to 8 years. Stop being brainwashed. Trump and Kamala and Biden, they're exactly the same. But the real issue is what Trump does with China, Japan, Europe, and all these other places at the same time, right? If Trump does do that, then it would be more inflationary. But I'm not worried about inflation under Trump. I'm more worried about deflation. Like I said, I think Trump will crash the stock market. I think Trump will have more stability, and in the pursuit of going after dollar spending stability with taxes and protectionism, I think that's going to lead to deflation rather than a Kamala who would lead to hyperinflation. So I think Kamala will have just as much spending, but then without a goal towards certain capital stability, I think Kamala is more prone to higher inflation than Trump. But then again, I don't think the market will. I think the market will have volatility under both, but I think deflation is more likely under Trump than it is Kamala, and I think hyperinflation is more likely under Kamala than Trump. And we'll see. If you don't believe me, save this video and come back to it in a couple years. I'll make you another video too. But again, it's like when because when Trump did what he did in 2020, I told you there was going to be inflation. Same thing even with Biden. And when it shifted into that pump, and, not care about fiscal stability. So I do think it's going to be the same game plan. Deflation is not dangerous for an economy. It's dangerous for the government. No, I think deflation is pretty bad. It just depends on the degree. You know what I'm saying? Like, it really just depends on the degree to which it all occurs. Like, massive deflation is bad for everybody. Small deflation is manageable. There's different layers to it. It's just like inflation, right? Small inflation is good. Small inflation is manageable, just like what we're kind of in now. But a lot of inflation, that's not good. A lot of things even held up there, man. Google back towards the high. Nvidia. Yeah, deflation is bad when it comes to debt. Man, think about how much debt we have. And then all the other countries, and then the dollar, and then if prices do change, and then all the workers and the labor. So little by little, we'll see. Thanks for the reiteration, of course. That's why it's just going to take time. But, I mean, there's just in the meantime, there's going to be a lot of BS on both sides of what people believe will happen with Trump and Kamala. And then, again, don't underestimate the mom. He said mom. Don't underestimate the market hammering home one idea, and then the minute one thing happens, goes the exact opposite way. And what I mean by that is literally, like I saw in 2016, like I saw in 2021. Again, people thought Biden would crash the market. The market's up hundreds of percent or a decent amount under Biden. Same thing with Trump. People thought Donald Trump ahead of 2016 was going to crash everything. Right when he got elected, it dropped and then popped and went nuts. So it's not necessarily, don't buy into the hype so much about what's supposed to happen to the economy based on who wins. No trades on the yen, no. We're going to see. It's either going to go insane after this Wednesday or that's going to be another pump fake. Why the bounce? I wish I could tell you, but no real reason. Just post hero close. Don't freak out and sell everything. Yeah, and just like, maybe this would be a great way to help you understand everything is like, you don't know what's going to happen based on who wins. All of the politics is bullshit. So, you don't know what's going to happen to the economy when Donald Trump wins. You don't know what's going to happen if Kamala wins. That's why everybody being so certain is a fool, right? To say that it's this. And do I have my own certainty? Yes. But it is based upon this notion that we don't really know what's going to happen. I am very, very well aware that it's going to probably do the opposite, or it won't have to necessarily go 100% what we think is going to happen. But this idea that, this is guaranteed going to happen if Trump wins, if Kamala wins, no, that's just not really the situation.
because you don't know. And again, the way policy, you don't know what policy they're going to bring, let alone you don't know how they're going to execute it and how long it takes. And then again, politics and the advertising and the way people want to misrepresent it, let alone the way these politicians try to advertise what they're going to do. I mean, let me tell you this. I mean, it's been 4 years of Biden saying to tax the billionaires. Have any billionaires been taxed? Any extra? Again, they're still using it as a campaign promise. So it's stuff like that where you don't know what's going to happen, and you got to kind of keep that in mind. Yeah, what they say does play out a lot different. Good to see you. Good to see you serious today, Space Nectar. Good to see you. Good to see you. You wanted to double down on some things on Friday, Good to see you serious on topic. Always love it. Always love it. Yes, the people are still stuck on the ISS. You know that? So those guys who flew there, remember everybody was like talking about Boeing and the International Space Station? They were literally they're literally stuck there. Yeah, it's been 51 days or 52, and I don't think they have a way of getting them back. Or at least they said they're still working on it. Well, I don't know why anybody. I feel you. I don't even want to take a Boeing to Las Vegas. I can imagine taking a Boeing to space. That's insane. I don't know how long they could stay up there. I'm not really too well versed in space, but I saw an article. They're paying X $350 million to get them, SpaceX, to get them back. And then Spy kind of coming down, low ticker, just picked up a couple names right at the highlights. Airbnb look like Google. And then 9:30, oil's hitting another low too. I know a lot of you are asking if we should play that again. It's tempting. It's actually very tempting. And then NASDAQ up 0.5%. Why is that not bigger news? Boeing's had a lot of headlines. I think it's just getting buried away. The Boeing news was bigger earlier, but I feel like everybody kind of forgot in a weird way. On prop firm futures, yeah, they're a scam. I feel like you've been here. I've talked about this a couple days ago in your chat history. You've been here, but yeah. So, end of story. It's a scam. I don't even want to waste my breath on explaining why. It just, if you still fall for it, is going to be one of those. Experience has to teach you. Have you ever been in an arbitrage trade? Yeah, a couple. You know, there's been a cool things we've arbitraged over the years. Even one, someone brought it up the other day, but I don't know if you guys are, like when oil went negative, there was a lot of arbitrage plays, and then there was a lot of other assets you were able to go after. I remember we did SCO. We bought SCO. We bought a volatility index for oil. And then we sold the covered call for more than what the shares were worth. It was wild. So at one point you had to operate, like that was the arbitrage between the equity and the options. But like literally the options paid more than the stock. So you were able to buy the stock
and then short the option and get paid more for the option than 100 shares of the stock out of the money. So you just got free play on it, like dead free, no matter what. That was one of the wildest ones. Again, even there was the arbitrage on Grayscale. I think that one hit if you were willing to take the risk after all of the approvals. The Yee oil, that was Yee. That was great. No play on Procter & Gamble, but I wish we added that to the long term when we talked about it at the beginning of the year. Some of you did, but that was the move, man. But then again, if they have a bad earnings, maybe we could go back into it. You know. What are these? A lot of random plays on the high. SPY still holding, though, and bonds trying to bounce up from here. I need to go to the bathroom again. I've had a lot of water today. I might even get... Do we have carbo? No, just water. But follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Good morning. And I'll be right back.
Of its EV business.
Oh, maybe I won't.
Meanwhile, also taking a look at McDonald's shares rising. This comes after the company announced a sales decline that was less dramatic than what analysts had feared for. The sales drops comes amid a decrease in foot traffic, which is partially due to the company's higher prices as well as customers' increasingly tight budgets. And shares in crypto-linked companies are running into a wall a bit on the day. They were rallying, remember, because the former President Trump this weekend announced an expansion into a pro-crypto agenda at a major Bitcoin conference in Nashville. Speaking of that conference, Trump had some strong words for current SEC Chair Gary Gensler.
On day one, I will fire Gary Gensler. I will appoint a new SEC chairman who believes America should build the future, not block the future. Upon taking office, I will immediately appoint a Bitcoin and Crypto Presidential Advisory Council.
Let's discuss how crypto is playing into this election season with Balance of Power co-host Kaylee Lyons, because of course, as we saw former President Trump really campaigning a little more there in Nashville, we also know from the Financial Times and others that Kamala Harris is also starting to change her tone, apparently, to the crypto community as well, right?
Yeah, Shonali, this really just underscores that being pro-crypto might be something that is attractive for both candidates in this presidential cycle. Obviously, Donald Trump is trying to paint himself as the more crypto-friendly candidate with these ideas of not just firing Gary Gensler, but creating a stockpile of Bitcoin and creating an advisory council. And of course, to use his words, making the U.S. the crypto capital of the planet, which does represent a bit of an evolution for Donald Trump. If you remember, during his first term in office, he suggested that Bitcoin was a scam, that the value of these tokens were made out of thin air. So this is definitely an about face. And in part, you could attribute that to, say, the fact that Donald Trump issued his own NFTs that he was selling. We actually have a great look at that in our big take story on the Bloomberg Terminal and online today. But in part, this is also because there is a lot of money at stake here. We know that crypto PACs like Fairshake have well over $100 million ready to deploy this cycle. Donald Trump himself has already received donations from many crypto heavyweights, including the Winklevoss twins. And of course, even in Nashville this weekend, he was charging over $800,000 a head to fundraise to take part in his crypto roundtable. So part of this is about the money and not just it being spent in his favor, but trying to make sure it's weaponized against his opponent, Kamala Harris, who, of course, as you allude to, Shonali, there's been reporting that she's opening up more to crypto, that she wants a so-called reset with the industry. And I actually spoke with one of the more crypto-friendly Democrats out there, Congressman Wiley Nickel of North Carolina, about that last week. He said he's been working behind the scenes to encourage her campaign to adopt more friendly crypto policies. He talked about that reset on stage in Nashville as well this weekend. And there's a number of other Democrats who are pushing for the policy platform to be more crypto friendly, as they don't want to leave candidates vulnerable given the growing influence this industry does seem to be having.
Just to go back to one finer point here on this idea of a crypto reserve, a strategic reserve of the United States here. It was only hinted at really in broad strokes in that Trump speech, but also again brought up through Senator Lummis introducing introducing a bill. What would this look like?
Well, what Senator Lummis says is essentially that her bill would create a stockpile that the U.S. would have to hold of Bitcoin, essentially saying it would be 1 million Bitcoin over 5 years, and that the government would have to hold that for 20 years. And during those 2 decades, it could be used to reduce the national debt. She says that the goal here is to recognize the fact that Bitcoin is a durable asset. I would just note, Shanali, we have seen Senator Lummis, together with even colleagues across the aisle, like Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, putting forward crypto legislation before. It hasn't always had success in the Senate. And that's really going to be a key here because, yes, Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, if they were president, would have the power to make decisions over things like an SEC chair. But actual legislating, divvying up, for example, the regulatory authority between the SEC and the CFTC is going to have to be an act of Congress. We have seen that moving forward in the House through the FIT 21 bill and others. And it is worth pointing out that Senator Debbie Stabenow of the Ag Committee has also been working on legislation that would give the CFTC more power. She was actually supposed to push forward that with that this week before the Senate leaves for the August recess, but has now pulled it back. It does seem to be a bit of a stalemate, which just supports the idea that, especially considering the House is already home until mid-September, that any actual legislating when it comes to crypto is going to have to wait until at least after the election.
Balance of Power co-host Kaylee Lyons, we thank you so very much for staying all over it. Now let's discuss this more with CoinShares U.S. Head of Digital Assets, Steve McClurg. And I want to start with you on that point of a strategic reserve. What would this really do, and what does it mean for Bitcoin at the end of the day? Can this be something that actually sees the light of day in America?
Yeah, look, I think we really should have a strategic reserve because globally, many countries have several currencies that they hold in their strategic reserve. Most of it is U.S. dollars, but also currencies of other countries. And Bitcoin has really emerged as a global currency for the internet, essentially. So it's a currency without borders. It's a digital currency. And even though it's not the currency of one single country, I think it's very important as you begin to remit payment all over the world using a common currency that's not controlled by one country.
What finances such a reserve, though? I mean, Steve, if you think about the current state of affairs in America, there's a lot of concern about the deficit. Why would you then spend money on Bitcoin?
Well, it really has to do more with inflation. So inflation's been very high for the last 5 years in the United States. It's been high for decades, actually. But in the last 5 years, it's really crept up. And one of the reasons why inflation is so high is because there's not any kind of cap on the U.S. dollar. We can just continue to print more and more of it without any concern as to what's backing it up. We broke the gold standard in the 70s. And right now, there really is no standard. So there is the potential of inflation running out of control.
Well, here's another question. Should that money being used for the reserve be really limited to the Bitcoin that's been seized by the United States, or should there be a bigger effort in your mind?
Yeah, I really do think that there should be a program where you're buying not just Bitcoin, but also continue to buy gold, continue to buy currencies of other countries. But Bitcoin should be a big part of that. So not only taking the seized Bitcoin, which I believe the U.S. government has about 200,000 Bitcoin at the moment, but also purchasing more. But I think more importantly, we do need to start paying down our deficit and controlling spending. Before we can get to a strategic Bitcoin reserve, we really do have to address those two issues, and those really should be addressed in this current presidential campaign.
Let's take a look forward here as well, because there are aspects of the digital asset landscape that were very much embraced by the former president during his speech over the weekend. But there are certain aspects that had a lot more criticism. For example, the idea of a central bank digital currency. This is a massive debate. Where do you stand on it? Should there or should there not be one?
Yeah, I'm not actually a really big fan of a central digital currency for a country. I am a bigger fan of currency that's not controlled or inflated by any one country. Other countries in the past, like, the Weimar Republic or Zimbabwe or Argentina, have let inflation run out of control. And not that the U.S. looks exactly like one of those countries, but we have let inflation run out of control over the last 5 years. And there needs to be some kind of cap, whether it's a backing or whether it's just a use of a neutral currency like Bitcoin.
So moving forward here, you saw, for example, the Marathon Digital announcement about buying new Bitcoin. How do you think companies are going to react to what we saw over the weekend, even if it takes a long time for the United States to shift its strategy? Or
Bitcoin. Isn't that crazy? I think Bitcoin, that's the Trump thing. If he actually does create that, that'd be nuts. A strategic reserve of Bitcoins owned by the U.S., I think that was supposed to be the Mount. Why didn't they just keep the Mount Gox funds then? Oh, I guess because we don't like crypto. What are my thoughts? You going back into crypto? If Trump actually did that, I'd be down to buy some more for the YouTube account. Like if Trump actually won and then was like, yo, I don't know, we got to start a little fund, a little U.S. holding of Bitcoin. We're going to buy some, a strategic reserve. Kind of like Biden. Instead of dumping it, we're going to buy the dip. We're going to buy all the dips, every dip. It's a great dip. Can you believe it? That's what we're going to do. I'd buy if that was the case. Other than that, though, I'd wait until it comes down. Your thoughts on Gary getting fired? Some people have said that losing him would be worse. Is that a trick question? Depend. I don't know. I don't know how good Gary has been for crypto. I mean, granted, you have gotten the ETFs under him, but there's definitely more liberal crypto people than Gary Gensler. So I think you could get a real crypto liberalist. If you want crypto to really thrive, you want a liberal in that position. And I don't mean a liberal in the sense of, telling me that Donald Trump didn't get shot, but like liberal in the sense of economics, and you want someone who wants, Bitcoin everywhere, who wants trade, and they want liberalization of the coin and the token. So but I do think there's a lot more liberal choices than Mr. Gary Gensler. Fintech progressive, yeah. Well, economic liberalization. You know what I'm saying? It's a big deal. It's just like we've seen through all of our economic lessons, but now just apply it to Bitcoin itself, and I'm sure you could see a lot of how, we're in the early days of Bitcoin still. It still has not technically been liberalized, and what we've witnessed, has been, it's definitely spread a lot more in the last couple of years, but that thing still has a long, long way to go. Google 170 new high. I think crude could be coming down because of seasonality. I mean, there's a couple of things going on, but definitely in the next couple of days. It shouldn't happen now. This could all be the front run, but that's why I'm worried about buying the dip, because you do have negative seasonality right around the corners. Google high. This ain't even this. No, yeah, for oil, technically, the oil seasonality hasn't even started. Oil should have been up. If anything, oil is front-running the downside seasonality. It may even rocket. I mean, who knows? If you sell off ahead of the seasonal decline, and then this just kind of might create like a range. And then again, you got to realize whatever happens internationally and global politics, I think that's a whole nother part of oil that you can't even forecast. Senior U.S. officials say election outcome announced by Venezuelan Electoral Commission does not track with quick count mechanisms and other sources. Says will work with international partners on collective path and potential consequences after Venezuelan election outcome. Unfazed flood. Didn't they do good on Friday? Lulu. Oh, I forgot about Lulu. Remember, Lulu had didn't they have that downgrade? They still got earnings right around the corner. Yeah, Lulu got murked on Friday. Beto's on the low. I can't believe Bitcoin even gave up, though. I was really excited in the morning. Yeah, Beto down 1.4. MGM on the high. LVS already had earnings. They were up in the morning. It's a little ironic we're judging other countries' democratic processes. Shut the up. No, but that's what we do, man. It's America. America. And then remember, we kind of have beef with Venezuela. Some of parts of Venezuela like us. Some of them don't. It's a lot of drama. And then remember, we didn't like them until we needed oil. And then we're like, all right, you can sell a little bit. But then we're like, okay, now you can't sell anymore. And then we're like, we'll let you sell oil if you reform your elections and don't punish political prisoners. Don't punish people in politics. It's really weird. And then I get banned for telling you who I'm going to. Wait, what? But yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of story. Ba-da-ba-ba-bap. Follow up, if you could do you favorite a particular asset other than Bitcoin and Ethereum? For crypto? No, those are the only cryptos I like. I wouldn't touch anything else. So I'd be very mindful if you were going to go and try to buy. Again, I'm not on Team Solana. I don't like the Dogecoin. I think some people still like Dogecoin, but I just think Bitcoin number 1, Ethereum number 2, and then that's it. Everything else. I mean, I still have my other shit coins and stuff like that. And, we'll see if they ever come back up in value. But other than that, I mean, not really pushing it. I don't know. I don't think people trade NFTs as much. No, so I still have XLM and all the other stuff, but that was just the hype plays back then. And like we said, I would hold them and I'll wait till they come back and I'll sell off at green if there is another epic rally in crypto. Usually all the dog shit comes back. But if you're trying to make a real investment that is not speculative, I would go with Bitcoin and Ethereum and call it a day. Everything else is just, if you have money, if you're rich and you want to speculate on other things, by all means. But if you're trying to make a serious long-term investment, I wouldn't go for any shit coins or altcoins. Gold trying to come up a little bit, still clap. Stripe is partnering with Solana. That's not speculation. I'm not trying to argue with you. So if you like it, go. Like I said, if you're rich, you could take that risk. But if you're not and you're trying to make like a solid crypto investment for your long term, and that's all you have, and you don't have residual income to blow and waste and sit there for a while. Again, Bitcoin or Ethereum, and call it a day. Stripe is the payment processor. They're pretty big. They haven't IPO'd yet, but they're going to. But again, just if you really want, I'm a Bitcoin maximalist. I think Bitcoin goes a long, long way. And then that's just the safest way to get the exposure. It is expensive. I mean, Bitcoin and Ethereum, but I don't think you're going to... you're not going to have the same volatility. You've been buying Aiden in the meantime? Almost 100 shares? Oh, I have no idea what that is. Remember when Luna was in the same convo as Solana? Solana was like, it was too closely tied to Sam Bankman for me. I don't like none of that shit. Bitcoin and Ethereum. But we'll see. I mean, if there's ever a big discount, I would love to grab some. And then again, depending on who wins the election and what they go about, that might open up the door for Bitcoin and some other things. We'll see. Did rate cut odds come down? I don't know. I don't think so. If anything, I think people are getting a little optimistic. Fed rate monitor tool. Remember, you could check the Zaza as well, but rate cut odds are chilling. They're actually almost exactly the same. No shit. Yeah, rate cut odds have just not moved at all. I think you're probably wondering about the Russell. Just remember, when you outperform like that, you could go down for no reason. So remember, this has been one of the biggest outperformances of the Russell versus the NASDAQ in a very long time. So Russell may not be at all-time highs, but like, again, if you're like, why is the Russell down? Oh my gosh, it's like it doesn't have to be a reason. Look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ fell from 18,600 to 17,000. So you fell 1,600 points in the NASDAQ in 2 weeks, while that same time period, the Russell has shot up 230 points. To this day, it's still up. So one's down 1,600 points, the other is up 10%. So I wouldn't, there's a lot of gap between those two to work their way out, and you're not necessarily going to get a answer every time. So Russell's still doing tremendously well. So I make sure you give it its credit. Otherwise, you might freak out on even when it's doing good. You saw the Bull Cybertruck in Little Italy last week? Oh, what's up, man? You should have said I wasn't driving. It was probably lending tips or somebody in Colt Real Estate. But that's what's up, man. Yeah, we parked it down there in downtown for Comic-Con. That was a lot of fun. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. Bitcoin is the only true deflationary asset class? What about gold? Bibi, Little Italy by Barbusa. Last time I drove by Barbusa, the guy called me names. Sava on the high, still. Well, I guess you could find gold all over the universe. We don't really know how much gold. That is what people have debated for a while. Deer kind of selling down 3 point. That is pretty bad. Deer. Bro, we're chilling. We are chilling. OpenAI board member Adam DeAngel says that general artificial intelligence is likely to occur within 5 to 15 years. That's it. I told you guys that word, right? At one point, they're going to refer to AI as greater intelligence. So now we call it artificial intelligence. But the next wave, see, I guess they're saying general intelligence. Maybe that's where they go there. General intelligence is the next step, and then greater intelligence is the next one after that. Hopefully that makes sense. Like, think about the wording. That's like wildest. No, I don't think they'll think it's God, but they're gonna think it's better. Like, literally, there will be that time where they're gonna be like, yeah, greater intelligence. You know, there was a time when human intelligence, and then there was general intelligence, and then now we have greater intelligence. You know, your greater intelligence vehicle, greater intelligence transportation, greater intelligence investing. Isn't that wild? I think someone will probably make a religion around AI. I bet you one of these AIs is going to become, that's it, one of these AIs is going to be smart enough. He going to be like, I am the prophet. They will follow me. History has shown they have been waiting for me. All religions across the world. I am now the leader. And then some people are like, he's the leader. They're like, nah, watch this. They're like, show us a miracle. He gonna like tell you all of the numbers in pi. And everyone's like, that's the one. He fulfills the prophecy of pi. I'll be like, what? They're like, he's the one who got rid of the Darth Vader. I'm like, this is the plot to Star Wars. It don't matter. He's the one. He's the chosen one. I'm like, all right, man, I guess. I see, and then be like, I forgive you for all your sins. And then he just scrubs all of your past history off the internet like you're Kamala Harris running for What? Get him. Move. Hey, sorry about that brief interruption. Josh had no idea what he's saying. We'll send him to a re-education camp. But anyways, make sure you like the video. Get ready for everything happening in the next couple months. Glad to have you. I'm stupid. I'm only stupid in my desire not to conform. Because it's easier life of less conformity. Amen. They may do you like Kanye. I don't think so. Not really. I'm not that cool, you guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Like, I think a good old car accident will suffice, but, you know, we'll see. Beep. A lot on one. Even tomorrow, everything kicks off a little bit more. Even today after the bell, we're going to get a couple earnings. But by the time you wake up tomorrow, you'll have like 4 or 5 companies that could tell you a little bit about the economy. And then even after the bell, and then you'll get jobs report. We'll already have our, what's it called? We get the Treasury refunding here in about 2 hours. And then before you know it, we will be there. My thoughts on the Olympic ceremony? Just weird. That's it. It just kind of killed my desire to watch. I don't know. I don't want to get involved in the drama. And, you know, lately, and you guys know, lately I'm not really shy of the drama. I'm very, very open with you and willing to tell you what I believe and who I'll vote for. Yeah, big pop on Dollar General. Funny. Chad was just talking about long-term in that. Pretty big, low-key, 116 to 118. A majority of that just happened in 3 minutes. The options are kind of gassed up, but not too crazy. I'd be careful, though. The ones further out the money, really expensive. That's another dollar pop, though. So that thing's starting to go. Is there a headline on that? It's been nice enjoying Red Pill Josh. You've been watching it. That's good, man. But I'm not like I don't fuck with the red pill shit like that. Like I said, you know, I don't know. Maybe I think it's time we create something in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't think you have to like fucking take any pill. You guys should watch out for Big Pharma. You know what I'm saying? But like, it's just something. Because like I don't like the extremes of anything, of any side. Like I'm not into certain things, but you know, it's just a matter of you know, being straightforward and honestly, just don't be scared. I have no other way to tell you that because like I've been seeing a lot of people not be as intimidated, but it's crazy how much intimidation revolves around all of it. So we'll talk about it in a sec, but I'm looking Dollar Tree. If you guys want contracts, January 25. So again, I don't have a headline on Dollar Tree. That thing's still moving. Literally go for the January contracts if you want anything for like 5 to 10 cents. Other than that, it's up to you. I don't have a play on it. Hard mints. I'm double checking. Again, check even Dollar Tree as well. But like I'm saying, January 25 contracts, those are your best bet for any stupid, cheap contracts. It's a big move, but I don't know. XLY and Cisco on the high, and then SPY staying pinned here. Yeah, nothing on Dollar General. Oh, Clorox. Remember, bro, Clorox and Sketch. That was another one. Remember, we thought we were going to hit big on Clorox last time, and then they cucked us. I think we only got like 100% when it was all said and done. I like Clorox, though. I think that thing could move a ton. It's chilling in that range. And do you know they own Ranch in Burt's Bees? The weirdest company in the world. Russell is down 1%. Great call on that. That's wild. SpaceX in talks to land and recover Starship rocket off Australia coast. The rotation is still on. It's definitely taking a breather today. I was just showing RJ, and I think all of you guys need to see this. Just remember what's happened here over the last 2 weeks. So, like, literally last 2 weeks, the Russell is up 10%, while the NASDAQ dropped almost 10%. So the rotation is still in full effect. If anything, the NASDAQ's not killed that bad. It's still holding where you were at like a month ago. But then your Russell is really up there. And the Russell is still below all-time highs in November of 2021. So the rotation's still on. Do you feel it today? Not at all. Because the Russell's selling off. And now we're kind of just, waking up, starting off this week. But definitely in a broader 2-week sense. And the impact of tech stocks down and Russell and everything else up, that has definitely remained, and it's
quite noticeable. It was such a big move in the last 2 weeks. It would behoove thee to not ignore it or to think that it could fade that quickly, because it doesn't. You know, a 10% move on the Russell is big. 8% move back down on the NASDAQ, that's big. So to see the Russell holding and then the NASDAQ down, I mean, that didn't happen for no reason, and that's saying a lot. It's just a question of, does that stay up? So until that changes, I would say we're in the same rotational setup, and that's what's so exciting about this week, because we have end of the month and all of the data and everything and earnings now to confirm whether or not that's going to hold up or not. So yalla. I do like Starbucks in the long term, yeah. It's at 75 though. I prefer 74 to 72, but this is if you're open to, you know, averaging again, and it will go lower. It's kind of like when I bought Nike. Like, I don't know if you remember when I bought Nike, and my average is higher right now, but I just said, I think it'll go down a little bit, but I still bought it just because I didn't want to miss it, in the sense of, like, you know, I don't think I'm going to be perfect, but I was aware of the downside. So as long as you're aware that there's more downside on Starbucks and you could plan around that, then there you go. You consume it. I like it. I mean, I haven't been to Starbucks in a minute, but, I mean, for a good portion of my life, you know, it's good. Spy about that dry. It stayed pinned for a minute. Google's on the high right now. I haven't had egg bites in a minute, bro. It's kind of crazy. I miss the egg bites. I ate so much Starbucks breakfast in my life. I'm over it. I can't describe it to you. And bro, they closed that Starbucks down. You guys know that? That Starbucks I used to always go to. I used to play the elevator music and go and get Starbucks. Bro, they closed it down. Have you guys seen that? I've never seen a Starbucks close, and I finally witnessed it. Have any of you had a Starbucks in your area close down? Because it's mind-blowing to me. That Starbucks was there forever. They closed the one near you? No way. Plenty? Bro, I've only seen that once. And that one was a prime location, downtown San Diego, bro. Oh, prime-ass location. And I'm shocked at how it all played out. I didn't even know they were able to close down. One closed due to the homeless. Decatur Starbucks opened for 90 days and closed. They closed one in your area and opened next door. That's weird. Like, we got to close down and open up next door. You too close by you? Yeah, it's weird, man. So, again, that's just word. Look at their stock price and everything else. But I don't know. You used to not see that, bro. There was a time where Starbucks is, bro. What do you mean Starbucks closed? You know what I'm saying? That's a weird thing. Did you take this picture, Marcus? I'm sorry, I just looked over at my email. Did you take this picture? Because I'm going to steal it if you did. This is hilarious. Look at this. I don't think you guys have ever seen this. You guys know you could plant Donald Trumps? Look at that. Little Trumps, almost ripe. I love it, bro. I'm gonna have to jack this, man. Oh, you found it online? I love it. This is great. It does look like it. It looks like you could plant a couple of Trumps.
And then someone was like, you want to use a loan for a Roth account as a down payment on a house. Loan would be $15K of using a loan. Well, as long as you have that money in the long term. So like if you're doing the little Roth thing where they let you pretty much borrow what you have for a property, again, they're in make sure you designate it's for a property because there is benefits in like a 401k. But yeah, I'm not opposed to it. I think it's a good idea. Just make sure you get a good deal on the house. I don't know, was I on stream or was I on Call Real Estate? I think it was Call Real Estate because I gave them an area that I wanted them to find houses in. But I was just letting them know, because I told them, I was like, listen, you guys find me a deal, but even then, if I don't take the deal, or even if it's a good deal, you guys should take the deal ahead of me. Because I showed them one of my properties I bought a couple years ago. This is probably, I have a couple like this, but this one was a really good one because I bought this one post-pandemic, so you could have replicated it. But literally, just, again, keep the price range lower because these cheaper properties, there's a lot of upside and they're easy to get your hands on. So I have a house, my mortgage is about $800 a month, and it yields for and the rent is $1,800 or $1,600 or something. So, and then the house has increased $100, $200 in value, but just the rent alone, even for these smaller mortgages, everybody can do it. I really think all of you, like I said, if you've known me for 3 years, stuck $200, $300 a month into an account and saved up 10%, you have enough to pull off any of these deals on the cheaper range. But these are the ones I like a lot. That's the funny part. It's not even I like certain higher end deals, but oh, dude, nothing gets me more hyped up than a low cost, low price tag, cheaper house. So do it, man. Do it and look in that range. I think the $150K, $200,000 price range, depending on where you're at, it could go a long, long way. But if you have a long-term 401k and you're going to sell out, I wouldn't be mad about it. Apple releases first preview of long-awaited iPhone AI. And then Google's still going. What is this? CNBC break. Do they have a picture of it? Or is it just like iOS? See if Apple moves. Tom Lee, is it your boy?
I think there is some benefit that small companies are getting from the hopes of a Fed cut. I mean, a lot of these small companies have floating rate debt.
Yeah, the Russell hasn't made money in 3 years.
They would love a reduction in SOFR since they're borrowing that plus.
Absolutely.
So I do think that there's some balance sheet hopes that a lot of these small companies have. If you're in commercial real estate, you're praying for a lot of rate cuts in particular.
Are these flip sides of a coin, though, that you could get maybe a cyclical lift in the economy with the help of lower borrowing costs? I mean, do those go hand in hand?
I'm not sure 2 to 3 cuts are really going to move the needle on the economy. And I think that we can't rule out the possibility that long rates actually stay elevated or even go up while the short rates actually go down. People just assume, oh, the Fed's going to cut, the 10-year yield goes down. That's usually worked.
Was it Wednesday we saw that steepening, and all of a sudden, again, you're looking at the 10-year and wondering, it just didn't, it was not reflected. That was the wrong area to look. It was all in the 2-year.
I'm in the bear steepener camp. And so is Fed cuts going to help me if I'm priced off the 10-year, my borrowing?
If you're buying a house, for instance, that's how Steve and I get into this discussion all the time. Tom, do you want to just quickly respond to that? And then, Steve, I'll bring you in. Tom, just a quick word on the...
Kelly?
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead, Steve. It's fine.
I was just going to say, Peter's right on the cutting edge of what a big question is here. There's a lot of short-term uncertainty about when the Fed cuts this year and how much it cuts. As I showed in my report, the market has 3 built in. Economists say more like 2. But the more important question for all these valuations is how much the Fed actually ends up cutting. The futures market has 150 basis points of cut built in through the end of next year. That might be a little bit aggressive as to how much cutting is actually coming down. And that is key to how the curve reinverts or remains inverted, or how because what would happen is the 2-year would fall, and does it pivot around the 10-year? Or does the 10-year come down with the
curve inverted? And then SPY just had a little popper there. Popper, MO earning. I'm not making a play on MO earnings. So again, the play for earnings on those names was Philip Morris. That's the one with Zinn, and then MO just kind of benefited off of it. and then went crazy as well. But I don't know if MO is going to really have like a crazy earnings opportunity. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing. That's what you got to watch out for. Yepper, smile all the time. Wow. Spot double top right now. For sending houses, do you need the address? Yeah. And I mean, a little bit of backstory goes a long way. You know, like why? What is this address? What does it mean? Have you talked to the person or not? So stay in Cali. I'm assuming property would be in Cali. Well, you could go outside of Cali. I mean, if you want to stay in Cali, your best bet is going to be living in that house then, which is going to be a little different. You could still pull it off, though. But again, because if you're going to live in the house, you could do a FHA loan. But like I'm saying, I'm telling you, I'm not against it. Where like, if you could find, like if I could find a house in like Ohio, Tennessee, Arizona, Texas, maybe not Texas because I don't like the property taxes, but if it was like cheap enough and it had really good value, I would buy it without hesitating. So yeah. Indiana, I love Indiana. Big fan on Indiana. You just got iOS, and it has the Apple AI. I thought we were going to get some things on it, but no. Chop City. Damn, it's already 10:17. What do you like about Indiana? Oh, just a cool place. Just cheap. And there's a lot of job opportunities. I just like the economy of Indiana, depending where. There's schools, there's Boeing, and there's a lot of other places to work around there. And it creates such opportunity. And then the renters have been good. Every house I've bought out there, I can't complain. Every house in Indiana, I haven't had any issues. The renters are awesome. The appreciation has went up. I mean, it's a shame I've never been there, but Indiana is great. You lived in Indiana. You had to move. There's nothing to do out there. That's good though. You know what I'm saying? At least you're moving things around there. That's all. It's all good, bro. It's all good. How do you find good tenants? Well, it's a property manager, but again, area will do a lot. That's what I'm saying. Like, just in general, everybody out in Indiana is like generally good. Like, I don't know how to describe it. I've had a very good luck with a lot, because I have a lot of houses out there in various locations, and like it's generally all of them are pretty amazing. Like, I haven't really maybe I'm used to California. Like, you know, when I compare my my California experience, maybe that's it. No, it has nothing to do with race, but I do think it has to do with like it's the culture of Indiana. They're all like conservatives. They're all like old school, like we're gonna work our job and go to our house and that's it. They just work in there. I think it's a very conservative place, and it's not nothing like California renters at all, and it's very, very good. Yeah, they're very, I think, just a very good culture. I don't know if they'd kick you off their lawn, but yeah, no parties, definitely no parties. Alrighty. You Google good property manager and use the first guy you saw. I had a referral, but he was one of the top guys there. But yeah, I knew somebody in Indiana, and I asked them, and they referred me to this guy. But I'm pretty sure he's one of the top ones out there in Indiana. You ever worry about HVAC units? I worry about them. I haven't had too much bad luck with them, but when I do, it's pretty expensive. I've had to replace maybe like 4 in my life, which compared to my numbers is not bad, but they're fucking expensive, and I hate them. But yeah, I try to, before I buy a house, if it's old enough and I know the HVAC unit hasn't been replaced, then yeah, that's it. All right. Roofs are expensive as well, too. Yeah. I don't like roofs. I like having them, but yeah. Mm-hmm. So we'll see. Man, it's crazy you just asked that, bro. It's crazy he just said, do we have any? Do we have any, bro? He said, do we have any PHILO? Oh, man. I don't have anything in Arkansas, but if you're down to send me some, maybe I can buy one. Arkansas. I want to go to Kentucky. I need a crib in Kentucky. Do you buy all over Indiana or just Indianapolis? It revolves around Indianapolis, but I have more than just one location out there. Mm-hmm. Say, Josh, you got this stuff? You got this stuff I'm looking for? I do, man. I do. Ladies and gentlemen, what's up? Oh, wow. Venezuela has formally declared Nicolas Maduro the winner of the country's disputed election, handing him his third 6-year term. Wow. Wow. On that note, Chatadonia, on that note, we are here. We are living good. We are living glorious. I hope you guys are feeling good. But Chatadonia, it's time, man. We've been here for a couple of hours. The market kind of all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Kind of all over the place. We have a very, very big week. So before, on one of these days, we're not going to have PHILO, I think on Wednesday, because we're going to have PAL. So I hope you guys enjoy this. But let's take a minute and talk about life. Okay? I really like this moment, and I'm really grateful for the fact that we have this moment together. Honestly, man, these last couple of days, I've been making some points, and I'm glad some of you have gotten to witness it. It's been quite the blessing to just be surrounded almost exclusively around people who are really in the game. I've kind of stopped entertaining certain things, and it feels good. So I'm very glad to have you guys here, and above all else, though, Who cares about being happy? Who cares about how you feel? I know that may sound weird because I hope you get something out of this. I hope you benefit out of it, and I hope there is something to walk away with. And why I say that, because usually I would tell you thank you, and usually I would tell you guys good work. But today I'm going to give you something a little different, okay? My question for you to start off, because I am proud of a lot of people, just like I can't lie and tell some of you, like, when I'm like, I love you, not really. It's like I am really proud of you guys, no matter what. Like, there is some of y'all, I really can't deny it, man. I love the work. I love the progress. The way, like, in a world, man, and you see how many people are so lost and how some people are so willfully ignorant and they don't want to work in a certain way, you know what I'm saying? But the way some of y'all do it, man, I'm very, very impressed, and I'm glad, and it's very encouraging, and it's true. Like, you're not alone. Like, you're not the only person who, like, there's still people out there, man, who actually care and are good souls and good hearts, and they care about the right things, the right morals, all of that. So keep it up. And I can't take that away from you, and nobody ever can. I hope none of you ever forget that. But I will ask you this right here, right now. I'm going to come out swinging today. I'm coming out swinging today for the PHILO. As much as I want to tell you how much I love you and all of that, why do you listen to PHILO, bro? What's the point of listening to PHILO and not changing anything? Why do you just like the tingle? Does it make you tingle when you sit there? Does it make you feel excited? Honestly, because this is big, bro. This is big. It's something I even ask, like, dude, it's like sometimes it's like, why? Why do we pray? Why do we look to do certain things? Why do we look to better ourselves? But then we don't actually, like, live it. Oh, I don't. So do you know what I'm saying, man? I'm saying this as just a reminder to never, ever, ever fall into the aspect of just listening. Yeah, man, faith without works really is dead. And it's not always your actions that will define you, but they go a long way. But it's just like, for real, man, make sure you don't get into don't fall into the trap of not really progressing and knowing things, because you got to watch out. It does harden your heart. As somebody who has had their heart both hardened and softened at many, many times, the more you learn and the more you know about something but don't do it, the harder your heart gets. So I hope you all realize that, Make sure if something does speak to you, if there is something out there that gets you feeling a certain way, man, make sure you live it out. Make sure you bring it to life. Okay? Don't fall for the trap of, I'll do it later, I'll do it down the road, or maybe, oh yeah, that's fun, or yeah, it's good, and then, before you know it, just entertainment. You know what I'm saying? It's just, that's all it is. So Chad, I hope you're ready. I hope you're ready, and I hope you feel me. That is my intro, but today's PHILO, man, it's very, very simple. Very, very simple. It's again, I'm going to tell you, man, it's part of the talk I had with my mom. I finally told my mom, I said, Mom, I'm voting for Donald Trump. And then I told my mom, I'm finally telling the Chad. I haven't told Chad in 5 years, let alone I've never voted in my life. But now I finally told him. And my mom, her reaction when I told her this, she said, so? Why is it such a big deal? Who cares? My mom was shocked. And my mom was surprised that I was making a big deal over who I was going to vote for. Even more how you were kind of thinking about it. You know what I'm saying? That's wild. Wild to think about. And it's funny because we talked about a lot of things. We talked about a lot of different things. And we even talked about the whole Olympic stuff and just all of these different things. But there's a good PHILO in all of it. Okay? I hope you realize this one. And this is what me and my mom talked about. So today is a mama PHILO. Are you ready? And I agree with this. I think a lot of us are expecting way too much from the world. And I want you to think about this, Chad. What are you expecting from people? You know? Think about all the people you interact with. Think about all the people you don't know and you see on TV. I mean, hopefully you know the story of Christ. You realize, like, you got to really, I don't know, maybe sometimes I'm like, I wonder how this story would be in modern eras, but I'm glad it wasn't in modern eras, because then maybe you could understand it more with how they treated your Lord and Savior. What are you really expecting from people? The world is supposed to be a certain way. The world is supposed to be filled with certain things. If they put Jesus on a cross, for real though, what are you really expecting? I'm not going to lie to you, bro. I feel relief and I felt disappointment by this thing right here. This one little thing in life. It does boil down to expectations, but it's so amazing how I've been let down so easily by expecting way too much from the world. Guess what? Some of you guys are great people. I love the chat. Some of you guys are amazing. But other times I've expected way too much from you. What have I really expected from anonymous people on the internet? Why are you getting so sad? Honestly, some of y'all, man, I see your chat facts. What was I really expecting from you? Bro, the whole world shits on your belief of Jesus Christ. What were you really expecting? Everybody just wants to steal from you and take your money. What were you really expecting? Bro, you're not really that attractive. That girl is a bot. What were you really expecting? I can make jokes about this, but it's the truth remains. I hope you guys really think about this, because I want you to think about this for your whole week. It's a big week, man. One of the biggest weeks for trading. That's the funny part, because I think expectations in financial markets are going to come up, you know? But, like, you got to really get a reality check, man. What are you expecting from this world? Because if you're expecting too much and it's making you feel a certain way, that's your problem right there. A lot of y'all are getting let down too easy because you are expecting too much. Ooh. I don't know if you feel me. Some of you are let down so easy because you are expecting too much. Like, come on, man. Everything has it's a seed. You know what the seeds are, so why are you being surprised when certain things are coming out? The world is supposed to hate him. You know, and honestly, I'll tell you, this even relates to something. Everyone keeps asking me, what do you think about the Olympics? What do you think about the opening ceremony? And it's just like, I told you, it's just like, it's weird. I don't want to, like, it sucks because I want to watch certain things. But I'm like, it's just funny how, like, the moment people make things weird, I don't even know how to judge it. You could say it's this, say it's, I don't care. It's just like, it gets weird. But can I tell you something? I hope some of y'all see this. Some of y'all really need to get it, man. Do you not realize that the people who mock God, whether they mock it or not, do you realize they believe? This is something that has been making me feel a different way and been opening up my eyes more. Because whether I believe or not, I'm noticing that even in the people who want to mock it, they believe. You have to realize it. You wouldn't be so hell-bent on mocking something if you didn't validate it like that. Does that make sense? the level of validation around it in a weird way kind of makes me double take. Where it's like, wow, this really, like, bro, I bring up Jesus a lot, but, like, some of y'all are bringing up Jesus way more than, like, you get what I'm saying? Y'all making it look like certain things more than anything. Y'all bringing it into the conversation. Y'all bringing up the morality you want to shit on. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just at some point, I hope you guys realize that. And then on the reverse, man, like I'm just telling you, what are you expecting from people? So, Chad, couple of things. I hope you never listen and don't bring it to action. Otherwise, it'll harden your heart. I hope you realize how things are being validated right in front of you, man. And I hope you understand where validation comes from and what gets validated. It's both things that you care about, but also, too, I hope you give validation to yourself. But then, finally, man, the main point of today's PHILO. All I care about to set up this week, man. Watch your expectations of the world. If you feel like you are getting let down, I need you to lower your expectations. If you feel like everything is, oh man, it's out of control, all this, that, what were you expecting? It's the thing I love about this PHILO. In a weird way, it should be an ounce of truth to get rid of naivety. However you say it. But do you feel me? We talked about this even a week ago. But I really hope you could set up this week with an idea of just asking yourself, what were you really expecting? And I don't say this so that you become, apathetic. I say this so you could actually control your emotions better and dive deeper into something you really believe in and care about. And not get turned away because you were expecting such a high bar to make you feel a certain way. And I hope you could validate it yourself, even if other people validate it in one way, but not in the way you were expecting. So, Chad, control the expectations, control the thoughts. Something about all of the data this week and everything else. I think it's going to be an important one. But take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Here on mobile, press hot chat, X off the Chad. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list on my channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Yeah, get ready, baby. Get ready. We got the whole welcome to Monday, baby. Welcome to Monday. Upstream request time. Why doesn't Spotify don't load? I'm trying to load you up with Spotify. Tell the people that PHILO water is back. Ugh. Is it? It won't work. I'm trying to get this up, bro. There it is. I like Ulta. I think Ulta's a really attractive one.
To the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing, then it's needed. And my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. With the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you're willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
That one's called Paul Freestyle. Says a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. Good morning. Is it still morning? It's 10:41 Pacific time. It's Monday. Boston Couriers, they said it crashed. They did. But we here right now. My goodness. We do have a decent amount of time left, actually. We have like 2 hours and 20 minutes. My goodness. SPY is like right at opening candle. It would suck if we went red, but I feel like these Mondays have all started off like this. You know what I'm saying? I feel like all of these Mondays have already been a little bit weird. Disney coming down. I think Snap is going to, well, Snap pre-earnings has already washed me, but I think Snap is going to do good. Again, they got the upgrade. So, like I said, this earnings season, just pay attention. If anybody do get a upgrade or downgrade ahead of earnings, I think it'll be very, very telling. And I think it'll say a lot more. Why are bank stocks dividends going up? Because they're making more money. They do need approval, though. So that's part of the whole, like, stress test. And, like, the Fed needs to, like, approve what they're doing. But in general, I mean, they're making more money. I did not average on Snap yet, no. I still have those shares. I think we have till what, like Thursday? For the earnings? Snapshot. Oh, Snapshot. This is a Thursday. We have a little bit of time. And then when's Meta? Is Meta before, actually? Yeah, Meta's Wednesday. Wait, when's the first? Thursday. So Snapchat's on Thursday. They don't even put Snap. They don't even give Snap a logo anymore. So yeah, Meta will literally run it then for them. How much of the long term is too much to sell in order to purchase real estate? What do you mean? Anything. I would, as long as you are turning your long term into a higher priced asset, why wouldn't you dump it all? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't care. If I'm telling you, I will sell out every single stock if it meant I had a good enough deal. All right, if I had a good enough real estate deal, I would easily do it. I know Snap used to really rule earnings season, but not anymore. I played chess on the treadmill But yeah, I'm not as good. Pfizer and CVS running still, and then bonds through the low. You did miss the PHILO, unfortunately, my brother. Which one was it? Pfizer 39. Damn, Pfizer's about to hit 31. Oh my goodness. I'm both ways on Pfizer, so I have a call and a put. I can make the money both ways. Okay, sorry. But yeah, we had our free calls that we made free like a week ago, and then on Friday I bought a put to protect it. So I have a 34 call for August 16th, and then a 29.5 put for August 2nd. So we got both ways. Out of state real estate, property manager, yeah. That's how you do it all. Again, property managers made my life a lot easier. It's more than possible. Mm-hmm. You say real estate over stock? Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be necessarily real estate. It's just kind of a principle. Like, I believe that if your long-term should be for investments. So if you wanted to sell out your long-term and turn it into a business or a property of more value, I'm always open to that. So if you could take that long-term and turn it into another investment of equal or greater value, that's always a great idea. So especially real estate, the thing I like about real estate is that you could turn a $20,000, $40,000, $100,000 long term, you could turn it into a way, way higher valued asset, and it's not even risky. Having $1 million in real estate, you could put $1 million and leverage $1 million, a lot more riskier than backing it by a property. So I'm a big fan of turning your long term into a real estate. For some, I think your savings and your long term, you could turn it into your first property, and it'll be a good investment. I don't think you're going to be in a worse position by having it. Long term could get you keys up to 100. Yeah, you got 24K. I mean, you could probably not 10% down, 20% down. Yeah, if you do, that's the crazy part. Is like if you get a house that you're gonna live in, then you could get it down for 3%. So now that 24K can go a very, very long way. We have not talked about SoFi plays. They have earnings to actually I need to go get the earnings previews because don't they report tomorrow? But I did do a random play. The random play today was a SoFi call. But yeah, actually, let me go play some shit right now so I could go get the previews because we have a lot of earnings for tomorrow morning. Yeah, we have Tilray. I think Sprouts first five is also a big one. So let me see. And then SoFi, PayPal tomorrow, Pfizer, Procter & Gambling. I can play you guys the State Department. This guy hates his job. Oh, angry Jonah Hill. Nice. All right, let me go get you your previews.
Transparent. And international observers sent to Caracas, as the Brazilian diplomat Celso Amorim or others.
It's certainly something that we're paying attention closely to. I don't have any specific calls to read out for you, though. Go ahead in the back.
Thank you, Vedan. Thank you. The Syrian Democratic Force SDF declared a general amnesty for detained and ISIS members.
Jonah Capitol Hill.
Do you have any coordination on this, and how do you look at this?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of your question.
Yeah, the Syrian Democratic Forces, SDF in Syria.
SDF,
Yeah, so they declared a general amnesty for ISIS members to be released in their prisons. How do you look at this?
So I'm happy to check back on that. I'm not tracking that issue broadly. When we have talked about the issues relating to the SDF, we've spoken about the importance of prisoners being able to successfully be repatriated to their host countries. But I'm happy to check on this.
And separately, if you don't mind, Recently, there have been new attacks on U.S. forces.
Is there any you guys want for today after the bell?
Do you think it is
all I want is first
a sign
five.
that Iranian-backed militias in Iraq
I think all the other ones kind of
threat
suck.
on U.S. assets anytime?
So I'm certainly not going to speak to any threat assessment or get into the details around that, but this is something you've heard us talk about before.
SoFi's in the morning. I'll get that one, but I'm saying for today after the bell.
Proxies,
because there's companies
malign
today.
actors in Iraq who seek to bring harm on American forces or on American installations certainly need to be held accountable and brought to justice. It's something that we believe is
honestly,
important. It's also something
I don't want
that,
you guys to smoke
we know
weed,
that,
but again, you're
Iraqi
better off
officials,
spending your money on weed than
Alex,
playing a weed play.
Please bear with me, but before that,
So like, if you're like, oh, should I play Tilray for earnings? You should probably just buy an eighth and go get high.
The secretary said that
that's not even good advice, but that's what I'm saying.
The voice of the people.
You'll probably get a better return on your investment.
Can you be precise about your assessment?
Don't get mad at me,
Alex.
for
That is exactly
honestly,
what
it's
we
good
are
advice.
working closely in close coordination with partners and allies to unearth, and that is why you saw the secretary call for a publication of the detailed tabulation of votes, and that's what us and other regional partners are looking for as well.
We have also seen some of the like-minded authoritarian leaders of Maduro, let's say his allies, are congratulating him. The Putin of the world, Aliyev, others. Do you think they have compelling information before they jump to a conclusion?
Do you know, Alex, I'm not a spokesperson for those governments, so I will leave it to them.
You know, Alex, I fucking hate my job.
Echoing the secretary,
I really hate
we have
dumb
serious
questions
concern
you're asking.
about these results.
So
and,
I appreciate your
have concerns that they
concern,
don't
but
reflect
shut the
will
fuck up.
and the votes of the Venezuelan people. That is why it is of
Thanks,
great importance
Alex.
that every vote is counted fairly and transparently, and that election officials immediately share information with opposition and independent observers. And on top of that, electoral representatives should publish the detailed tabulation of the votes, and that's what we're looking for.
Thank you. Let me move to my region. On Armenia, Azerbaijan, Special Advisor Bano just returned back from the region, or he was there all last week. Based on your conversation so far, do you hold any hope in terms of some sort of breakthrough at this point?
I'm not going to put a timeline on it, Alex. Of course, this is something that both the Secretary and Coordinator Bono continue to be deeply engaged on, but I'm not going to, I don't have any specific updates for you or a timeline down.
Bono actually making policy?
And any comment on tomorrow's forthcoming meeting between Turkish and Armenian diplomats as part of their efforts to, reconcile?
No, I don't have anything to preview, Alex. Again, I'm just saying that this is something that the Secretary has been focused on and will continue to be deeply engaged on it. Daphne, you've had her hand up.
Thank you. Just on Sudan, have you gotten any response from the staff on whether they'll attend the August talks in Switzerland?
We have not. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Did the U.S. launch any protest with the French government over the Olympics starting when they did the whole insult of Jesus?
Sorry, did the United States do what?
Lodge any protest with France over the insult of Jesus, what they did during the starting of the Olympics?
He said the U.S. gets mad that you insulted Jesus.
Jesus is our Muslim prophet as well. Any condemnation?
Yeah, I'm not tracking that there was an insult to Jesus at the beginning of the Olympics.
Oh yeah, Jonah Hill.
Something that we would raise.
Jonah Hill says, "I don't see no Jesus attack."
So
okay.
Don't have anything for you.
Congresswoman Nancy Mace has introduced a bill where she has asked that the Taliban regime in Afghanistan be designated as terrorist organization. I don't know if you're aware or not, but TTP on Pakistan's side under the U.S. Justice Department is a terrorist organization, but Taliban over there are not. So she has passed this bill. Do you agree or do you support such a bill or no?
I'm fairly certain the Taliban is a designated terrorist organization, Jalil.
In Afghanistan, no, they're not, sir. But just so you know that Taliban in Afghanistan are not designated terrorists.
I think I don't think that's
that is the case. Just last one. Just last one, please. Today, 93 member of Parliament's the Election Commission has moved them to Imran Khan's party, the PTI. The election rigging and all the things have been mentioned to you several times. Are you happy to hear that now justice has been served and the political party has got 93 members back?
So look, Jill, as it relates to Pakistani domestic politics, that is certainly not for us to determine. That is for the Pakistani people to decide. What the United States is always going to do, we're going to partner with the government that is serving in the interest of the Pakistani people and the United States' interest, and that has historically been our approach to Pakistan. Goyle.
Thank you, sir. Two questions.
Yeah.
One, thousands of protesters were here when Israeli Prime Minister Mr. Netanyahu was here.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to bring something from my Indian American community and also millions of people around the globe and here in the US. When a US flag was torn down, insulted, and burned down, and they took out from the pole and put their own flags.
Mm-hmm.
It was condemnation around the globe, including here. And people are in painful to see this event here in Washington, D.C. So what message our Secretary of State or this department is getting from around the globe diplomatically, and also at the same time, sir, what message you think those protesters were sending?
So I'm not going to try and get in the mind of what message those protesters were trying to send. Matt spoke to this a great deal last week. We, of course, respect and welcome everyone's right to peacefully protest, to make their points of view heard. We certainly would not support or condone not just the burning of the American flag, but the replacing it with paraphernalia and flags that are evocative of Hamas, which is what we saw happen last week. But again, we support and welcome people's right to peacefully protest, but the scenes that we saw at Union Station last week, that was certainly not that.
Sir,
Doc, go ahead.
second question.
I'm going to work a little bit. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vedant.
Yeah.
Why isn't the UN peacekeeping force in Lebanon, UNIFIL, doing its job? Why has it become a farce? And what can the U.S. exert to get UNIFIL to stop Hezbollah?
So I will let the United Nations speak to any efforts or any role that they're playing in Lebanon. What I can say from the United States perspective is that we are, again, focused on coming to a durable diplomatic solution that will allow for citizens on both sides of the border to be able to safely return home.
Okay, and then once again, Hezbollah has fired thousands of rockets at Israelis, and yet now, when Israel is forced to issue a reprisal, there are calls for restraint against Israel. Why isn't the U.S. holding Lebanon scot-free in all of this? And where is Lebanon's army to stop Hezbollah?
So let me just be very clear about this. At the beginning of this briefing, we clearly condemned Lebanese Hezbollah for this attack on a soccer field. And simultaneously, we continue to believe that Israel has every right to defend itself, especially from terrorism. All right. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, go.
Question. The UN should renew the UN UNIFIL mandate by the end of next month, August. Will the U.S. ask for changes in the mandate, or?
I'm happy to check on that, Michelle. I'm happy to check with the team. I'm not sure the details behind that, but I'll look and get back to you.
Yo, AIU.
Thanks, everybody.
Definitely.
Thanks, everybody. I can hate you. That's what he wanted to say. All right, good. I put out a stream alert. We're going to do earnings previews here in a second. So, again, we have earnings both today after the bell and tomorrow. I'm only going to go over first five in Symbiotic. There's still a couple like Lattice and Tilray and Sprouts if you're interested in that. And then tomorrow morning, there is SoFi, PayPal, Pfizer, Procter & Gamble, Corning, and Merck. Those are the ones I'm going to go over. And then there's going to be a couple more. No, I don't think KJP quit. That was just a different meeting. I don't think KJP was live for now. So we'll see. We will see. Ba-da-bop-bop-bop. I'm in a call. All right, I think it'll be some good time here. Let's see what we have. Hold on, it needs to load. We're doing nothing, man. It's kind of crazy. Dow Jones right at break even. The Russell is murdered, but still heavily elevated. And then the NASDAQ and SPY They're kind of matched up there, but not up as much as they were earlier. So let's begin with our first earnings, first 5 networks. This thing's actually usually a big mover. So Cape, I think, didn't we hit last time on first 5, but then it like cucked us. So like you had a little bit, but depending on how you played it out, that one was a cuck, but it was a big move, if you recall. So first 5. They're expecting revenue of $685 million versus guidance of $675 to $695. Non-GAAP gross margin 82.6 versus guidance of 82 to 83. Non-GAAP operating margin 32.3%. EPS expected to be $297 versus guidance of $289 to $301. Deferred revenue $1.81 billion and billings of $687.2 million. Next quarter expecting revenue of $718.4 million. Non-GAAP gross margin of 82.5. And non-GAAP operating margin of 34.7 on EPS of $3.34 a share. Deferred revenue $1 or $1.82 billion. Billing $718.5 million. Full year guidance for next quarter or for full year September 24th. EPS growth 7 to 9% year over year. Revenue down 2% to flat year over year. Since last quarter, April 29th, first 5 is down by 4.2. SPY is up by 6.3 and XLK is up by 7.2. Near-term options imply a 7.6% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 9, gain of 1, gain of 2, gain of 6. Revenue has beaten 16 of the last 20 quarters with 3 in line. EPS has beaten 19 of the last 20. And forward quarter guidance has beaten 6 of the last 20 comments or quarters comments. So that's first 5. Honestly, they moved last time they moved 9, but then they bounced up 5% between the last earnings and now. So they don't have any weeklies. So this pricing is going to be a little skewed. And again, they are today after the bell. So this is one literally right after the bell. Right here, right now, huh? 180. We'll use a 180. Take the 590 plus the 710. Wow, so expensive. $13. So 7% priced in. This says about 7.6. So yeah, kind of a lot. It moved big last time, but I think first 5 has the ability to move, but the option chain is telling you that it is not cheap. Okay, it is definitely not the cheap option, my friend. Not the cheap option. I don't know what to tell you, brother. I don't know what to tell you. This is for first 5 today after the bell. I forgot. I could just go to the next one. Yeah. I have no idea what that says. Symbiotic, I think. Yeah. So next one is SYM. I'm not going to play first 5. They could move, though. If you really have an idea or if you know a little bit more, just share-wise, that thing could move. But the options are pricing in a ton. Remember, it hit for like 2 seconds last time, and then it faded, and then I think you could have just bought the normal ones. Like, you could wait till after earnings if you really wanted to. So next one is Symbiotic. This thing goes crazy, or it has at least before. They're expecting revenue of $464.5 million versus guidance of $450 to $470. So right there in the middle, gross margin 20.1, adjusted EBITDA 6% versus guidance of 6 to 6.2, EPS 6 cents a share. Next quarter expecting revenue of $516.9 million, gross margin of 20.7, adjusted EBITDA margin of 7.5%. EPS expected to be 7 cents. Price history since last quarter, Symbiotic is down by 9. SP 500 is up by 5.6. XLI is up by 0.4. Near-term options imply 15% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 11, loss of 24, gain of 40, and then gain of 51. So that's crazy. Last earnings, they went up 11, and then on the quarter, they went to down 9. So that means from the last earnings till now, they've moved, what, 20%? Literally from earnings, they moved down 20% after popping up on their last earnings. Revenue has beaten 7 of the last 8 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 6 of the last 7. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 0 of the last 7. And short interest is 28%. Wow. So that's SYM, Symbiotic. Oh, they have weeklies too. Today's Monday, right? How can you tell what they're pricing in? Very simple. Check the tutorial. Check the tutorial on the watch list or on the description, how to price options, but I'll do it right in front of you. You take the at the money price. So the 36s is the one we'll use, 370. That's the ask price. Add that to the call side, 320. That leaves you with 690. That's about right here. That says 689. That's the same number. And then divide that by the current price. And there, my friend, is what the market maker thinks the stock is going to move. In this case, it's 18.9. That's disgusting. Yeah. So it's pricing in a shit ton. Even then, if it does double that, you might still hit if it has one of those big ones. But yeah, that's pricing in a lot, bro. 18.9 is your break even on one direction. So again, why this is important, if you didn't see, like McDonald's, they ended up going up, but they were pricing in 4.3. So if you did the 4.3, like literally, you would have made money if you went within one standard deviation. You made like 75 to 95%. But then once you went outside of the money, if it moved what was expected, you're not going to make money on that play. So if you plan on going out of the money and it doesn't move more than 18%, you're going to be screwed. That's something you got to keep in mind. So that's Symbiotic, but then I think that's it. Those are the only ones that I think are worthwhile for after the bell. So we'll see. Symbiotic. Well, if it dies, again, this thing has moved 50%. There's been 2 earnings. It's moved both 40 and 50%. So it's pricing in 18.9 one way for literally one standard deviation. That's expected move. So there's a high price already involved. You need like a blowout miss or beat to be able to make money on that. So that's Symbiotic. The next one, my brethren, it's going to be SoFi. It looks like I put Soapy, but it's Sophie. SoFi Stadium. So, SoFi, they're expecting adjusted net revenue $564.4 million, interest income $666.1 million, haram, interest expense $276.5 million, net interest income $393.1 million, non-interest income $176.9 million, adjusted EBITDA $121.2 million, EPS 1 cent, total financial services products $11.1 million, originations $4.49 billion, and $15.1 million total accounts. Next quarter, expecting adjusted net revenue of $607.1 million. Interest expense $285, interest income $685 million, net interest income $407.7, non-interest income $204.9, full value adjustments lending loss of $15 million, and then adjusted EBITDA of $161.2 million and EPS of 3 cents a share. Full year guidance revenue $2.39 billion to $2.43 expected, EPS of 8 to 9 cents. Since last quarter, April 28th, SoFi is down by 5.8%, S&P is up by 7.5%, and XLF is up by 6.3%. Near-term options imply 13% move. Last 4 quarters, loss of 10, gain of 20, gain of 1, and gain of 20. Revenue has beaten 11 of the last 12 quarters with 1 in line. EPS has beaten 9 of the last 12 quarters. Forward quarter revenue, has beaten 1 of the last 7, and short interest is 18%. So that sucks. I thought they did good last time. So last quarter they dropped 10%, and then they ended up going up 5% in the meantime. It was 2 quarters ago. I remember we were looking at it. It went pretty nuts. But I guess last quarter it did not do good. So there's my random play. SoFi, Soapy. So you guys should know the deal with some of these, though. We'll do the pricing real quick. We'll do the 750s. 46 plus 65. That's like $1.01. $1.11. Yeah, that's exactly right here. So here's the problem. It's pricing in $1.11. That's a shit ton. So divide that by 730. You're literally pricing in 15% higher than what the preview says. So you need 15% to break even, 30% for 2 standard deviation. I think that's going to be really expensive. And then if you guys are familiar, if you've done enough of these earnings plays, if you were going to look at the play, I mean, you should know how I view these plays. So there's one thing I'm probably not going to do on this play. Does anybody know what it is? I don't think I'm going to play it at all, but there's something you gotta know. Yeah. No puts on this. I'm probably not going to buy puts on a play of this caliber. So any of these plays, when they're super cheap, if the stock is like $2, it's a penny stock, it's $7. Even if the stock is like $20, sometimes the puts don't make any sense. Because even then, if the puts are pricing in 15% break even, if you buy a $2 put, the max you can make on a put of $2 strike price is $200 a put. And that's if the stock goes to zero. So there's just less. Yeah, you're better off either going with shares, shorting, or going long on shares. But then I would stay away from any of the options to the downside, especially if there's a high premium involved. So no play on this one. I think it's pricing in a ton. You need about, a 15% break even, 30% for 2 standard deviations. Unless you wanted to just play the shares, that's on you. I don't know, though. Because I remember it was 2 quarters ago, they had a big earnings, but then it faded every single time. Yeah, you bought a put, it went down 30, only went 200. Yeah, it's kind of, remember those Snapchats? I remember we made like 600%, but then it was just like still small. And I think a lot of people realized they didn't really get what they thought they would. You could do a credit spread or iron condor, yeah. Just make sure you balance out the back end. So, like, you don't have to pay too much just in case it blows out. Because you don't want to be on the wrong end of a surprise and then have multiple contracts. That's the only way it'll kill you. Okay, so that was Sophie. The next one is PayPal. The PayPal. Where are the PayPal? You find my long term for this channel. Go to the post tab, Habibi. The PayPal. PayPal. So PayPal is expecting revenue of $7.82 billion, implies 7.3% growth versus guidance of 6.5% year-over-year. Non-GAAP operating margin 16.4, EPS 98 cents, total transaction volume 417.5 billion, ending accounts 427.3 million. Take rate 1.81%, transaction margin 43.2, full year guidance, free cash flow $5 billion, share repurchases at least $5 billion, non-GAAP effective tax rate approximately 22%, GAAP EPS 365. Since last quarter, April 29th, PayPal is down by 13, SPY is up by 6.7, XLF is up by 5.4, near-term options imply 9.2% move, last 4 quarters gain of 1, loss of 11, gain of 7, and loss of 12. Revenue has beaten 8 of the last 20 quarters with 9 in line. Jeez. And EPS has beaten 16 of the last 20 with 2 in line. Forward quarter revenue has beaten 9 of the last 19. Whew. So they just like to do absolutely nothing. It says it's pricing in 9. That's kind of a lot. So again, last earnings, I believe it moved up 1% and then it moved down 13 or 14% leading into all of that.
All right, we'll use the 59. 229 plus 259 is 488. That says 483. We'll go with 483. Divide that by 58. Don't know why I'm talking like this is a song that don't rhyme. Hey, 8.2% priced in. So a little lower than where the preview was saying. The other ones were higher. So you still need about 16% to surprise. The only thing I like about it is the pin. So if they could turn it around or they do bad, this thing could go either way in either direction. Yeah, that one's tough. Because I like PayPal for many reasons, but let's see. Let's see if there's a surpriser. What would that be? 2 standards is like, what do you need? 483. $68. 30, half the price of a share. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird one. Oh, wait. Why does it say I have a play in the random? I forgot it. Chad got one? Nice. We'll just keep the random play then. That's good enough for me. All right. That's PayPal. The next one up on the list. Pfizer. So I really like Pfizer, and we already have our plays, but remember, Pfizer literally does not move on earnings. So unless they could get a big turnaround story, it's probably not going to do much. So Pfizer is expecting revenue of $13 billion. I'm not going to go over every unit. Expenses, SI&A, $3.49 billion. Adjusted R&D, $2.8 billion. EPS expected to be 46 cents a share. Since full-year guidance, revenue $58.5 to $61.5 billion in revenue. EPS, $2.15 to $2.35 a share. Since last quarter, April 30th, Pfizer is up by 18%. SPY is up by 8.2 and XLV is up by 7.3. Near-term options imply 4.7%. Last 4 quarters, gain of 6, loss of 2, break even and loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 12 of the last 20 quarters with 2 in line, and EPS has beaten 16 of the last 19 quarters. So I forgot. It moved a decent amount last time. Let's see what's priced in. We'll use the 31s. 68 plus 86. $1.54 divided by 30.8. 5% exactly. So literally, it's pricing in near what it moves last earnings. 5%, and you need about $3 move for 10%. So literally, those plays we're in right now, the 34s, they're right around there. So I already have a put and a call on this. I'm not going to add any more. If you are confused on, I already made all of my plays a while ago. So that's the problem. Let me see if I can link it. Yeah, so this was the call. If you recall, I bought these when they were like, 5 cents or so. So these plays went up to 5 cents. I bought 100 of them. They went up to like 7 or 8. I sold out, kept 20 for free. These were the 34 calls. And then I also bought the puts on Friday. I bought 5 of these for 20 cents, and then they shot up here to around 30. So, ta-da. You don't need to do the math. It's next to the money sign. Yeah. So if you've watched the tutorial, I'm well aware of that. I just like to double-check and confirm it and put it in, because sometimes this number will be different from this number, and then you'll get a different number. So I like to calculate it myself, and then I go with the number in the middle. Ta-da. So that is Pfizer. That's up to you. I'm already locked and loaded on it. But I don't know. That's kind of pricing in a lot. But like I said, kind of like 3M, if they could surprise, I think there's a lot of upside on that one.
Your name is Josh Love, and you said Josh is a smart boy. Your account was created 2 days ago. So I don't like you. Okay, I'm banning you. All right? That's not going to fly. Just be yourself, be normal. But the new account to bribe me with fake love is not going to work. So let's get back to our earnings previews. Just be yourself, buddy. Be yourself. Thank you. So continuing, Procter & Gamble, that's the next one. Procter & Gamble. We've hit a Procter & Gamble. Remember last time? I think we did good. So Procter & Gamble expecting revenue of $20.73 billion, organic growth 3.2%, gross margin expected to be 49.8%, operating margin 20.4%, EPS $1.37 a share. Full year guidance revenue 83.65 to 85.29 billion. EPS expected to be 649 to 655. Price history since April 18th. Procter & Gamble is up by 7.6. S&P is up by 9.0, and XLP is up by 6.3. Near-term options imply a 3.1% move. That's not a lot. Last 4 quarters, gain of 1, gain of 4, gain of 3, gain of 3. Revenue has beaten 15 of the last 20 with 2 in line. EPS has beaten 17 of the last 20 with 2 in line. Procter Gambling. It does. Remember last time it wasn't pricing in a lot. We got lucky. I think it had a bigger continuation than actual earnings. So we'll see. I kind of have an idea with this one though. We use the 170s, 249 plus 260, 509. So see, this is what I was saying here. Like look at the money says 617. This one says 488. So I don't know. In the middle would be like what? 525? We'll use a middle number. 525 divided by 169. 3%. Exactly what it's moved. Exactly what it has moved. So $10 would be I don't know if it'll move $10. What? How come they don't give a good cheap price, Habibi? Well, I kind of liked it for the downside only. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Exactly. Exactly my same exact line of logic. It is consumer heavy. It's not the same. It's like, again, it's a consumer staple more so than discretionary, but it is still consumer heavy. And they're coming off of good earnings. Literally for the last year, it's gone up on every single one. So I don't know. I think the downsides aren't too bad, but you just get lucky on that one. It could cuck like McDonald's. That's why I don't know. I don't want to force it. Let's finish all the other, because I don't have a play yet. Let's finish the other ones. Actually, we only have 2 more left. And then let's see. So that's Procter & Gamble. Not too much. The next one is Corning. GLW. Remember your boy Joshua Brown from the CNBC has been a make a pump of this one very much. The one we were just talking about was Procter & Gamble. PG. Going on your tape of CD. All right, so GLW Corning, they're expecting revenue of $3.55 billion versus guidance of $3.6 billion. Gross margin 37.1%, operating margin 16.7%. Equity offerings 8 million, EPS 46 cents versus guidance at the high end of 42 to 46. Cash from operations 491 million, free cash flow 180.3 million. Capital expenditures 268.4 million. Price history for quarter 2 since April 29th. GLW is up 34.6. SPY is up by 6.3 and XLB is up by 0.4. Near-term options imply 5.8% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 5, gain of 7, break even, and gain of 2. Revenue has beaten 13 of the last 20 quarters with 6 in line. EPS has beaten 15 of the last 20 with 1 in line. 4-quarter revenue has beaten 5 of the last 13 quarters. So not bad. That's Corning. So literally, last earnings, the stock moved up 5%, and then post-earnings, the stock moved up 30%, as everybody upgraded it and CNBC pumped it. So keep in mind, it had a way, way bigger post-earnings move than actual earnings move. So $1.25 plus $1.15. Ain't seen no wires, and then a hard bone from the chapel. So 240, 219, we'll go to 240. Call it a day. Divide by 40, 254. 5% priced in. Exactly here what it moved last time. So I don't know. I just think it has a lot of juice. This is Corning, GLW. So again, it's moved up a shit ton from its last earnings. So that's where it's getting, that's what's factoring into all of it. Was what? It's like $5 will be 2 standard deviations. Yikes. Did they get upgrades? I think that went to the downside. Where do I get my newswire? YouTube.com/thestockmarket. So the only place you could get it is here exclusively. So welcome to the cult. It's free 99. I am a Trump supporter, so I don't know if that changes anything. But that's a new development. So I guess you could say brought to you by Trump supporters for free. Trump supporters for peace is my coalition. So I don't know if you like. We also have Democrats for Trump. You could be involved in that as well, too. Yeah. GLW to the downside. That could be interesting. All right, ready for the last one? Last one is Merck. So Merck expecting revenue of $15.87 billion. Expenses, R&D, $3.52 billion. SG&A, $2.75 billion. EPS, $2.16 a share. Full year guidance revenue $63.1 billion to $64.3 billion. EPS $8.53 to $8.65. Since last quarter, Merck is down by 0.9. SPY is up by 7. XLV is up by 6.4. Near-term options imply 4.2% move. Last 4 quarters, gain of 3, gain of 5, gain of 2, loss of 1. Revenue has beaten 17 of the last 20 quarters. EPS has beaten 16 of the last 19 with 1 in line. Man. So, again, a lot of these aren't really pricing in that much. Keytruda. Got any play? I only have Pfizer. That was an old play, but I don't think I added any new plays here. So Mac 264 plus 310 is 574. It's about right. Divide that by 127.34. You're left with 4.5%. My goodness. So a little bit higher. Again, it hasn't really moved more than that. The biggest one is 2 earnings ago. And that's weird. They've moved 3 per. Merck has barely moved from their last earnings. I don't like it as much. I like Procter & Gamble to the downside. I think GLW to the downside. I think Pfizer both ways. And I already have the Pfizer play. I don't have a play on PG and GLW. And then PayPal calls if you're feeling lucky. And then that's it. So, yeah, that's all. I don't have a play on first 5. I think first 5 can move, but it's pricing in too much. That's what I don't like about it. First 5 is only pricing in like 3. Last time we played it, it was only pricing in like 3%, I'm pretty sure. So I'm not a fan of how much it's pricing in. That one does not get me excited. Yeah, so no first 5 plays. If you have anything else, though, you let me know. I got you. Any questions? It's 11:30. We got great time. We have 30 minutes till power hour. We've gone over the previews. I'm only going to literally, the only play I'm writing for tomorrow earnings is Pfizer. So we've gone over a lot of the previews, but I'm not really liking anything. Tuesday close. We're going to do those tomorrow. So AMD, Microsoft, I'm going to do all of those previews. Maybe follow me on Instagram. Maybe I'll just post all of the previews ahead of time on Instagram. It's been a good place for pictures. I've been using it. I'm telling you. I've posted more on Instagram in a week than I did all like a year or 2 ago, man. So I'll run it. Run it, baby. Run it. But I think that's it. I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. We are done with our earnings, and I'll BRB. Burb.
Talked about. So eyes will be on that. Also wanting to take a look closely at wearables. The previous quarter, wearables didn't do so hot. Obviously, there's the conflicts regulatory-wise with Masimo that prevents the blood oxygen feature from working on new unit sales of the Apple Watch. We're going to want to see if services continue to do well. And the big thing, obviously, is the biggest revamp to the iPad happened. The biggest revamp in 5 years, I should say, to the iPad Pro happened in May. So we're going to want to get some insight into the performance of the iPad line because of those upgrades. Quite a few people were waiting out for those. So you want to see if that pent-up demand did create some revenue boost for Apple.
Mark, what are the smart questions to ask about iPhone in China? Because we got the news last week from IDC that iPhone shipments there slid 3.1% in the June quarter. Huawei surged ahead. You had other smartphone makers surge ahead. What's a smart question to be asking about China?
Well, I'm not sure that the smart question is going to elicit any answers if you're asking about on the call, answers of material data point, right? I think what Apple is going to stick to its party line. They're going to say we're going to present our numbers when we present them, and we're not going to speculate as to why these analyst reports say one thing and our data probably says something different. If you look at the analyst reports from IDC and other sources over the past several months, it's sort of been a roller coaster. Some quarters it says numbers are sky high. Some numbers say it's deep into the bottom of the ocean. So it's really unclear, and I'm not going to get into what they're speculating on. It's super unclear what their numbers are even based on. If they're based, I don't understand how a research firm can get a hold of actual unit sales of the products. They're not getting it from anyone inside of Apple. They're probably aggregating data based on receipts into email traffic. There's some cookies that can give you that data set. They're probably looking at how many people are buying them at the stores, probably seeking shipment data from the suppliers. I don't think there's a way to really get a really good hold on that data unless you're getting it direct from Apple. So I'm going to wait and see what Apple has to say.
Okay, well, we'll certainly be watching closely on a Thursday when we do hear from the company after the market closes. Mark Gurman, Chief Technology Correspondent for Bloomberg, joining us out there in LA. Make sure to subscribe to Mark's newsletter as well. We are looking right now at a mixed market. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ are in the green, just barely. The Dow, though, down 0.1%. Coming up on the other side, we're going to speak to the president president and CEO of the American Bankers Association. It's the largest banking trade association in the U.S. Before that, though, a check on the latest world and national news. We got Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hi, Tim. Former President Donald Trump has agreed to be interviewed by the FBI for the investigation into the January 13th assassination attempt at a rally in Pennsylvania. Investigators say they believe the shooter, Thomas Matthew Crooks, used foreign-based encrypted email apps before the attack to conceal his online activities. The FBI had said its investigation into the shooting is ongoing, but has also started releasing more details of the probe now. Vice President Kamala Harris is zeroing in on a group of potential running mates as she faces a 2-week dash to make the biggest decision of her presidential bid. Harris is considering a wide range of vice presidential candidates from the bench of the Democratic Party, although people familiar with the process say there's a short list that's coming together, including 3 elected officials with nationwide appeal: Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Novak Djokovic dominated rival Rafael Nadal at the start, then held off a comeback attempt to win 6-1, 6-4 at the Paris Summer Games in the second round in the 60th and likely last head-to-head matchup between the two tennis greats. And we're keeping track of the medal count for you right now. The U.S. has 15, France has 14, and Japan has 12. France and Japan also has the most gold medals with 6. And that's global news. We bring it to you 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
Is your business drowning in paperwork?
Oh, this is the commercial. Bro, this is the bro, I've seen this commercial so many times. Ever since I started playing the Ja Rule, this is the Ja Rule one.
Your partner for smart business buying.
I see they had it in the background, bro. It was great. It was great. My goodness. Well, Chattadonia, we're done with earnings previews. It is 11:35. We have an hour and a half. Quite the day. We have been kind of selling off here for like an hour, so we still got to deal with all of that. But I hope y'all feeling good, man. Bring you on stream. Who are you? Are you cool, Connor Poliferone? You don't have like a cool like a profile picture. Let's see, man. What do you do?
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Today, I'm going to show you guys how I've been using the standard deviation.
Oh, wait. Standard deviation? What? Oh, I think I do like you a little bit. That's what I'm talking about, man. Wait, I feel like I've seen you before. Did you change your name? Bow, 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 bow. I liked it, man. Oh, you have some cool videos. I think you stopped posting them, though. That's what happened, bro. Would you like to be my apprentice? You think so? Just give me some houses. Let me hold on. I'm doing some stretches right now too. I would be your apprentice. Oh man, we'll see. Oh, boiler room trading? Yeah, wait, what happened? Why did you trade? I was gonna say, right? I swear I've seen you before, but you changed it around? You kind of look like Mr. Market. Do you know Mr. Market? Wait, what the fuck? What, did YouTube clap you, bro? Because they clapped me, bro. Yeah, they cloaked you? Yeah, bro. Welcome. What happened? Did you say you were voting for Trump or something? Or what was it? That's what I do. This is so weird. Honestly, man, I feel bad. Because I remember seeing you before. Like, I do, like, way back in the day. No, for real, bro. Y'all don't, like, that's what, like, y'all don't get. Man, all you make one false move, bro, YouTube will clap the shit out of you. Like, that's crazy. But yeah, email me, bro. I'd love to talk with you, man. I remember you back in the day. Like, even then, when I had, like, less than, like, 20,000 subs and shit. That's sad, YouTube hoeing you like that. Bow, bow, bow. That's so weird. YouTube's out for souls, bro. I don't want clout, to be honest. That's cool. Even then, we could talk. Maybe we could just talk about YouTube stuff. Because that's it, man. I don't know. The OG days of YouTube were cool, man. I don't know. Now I don't even know what the experience is like for everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what it's like for, like, a new guy getting into trading now, because I feel like they're only exposed to whatever Google overlords will allow. Bow, bow, bow. We got banned of the shadow. I think a lot of people have, man. It's real. People don't get it. It's real. YouTube. Well, I don't know, man. It usually depends. Most of the time, I feel like it's off politics. That's what really gets it. Or just, again, sometimes, even if your fan base kind of just, like, gets weird with you. Like, that's the thing. Like, sometimes if you just have, like, a select group of people who, like, only watch your video and then they interact with it weird, that's it. Those are the gatekeepers. So then all your videos get gate kept. And then that's it. Oh. Remember when you type 8FMT and get high quality? I do remember some of those. Some of the URL tricks on YouTube. Oh. I'm stretching right now, too. I hope you guys get some. You're clapped. Don't be clapped. Get a long term. That's it. Everybody needs a long term, too. That's the thing that goes a long way. No matter what. You got a crystal ball handy? Do you think we're close to what? Josh being an open Trump supporter in 24 is all about it. I love it. It was weird, but I'm not the only one though. I feel like I'm seeing a wave of people coming out of the closet because I think people are just kind of sick of it. And then at the same time, it's like it's a little intimidating at first, but I don't know, man. I kind of like my mom's. I like my mom's take on all of it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I like my mom's. She's like, why does it even matter? Like it's kind of weird that it's even a big deal and everybody acts so like. So crazy about it. It's kind of weird. Oh, PG? Yeah, of course I could put it up there. We just had the Merc. Again, I already have my Pfizer plays. We did all of our earnings ones, so it's up to you guys on whatever you want to hold or not. A lot of YouTubers hold their opinion because of the shadow banning. But yeah, that's the point, though. If everybody kind of came together, but who cares? They want the money, bro, the money. Oh, I typed in Pfizer. I'm sorry. I got Pfizer on my mind. My bad. My mom actually didn't tell me who she was going to vote for. My mom was just genuinely shocked that I was making a big deal about it. And she's like, so what? Who cared? It was very funny. I'm like, damn, man, my mom even kind of putting it into kind of giving me a reality check. And then bonds came up a little bit. My goodness. You're able to separate both rows. It's good, man. It's good. You voted Democrat your whole life and finally woke up. Wow. Well, congratulations. I'm glad, man. I hope you're just happy too. You know what I'm saying? Like I've said, in this whole thing, I've never told any of you guys who to vote for. I still believe in that. Like my job isn't to tell y'all that, but I stand by what I believe in and what I stand with. And as long as you, you feel good about your decision, and that's it. I don't other way to put it. And then long term, no matter what, that's the thing. Like I said, though, in having all of these talks, I've seen a lot of people be really shy towards the stock market because of their political leaning. And like I'm saying, just make sure you own something, everybody. What do you believe in? I believe in democracy. That's it. If you are really confused, the only thing that pushed me over the edge is what pushed a lot of people over the edge in 1968 is not accurate representation. I mean, the fact that Black Lives Matter has the same stance that I do, that should tell you a lot. And that's the thing that set me. Everything else, I didn't give a shit. Everything else, I haven't really been there. But once you mean to tell me you're doing the thing, and then the last minute switch without the representation of the people, that is where I have to say no. So again, I would feel like I would respect Kamala and the Democratic Party, and I would even consider not voting for Donald if they did a snap primary, if they did some semblance of putting together people in areas and giving them a voice to nominate who they wanted to. Otherwise, that's wrong to the black vote, to the Latino vote, and all of those people in those swing states. It's wrong. But I that's why I'm saying I'd be willing to change my vote if they did that. Then I could back out and say, you know what? There you go. There's no threat to democracy that I'm worried about. But other than that, yeah, I can't. JD Vance changed his name really? I mean, that has been the theme over the weekend, is that people are just a lot more have been coming out about JD Vance, and some people like him or not. Why did he change his name 3 or 4 times? That's weird. You guys know I want to change my name, right? I want to change my name to Stock Market Live. So I want to change my legal name, first name Stock, last name Market Live, or middle name Market, last name Live. Yeah, no, seriously. Remember, I told you guys this a year or 2 ago. I was going to do it because I was like, fuck it, why not? I'd be down if Costco would sponsor me. I'd change my name to Joshua Costco. Call it a day. Joshua Stock Market Live Price Club. What? What does that even mean? Bro, why is it I start posting more on Instagram, and now I see Janet Yellen on Instagram? This is ridiculous. She copying me. She's like, I need to get on these reels. Be proud of the name, Mom and Dad. I do. Even though I don't post my real name online, I love my family's name. I can't complain. I'm just, I'm big on family. I check some of my Insta messages. I have a lot, bro. So ever since I've been on Instagram, I've made sure to respond to at least one new message a day, and I still have so many. It's kind of crazy, bro. Honestly, it's weird because I be making those things, those videos, and I'm like, love me, show love to the watch list, and YouTube shadow bans me. But bro, I have a lot of people, man. I don't know how to describe it. So I don't know, man, because I some people you falling off, Josh, and I'm like, yeah, but it don't feel like it because there's definitely a lot of people. It's hard, bro. It's hard. That's why I usually quit Instagram, because it gets very overwhelming, bro. There's straight up I've literally every day for the last week I've messaged a brand new person, and then it's it's still very I haven't even put in a dent into any of it, man. So it's kind of difficult when it's all said and done. But I'm trying. I'll get there little by little, baby. Little by little. We'll get there. And then Spy's coming down. And LinkedIn. I've never used LinkedIn. I've never been a LinkedIn guy. The guy who said he was running out of content, dude has no clue. Yeah, man, it was funny. My favorite was John. John got so mad. I don't know. I've never even fucking heard of John in my life. I did not even know this guy followed me, and then he wrote me this huge thing of why he's unfollowing me, and I'm like, is it because the video confused you? Is that what happened? You just threw a fit because it confused you. It definitely, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it definitely just fucking rattled him, bro. Like, he got too confused, and he had to take it out on somebody. Yeah, he's like, I'm fucking done with this shit. Fuck this Josh guy. I'm out. You mentioned liking Proctor for the downside. How do you determine which direction? Well, that's just my opinion. So that's why I love pricing in the options and going over the preview, because then you know what's happened and what's in the realm. But usually if I'm going out on a limb to make a decision on which direction, it's because of my knowledge of the stock. So we talked about it earlier. The reason why I said downside on Procter & Gamble was simply because it's a consumer-oriented stock, right? It has a lot of downside it has a lot of consumer products, and a lot of consumer names so far have been doing bad in the market. You know, people have been getting worried about that. So that's it. I didn't make a play on it, though, because, again, it's kind of pricey there. So although I have an idea that leans to the downside, I'm not really confident in going all the way. But my idea was that it was a longer, or it was a consumer-related stock. Kamala 2024, yeah, baby. So you only get one of those, okay? That's it. I'm only going to give you one. Otherwise, I'm going to ban you. That sound fair? Because I feel like some of you Kamala people, y'all come in here to, like, try to prove a point. But so it's cool. But, like, if you have nothing else to say, I don't really fuck with you, okay? Because I'm already not a fan of the whole Kamala shit. But, you know, I'd love to give you a chance. So hopefully you have more substance. So it's like me, like I'll say some Trump shit, but then I'll fucking hit you with 1,000% 3M, you know? So you need something to back it up. Otherwise, you only get one, okay? You only get one. So use it wisely. Use your Kamala 24 wisely, okay? I get it. I had a funny one, though. I had a really, really funny one because someone was like, you support felon Trump. You support a felon. So I was just like, all right, here, so let me ask you this then. So, like, you judge felons? So then you think if someone's a felon, you should hold it against them for their whole entire life? So you think you should treat people different based on their criminal record? Okay, now tell me about equality then real quick. Hold on, wait a second. Then hold on. It's kind of ironic when you think about it, because I don't really judge people based on their criminal history. That's why I give the long-term out for everybody, you know, regardless. But isn't that kind of like the whole then, I don't know, it seems kind of racist. I don't, I'm not following, bro. I'm not following. Hold up. Like the best people in jail. Yeah, I never judge people for jail. That's why it's funny. Like, obviously, like, you know, I think you should try not to do bad and do wrong, but, you know, like I know a lot of people who went to prison, but like I've never held it against somebody. That's why it's interesting when people try to get me to hold it against the Donald Trump, and then on top of it, it's just like you got to even think about it. It's like, is that how you treat people then? Is that so? Then it's fake if you're like, oh, we support these people, we support this and all that, and it's like, so then you don't really believe it then if you're gonna hold it against Trump. I know, it's wild. The new Jim Crom? What's that? I know Jim Rome. Barron's Berkshire may have sold more Apple. Uh-oh, hot dog. Is investing in the SPY better than single stocks? By better, I mean safer. Well, safer, and I mean it could be better in terms of return because if everything goes up. I mean, honestly, in a weird way, it's a little bit more risky going for the SPY now compared to some individuals because there is a lot of cheaper individual names. Is Apple reacting to that headline? Israel's foreign minister calls on NATO to expel Turkey as a member. Jeez. That's pretty big. Israel saying get rid of Turkey as a NATO member. Watch oil. Again, oil should have settled already. We have what? About an hour and 5 minutes. 5 more minutes till power hour. I don't know anything about Serve Robotics. Chad keeps asking. I think that was a hype play. I feel like it was a hype play over the last couple days. Wasn't it at like $6? So, I mean, it's up to you, but I personally, any of those hype plays that move up like that, I would not, I wouldn't be willing to do that, to be honest with you. I think you could get a higher quality, long-term name. I wouldn't grab the hype play that just started popping off. Alcoa? Oh, shit. I'm an idiot. I meant to put Apple. Good call. I was like, wait a minute. Apple's not moving at all. It's like, why are you looking at Alcoa? I have no idea, bro. I have no idea. You bought 10 shares. Well, good. NVIDIA bought 10%. Well, good luck. Because remember, NVIDIA's done this lately, so I think you'll get a little bit of hype. But remember RXRX? So that was like what, beginning of this year or whatever? So like remember NVIDIA, it's still higher from when NVIDIA bought in, but it's not like it really changed anything. So that's the thing. But good luck. I don't, any of those, I think in a world where Nike, Starbucks, UPS, even MO a couple months ago was like really low, there's still some high quality long-term names you can add that no question will be here in the future. Okay, well, maybe materials might change a lot here too. Like depending on the jobs report and this week in Powell and rate cuts and all of that. But for now, again, materials, some better than others. And then, I mean, gold and silver. I've not added Walgreens in a while, but I don't think I will too. That's one of our worst in the long term. So again, but I think there's better names. Like Walgreens is really cheap, but like there's, again, UPS, Starbucks, Nike, Pfizer even. Pfizer came up. Again, I wish MO. You know, we did buy MO at the very lowest point of the year, but, you know, there was a lot of good stuff you could have done there. But yeah, Walgreens, I wouldn't add until they kind of, I don't have an oil play now. We did oil last week, flipped it a couple times. But the idea here is global tensions. If they start to tick up here, oil could be good. But oil is about to enter into a very negative seasonal trend right now. So that's what we got to watch out for. There you go, sir. I've seen it pump with breaks, so I'm skeptical. I think if you want to trade it, set a budget. But like I'm saying, just don't fall in love. You know, the real big mistakes I've seen in life when it comes to the long term is people falling in love with hype names and then putting them in their long term. Because then before you know it, you're not going to really have a long term. You're just going to be having a portfolio of random names that you convinced yourself you would hold because they were moving around a lot. And then you said they'll be long term. So just find a real battle. Like trade the names, trade the hype ones, trade the ones that aren't really locked in like that, and then you could go after the the other stuff, the real quality. That's your real long term, and then you hold and then don't do anything. White House Supreme Court reforms will require legislative action. We'll need lawmakers on both sides. Teladoc. I mean, there's worse. I think there's worse companies than Teladoc. I mean, there's a lot. There's a lot of hype names and flying cars and Nikolai, and there's so many things that people ended up long-terming when they should have just been names that you really flip. Treasury expects to borrow $740 billion in third quarter. Yo, here's Treasury refunding. So watch out. Is that higher or lower? I don't know how that stacks up in terms of expectations. So Treasury expects 740. Let me see. I think that sounds good, though. Quarterly refunding. April 29th. It's not on the website yet. That's weird, but yeah, 7.4. I'm trying to see what the estimates are. It seems like it's lower. Wow, yeah, that's a lot low. Dude, that's lower by $140 billion. So hold on, you might be able to get a bond trade on that. So literally they're saying that the expectation was 840. They're coming in saying 740. So literally 140 billion lower. So last quarter it was a lot higher. So people thought from the last estimate they thought they would be needing 840 this time around or 880, and now they need 740 instead. So that's a very, very good sign. I think short-term bond flip. I don't like the first candle. Yeah, because remember, we sold out of the bond play on Friday. Yeah. Oof. I like it, though. I think you might get a little bit of a bond shoot here. I just don't know how long it's going to last, but that's good news. Again, you're going to get the announcement on Wednesday. We're talking about the Treasury, the borrowing estimate. They just came out. There's going to be another one on Wednesday when they actually do it, but essentially the expectations came in about $100 billion lower. Well, TLT is just long-term bonds. You know, so anything related to that, that's what's getting it moving. Yeah, bond future ZB. I want to play it, but I sold out of that play on Friday. I don't want to top ticket here unless it flushes. If it could have one of those quick little rundowns, I'm down. But other than that, I'm not going to force it. But that is bullish for bonds. Again, why? Because that means less Treasury supply from young Yellen. And then we have, 50 minutes here? Kupang Chicle? Kupang. Is it going to be an investigation again? Yeah, they're getting clapped. CPNG. We did go over SoFi earnings already. Treasury yields extend fall after news U.S. funding estimates are lower than previous. Your bench press just came in. Nice. I'm going to do some workouts. I'm not making any play on SoFi. I would be mindful of going over for like a put because you can, it's very limited downside given the price. But it's pricing in a decent amount. What do you think of prop firms? They're a scam. You were here too when I answered it last, so I don't know if you want to talk. You could just DM me on Instagram. You know, and be like, "What's up, man? How's your day going?" But yeah, man, don't fall for that. Don't fall for the. Just like think about it. Just like all them. Imagine if a girl was like, "Yo, you're beautiful. I love you. Come date me," and she's the hottest girl you've ever seen, and she messages you that on Instagram, bro. It's a scam. Okay, now change that around with, hey, you don't have to have any money, and I'll give you all of the money you need to make trades so you could be a millionaire trader. You see what I'm saying? So that's it. It's not even she's ran through. You're making the wrong that still assumes that the girl is fake. It's not a real opportunity. It's not even a ran through girl. It's not even real. It just don't even exist. But you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Added line to the long term by Michigan. Really, Midwest finest. What's line? Are they a REIT or a lineage? I don't know anything about line. Hopefully you know about them too. Because again, we were just having this talk about names that, you know, you got to make sure that you actually, you know, that they're going to be around here for a while. Let's see. Line engages in provision of temperature-controlled warehouses. Oh, wow. Through global warehousing and warehousing segments. That could actually be great. It kind of sounds like IRM. Oh, isn't this new? Isn't this the IPO? So, as long as you're probably going to have to average down on it at one point, but isn't this the IPO that just came out? Yeah. 4.4 million shares. Yeah, I like the industry a lot. So, if anything, I just don't like the premium, but I love that industry. Everybody has been very, very hyped up on it. Mm-hmm. A Michigan REIT. That's cool. I like it. A warehouse REIT. That's, again, just like IRM and related to, like, cold storage. That's a big deal. And then bonds are still ripping. Again, bond refunding. That was the news right there. How do you feel about selling covered calls and buying puts against LT in order to solely... Wait, buying puts? Or do you mean selling a covered, like a cash-secured put? But I wouldn't buy a put in the long term. I would rather buy more. So the way I look at it, if I have 10 years of time before I'm going to evaluate my investment, why would I buy insurance when I could just buy more of the asset at a cheaper price? So I don't care if the asset comes down 30% if I have zero plan to monetize it in the next couple of years. I would just buy more down 30%. So I'm down with covered calls, but buying puts in the long term, I just don't think you need it. And I think your money is better used buying stock and holding for a long amount of time rather than buying puts. The only instance I would buy puts in your long term is if the yield curve was moving around rapidly and you're about to retire in less than 4 years. That would be the only instance where I could justify that sort of move, if that makes any sense. I would expect the moves. We just did like 5 or 10 of them, so I would strongly suggest if you actually care, just go into the description, and there's a video in the description called How to Price Options. And this is the video from the beginning of this year, bro. I'm telling you, bro, this video I feel like changed lives. This video right here, bro, I don't know. You don't really see me sell too many things. You know, I don't really hype you up, but like, bro, this video, I think it changed Wall Street forever. It's only 20,000 views, but oh, I'm telling you, man, I think this video has changed a lot. It's helped a lot. I think it added a nice weapon in people's repertoire of options and earnings. So if you actually care about pricing and options and how to know, I would go watch this, man. It's out there, bro. It's very new. It's 6 months ago. Ever since that video, too. Same strategy. It's been hitting left and right. You know, it doesn't tell you exactly what's going to happen, but armed with this strategy, you know what to price, what to expect, and if there is that opportunity, you should have gone for it for cheap enough. And this video, I'm telling you, I think this video has made a lot of people a lot of money early on, and that's why I said this video, I wanted you to share it, I wanted you to like it and watch it, because people are going to try to take this video and sell it to you, and this thing is a very efficient strategy that is very applicable on Wall Street. So if you really care, I would use it. I would use it. The link is in the description, so it's been in the description of every single one of these videos. You did it. So which one are you having trouble with? If you're telling me you watched it and you priced in 32, which company are you having trouble pricing? The global relay race, that changed your life? You changed careers based off of that video? No way. Understanding the Euro close? Wow. Yeah, definitely apply the strategy of paper trading for sure. Hell yeah. It'll take you a long way. Off Tilray. So Tilray, I mean, you might be right because Tilray is a small cap. So again, that's why I've said like Tilray's $1.80. So yeah, you may not be that off from it. It's just that's what happens. That's why like if you were here when I did SoFi, I said I'm probably not going to play puts, right? Because when the stock price is cheap, there's going to be a higher volatility priced in almost always. So you're probably right on 30% for Tilray. So I'll do it for you. We'll double check. So you came in with 30. Let's see. Stock's at 180. You could use the $1.50 or $2. It's the same thing. Either 30 cents in the money or 20 cents out of the money. You know, I'll do the same. 8 cents plus 27 cents. You're left with 35. That seems about right. So 35 cents divided by $1.82. I got 20%. So that's how I did it. You take the active week of the contract. And then again, you could add any of these. These are both will equal 37. That's the irony. It gives you about 35, 37 cents. Divide that by the price of the stock, you're left with 20%. 2 standard deviations is 40%. But the market maker is pricing in 19% for Tilray. So close. But usually on the small ones, it's going to be a higher number. The smaller the price stock, the higher the premium, higher the IV, and then the higher it's going to be pricing in there. That was interesting. Yeah, we always do it. But watch the video, I'm telling you. And then again, if you watch the video and you have trouble, I mean, I'm always down to help you out. But, like, if you haven't watched the video and aren't understand, like, don't even ask me shit. But, like, it's an easy strategy. It's a strategy. And it's not a strategy that always leads you to play something, but it should give you information. It should give you more info coming into earnings and more info on deciding, hey, that's a good play or that's not a good play. I don't think that's viable. Don't you just use that with news? You could use it for anything, but it's very effective during earnings. Because whenever there's event risk, there's a pricing on the option chain. That's what they call it, event risk. Event risk, when there's an event going on, the market makers are pricing that in. Is the PE of the company very important? Not very important, but it is important. There's other factors that go into it, but, lately, the last, decade, PE has gone less and less and more important, but in certain instances it is. I don't know if you guys remember when I even bought my Meta, there was many reasons why I bought it at 90, but I brought up even the PE at the time. I think it was 11 or something. It was extremely low, and that was a good checkpoint to be looking at, but again, not all the time are you going to do that. What's the philosophy of one standard deviation? What's the reality of market deciding that's priced in? Is it just statistical calculations? It's stats. It's not really based on supply and demand. It's based on how the company is moved. So that's all it is. It just, again, standard deviation is saying if you took a sample or an experiment, right, and you repeated it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, where would the responses end up every single time? So that's where it's saying, if you take certain companies, how they've reported, how they've surprised, how big they are, how they usually move, and you've run that sample and you did an experiment thousands of times, it'll fall into a range of how many times that's occurred. So that's kind of the general idea of standard deviation, is that one standard deviation is pretty much what is expected and how far or how it'll kind of react based on if you repeated a sample or if you did that earnings over and over and over again, what would be expected or within a range of expectations to occur. Yeah, I've that's the thing. I updated that video because we killed it. Bro, when I made that video right before, we made a shit ton of money, and then right afterwards, we killed it on that strategy, and I think I needed to just make it simple for a lot of you guys. But this has been something I've been doing since 2020. Even before COVID, we had videos on this of standard deviation and earnings. It's something I would get used to and understand. I call it ghetto because I don't really, again, like somebody said, it's way more complex than that, but I just simplify it in layman's terms, and it's very easy to understand. And then, there's a margin of error in how I do it, but if you just could hone in on it and get in the neighborhood, it's going to help you out. Josh Scholes, that's another one, but that's, we have a lot of things here at the cult that we've created over the years. Well, I just always knew stats. I was always familiar with stats, and I've always been one to like gambling on options and earnings. So I noticed that as it kind of would occur, and after watching enough earnings and plays and getting cucked and making a lot of money, I noticed how the two standard deviations kind of played out. So it's just something I've been doing, and it's usually always worked. That's why I've showed you the video, and this funny part is, if you've watched the video, you've probably seen it now. I don't know if it's confirmation bias, but once you see the two standard deviations, you never can not see it because it keeps happening no matter what. It's either it hits exactly at one standard or it goes and does two, and then you see how the plays hit. Or if your plays didn't hit, it's because they moved within what was expected. I don't think I made any plays today. No, all I did was Disney in the morning. No earnings plays. I have old Pfizer, and then that's it. Like to revisit it. Yeah, I'm not, dude, believe it or not, I'm not good at math. That's like not my thing. I don't like math at all. I like stats and like I've learned to do like quick mental math, but I feel you. Once you kind of, you do something enough, it'll click. So don't even trip. PG going up. The reason I'm doing a long term, let's go, baby. Mossab. Yeah, bro. Everybody needs the long term, man. Please. Please, please, please. Get the long term. The long term, it goes a long way, and don't ever sleep on it. And, I understand. It's easy to, like I know, I don't know. It's kind of been bittersweet. But, like, a lot of this year, like a lot of 2024, I realized how many people didn't have a long term. I know that sounds wild because, like, you got to read, bro, we have thousands of people subscribe to the free long term. Like, I already have thousands of long terms in the chat, like thousands. No exaggeration, but I did realize there was still, and again, the one sheep is more important than the 99. I don't know if you know, but I did learn a lot this year. There was a lot of people that they just didn't have a long term. Like that's it. They've been here forever. They've been here from day one, maybe a couple years, and whatever the reason was, they found a way to not do it. So just make sure you guys get on it. And I don't care if you're doing it right now, even if you're starting late and doing it, just please do it because you're not gonna regret it. And it makes sense though. Like, do you not get it? Like, why did this year expose how many people didn't have a long term? Why? Does anybody know? How come it was this year that I learned that a lot of people didn't have a long term? A lot of people got exposed. Yeah. That's it. 100%. It's because we shot up. Look at it, bro. This thing went absolutely apeshit. It was month after month, quarter after quarter. You could have been wrong on the stock market, the trades. You're like, oh, recession, short, doesn't matter. You had a long term, you killed it. The market rocketed up. And then before you knew it, that's where the realization hit, and people were like, damn, I didn't get the long term. Oh, I thought I would be able to. Oh, I was looking at this, that. I thought this was going to happen. But before you knew it, the fat run and getting left behind, that's what left a lot. That's where it exposed, oh, shit. There wasn't that many long terms out there. We started every long term. We started at all-time highs. So no matter what, but you got to do it. It will have its own risk, but okay, bud. People can't even afford food. Respectfully, shut up. You know what I'm saying? Because I know people in here that I admire heavily, and they don't make a lot of money. And they have been willing to sacrifice and save and make a better decision for themselves rather than fighting and leaning on that BS excuse. Because you're going to even tell me, oh, you don't even have money for food, and you're still going to vote for Biden or Kamala. So what are you talking about? You don't care. The fact is there's people in here who didn't have that much money. They made 30 grand, less than 20 grand a year, and they made that commitment. And they put their pride aside, and they put whatever they thought was true aside, and they decided to save for themselves regardless. And instead of giving into their spending, giving into the narrative of whatever was happening, and instead of, relying on an excuse, they doubled down and said, you know what, I'm going to try this, and I'm going to save up my own money, and they accomplished it. So, it doesn't matter what the environment is. You have to pay yourself first. That is the concept. And some people did, some people didn't. But that's not what it was. Because, again, think about it. Imagine complaining about not having food so you can't start a long term, but you're watching a stock market chat. You know what I'm saying? You have exposure to opportunity. And you definitely are not that broke if you're here right now. And even then, the people that I know that didn't have, they're not driving, Ferraris, and they're not buying third and fourth homes. They don't even have their first home. The way that I saw them save up, like, they accomplished it. So, like, respectfully, like, that's some whole shit you're on, to rely on that excuse. So, yeah. Anybody. Again, people bought houses, too, after saving for 3 years, but I'm all that matters is getting your long-term. And I think all of you should do it today, even if you didn't do it. If you think it's too late, you think you're too broke, whatever you think it is, I would do it, my friend. I would do it. Plant the acorn, take her out of the oak. Indeed. Started my LT in 2019. Talking to a lender tomorrow to sign on my first house. That's what's up, man. I hope the long term is helping with that. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Before coming to this channel, I didn't know I was able to save 30. Really? No way, man. Because I knew you were a savvy individual. So that's actually crazy to hear. Good work. Yeah, honestly, though, and then even then, I mean, this is the worst advice ever, but he said it. He said, I was able to buy a house on $32,000 a year. He said, F eating. Most Americans are fat anyways. And sadly, I agree. Like I'm telling you, bro, I only eat like once or twice a day. If y'all could cut out like one meal a day, not only will you probably lose some weight, you'll probably save like $10. That's like $50 a week, $100 a week. That's all I'm saying. With the ESOP account? No, I'm not. How does that work? You have $28K in stocks. Can I take? I don't know. And the Olympics made your homie remove his Jesus from his surfboard before he entered the competition? Man, that's crazy. You should enjoy life, though. Yeah, I mean, I think you'll enjoy it when the time is right. It's much more enjoyable not knowing that it's affecting you in the same way. Like, it's the whole concept of, discipline requires sacrifice. And, where sometimes freedom, the way to be free is by giving in, is by not being free. I don't know how to explain it. You don't realize how much money you waste till you buckle down and save. It is, man. It's crazy. Getting control of a budget and applying it, bro, it's like actually like nuts. Because then you will realize through the course of all of our lives, we have all touched a lot of money. You know what I'm saying? All of us. We've got a lot of money, man. A lot of money. You would be shocked. Apple being the lagger? I think it is. I mean, remember, people got worried about the iPhone stuff and China and all of that. Even Microsoft, too. All of them, though. Don't get it twisted. This week, there's so many big companies. So we'll see. Yeah, I think all of them can. I'm going 50% SPY, 50% ETF. Not bad. Honestly, you could get the easiness of the SPY and then add a couple of things here and there. I'm not against it. I'm going to, what's it called? So once the yield curve uninverts, I'm going to go and start another long term. We're going to start 2, I think. I'm going to start a brand new long term with $200 for just buying whatever. And then I'm going to start another one after the curve uninverts. We're going to just buy the SPY. So, and then we'll see. But it's definitely, I kind of like a mix of both, to be honest. I like it. I think it'll be fun, man. Curve uninverts. We could start another one, and then that's it. That answers your last question too. Good. What if Kamala wins? I'll still do it. I mean, I'll post it. I just won't do it live. You know? So again, if you have the free long-term alerts, I will always give you updates on that for free. That's the beauty. And then if Kamala wins, I would double down. I'm telling you, stocks are going to rip if she wins. There will be a slight volatility, but like everything's going to go up. Houses are going to rocket up in price. Stocks are going to rocket up in price. Ethereum, Bitcoin. It's going to be funny money part 2. I don't, again, I could be wrong. Like I was telling you, nobody really knows what's going to happen, but, you know, based upon a broad framework, I think Donald versus Kamala, one is more prone to hyperinflation and the other is more prone to deflation. You're seriously not going to do lives if Kamala wins? I might do them privately, or I might just do it different. I don't know yet, but I'm leaning towards no. I don't, like I said, I don't like how the world is when, I don't know if I could do another 4 years of everybody being all crazy and then funny money going nuts and then how it affects people's attitudes and like what's the point of providing a free utility when all I do is get punished by the overlords, you know? Like it's kind of crazy. So we'll see. But again, I'd make a lot of money if I just privatized it and then I won't have to deal with any of the nonsense. It's crazy. You want me to tell you this? It's crazy. Are you ready for this? You guys are going to be blown away. Do you know how many people, ever since I said I'm voting for Donald Trump, do you know how many people canceled their stream alerts? It's crazy. So ever since I said I'm canceling, or ever since I said I'm voting for Donald Trump, do you know what happened? Do you know how many people canceled stream alerts? None of them, because the liberals don't pay for shit. So yeah, ta-da! Not one, literally. That's it. All I did. I got more donations than that's what I'm saying. I'm like, come on, like, you know, literally all the time, and then they distract you in the chat, and they want to fuck. I'm trying to give you information from books, and I'm open to educating anybody and sharing what I have, and like, literally, not one person canceled their damn stream alerts. You would think there would have been, oh my gosh, no, they were not supporting and paying and buying anything to begin with. That's it. Just take and shit on you and try to push you into a corner and make you do this and that and then attack you if not. So, yeah. Hey, shout out to members, baby. Amen. Same amount that moved out the U.S. Amen. He said, don't stream, just face reveal live, bro. How do you turn this into a face reveal, man? What? That's crazy. Well, thank you, man. Thank you for all those memberships right there. Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. Y'all don't have to. I still got you regardless, but I appreciate it, baby. I did. I used to sound young. I said even then, even the video Even the video of me doing the coin toss, I sound so young. You signed up. If you didn't, did you sign up for the free ones or the paid ones? But if the free ones, I haven't sent out an alert in a month, so you might have to wait. Because, again, we only send that out when we add to it. But, yeah. I don't know. I feel like I used to talk like this. I used to talk slower and, like, a little quiet. It could have been my mic, but I used to talk like this. I was a lot less. I felt like I was a lot less aggressive. So, thank you. Do I sound more mature? Thanks. I feel like I was just, this is how I talked. I feel like I was a little soft. I feel like I was very peaceful. Maybe I was just high. I don't think I was high, but maybe I was. I don't know, but I just felt like I was so, I feel like I was just so soft like this. It haven't worked yet, man. If you signed up there, send an email maybe, but it should be maybe by end of this. It's already 1. Yeah, I don't know. I think I was like this. Maybe I was high. Who knows? But yeah, thanks for being here. Like the video. That's it. I don't think I sounded like Ben Carson. That's weird. But I feel like I just sounded like this. Yeah. Where's Josh? I'm here. Oh, paying the plug. First super chat. Oh, no. I know what it was, bro. Yo, thank you, Sir Cha. I can't believe it. First timer. No, you know what it was? I forgot. It was my hernia. Ever since I got my hernia, my voice changed a lot. It's like I forgot about that. I think so literally I just had my intestines sticking out and it made me talk soft, I think. But ever since I had my hernia surgery, my voice changed forever. Because it was weird. I swear, bro. Yeah, that 9-pack was like messing with everything. Mm-hmm. All right. I need to go to the bathroom. UI on the high. How much? We only got 23 minutes left. Meta. Again, I think what? After hours, we're going to get that. Gus Gonzalez. My man, bro. And thank you, bro. Thank you, Sir Chavez. And shout out to Mike, baby. And Amari. And Mario. We got 2 Marios in here, baby. I'm down. God bless you, my friends. But I will BRB.
Your device
follow me on
things
Instagram.
And to talk to
I
it,
posted
much in the
on
way that
Instagram
right now,
today. Y'all didn't
talking
even
to
know.
devices, whether it's your phone or your smart speaker or increasingly your PC, is going to be a regular part of how we do things, how we tell our device to do some things for us, and essentially enable agents and assistants that are voice activated. All of that is going to penetrate the XR space as well. And one of the issues with XR is it seems cool, and we've seen sci-fi movies, right, where it's fun to have VR and XR and augmented reality, but it's difficult to actually create value for everyday users because you still need a keyboard or you need to be able to talk to it and it needs to be able to understand you. And I think that having much more advanced AI capabilities on the device, not just through connectivity, but actually living on the device, is going to enable this. And so if you can talk to your device and ask it to do things, you don't need to be holding your phone or looking at a screen or tapping on it. You can talk directly to your eyeglasses and they can interface with you. And it's a much more natural interface. And so I think that's where we're going to see that space kind of accelerate a little bit in the next 3-4 years.
Right, but what happens when I put my glasses down and I can't find them? How can my glasses help me find my glasses? You see what I'm saying? Because that happens to me a lot. All right, Olivier, thanks a lot.
Well, you know, you can just tell them, hey, where are you? And they'll answer. So that's good.
That doesn't at all sound weird. All right, Olivier, thanks a lot. Olivier Blanchard, research director over at the Futurum Group. Really appreciate that. All right, coming up, 3M's newest CEO is impressing analysts over at Deutsche Bank. We're going to talk about that next in Top Calls. We'll get the details of his long-term strategy. This is The Close on Bloomberg.
Good times. Good times, man, right? I love the music. Beautiful. Beautiful. I just want you to know you're my favorite. Go. Yo, Mario. What's up, Mario? Because I'm going to become a member. I'm going to throw in my fifth super chat. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Good morning. Did I wash my hands? Maybe. I don't know. No, I did. I wasn't that. I felt like I took a little bit. And then I found I have like organic goldfish. So I ate some of those. I don't know. It's been good. I kind of had heartburn today. Mm-hmm. We need metaverse. I don't know, bro. I like the Meta glasses. So, and then I walked by, dude, can we talk about this? I walked by an Apple store the other day. And like, can we just talk about how fast that like Apple Vision trend faded away? Holy shit. You remember how it was like cool for like 2 weeks and like everybody was talking about it? Bro, I walked by an Apple store and I was like, wait a minute. I forgot they have those headsets. Dude, no, come on. Like the Oculus stuff, people like still at least it wasn't like thousands, but like, dude, the Apple one, yeah, bro. How many of you even forgot it existed? Bro, that thing just died. Like, I have not heard anything about it. And I've walked by one, I was like, oh shit, they still have them. Lee Auto is popping. They were moving earlier. That's China Play number 2. Mm-hmm. And then those Disneys from the morning were really good. They're up 30. I don't know, but I like the Meta ones. So those are any of those videos. So like any of those videos I recorded where you get my POV, those are all the Meta Ray-Ban glasses. But I like it. It's cool, but you could also talk to it. Like you could be like, hey, Meta AI, where am I? Or you're like, look where I am, and it'll tell you where you are and shit. But it's not like augmented reality or anything like that. It's literally sunglasses with a camera in it, and then like Bluetooth. So I like that, but I've never really been the virtual headset type of guy. Oh, Troy Lenman. Hi. My man. Hey, man. So here's the deal, Chad. Here's the deal. I have a proposal. Because it's been like almost a week of me not asking you guys for likes. Okay? So here's the deal. If I'm not going to ask you guys for likes, I'm not going to say horn when I hit the horn anymore. Yeah. I don't know. Man. You're bored? Go to my Instagram. It's fun for the whole family. I have like 50 different reels I've posted. You could go look at it. No, I'll give you earmuffs at the end of the day. But I'm just saying, like, randomly, like, if I'm like, yo, if I just start hitting the horn, like, why are you mad at me? Why are you mad at me, bro? Motion approved. That's it? That fast? Mm-hmm. You're good with. I'll try my best because I'm like used to it, but we'll keep that in mind. Yeah, the 3 years ago, that person's probably right. They probably dipped out. They probably never got a long term. This is why we all can't get along. No, we get along. I feel like the last couple days, everybody's got along better. Ever since we've excommunicated the extreme liberals, I feel like it's actually been a net positive. I don't know. So it's been good. I don't know. I feel much more at home. I think that's it. You do get a couple of like extremist MAGAs. We got to still like tame them down. But ever since the excommunication of the extreme liberals, it's paid off. We submitted the offer. Wow. Could this be my long-term revive? I hope so, man. I hope that works out. That's like what, 30K commission, give or take. So GG, babies. Taming MAGA is way easier than taming crazy woke liberals, in your humble opinion. No, I feel you. All I do is tell the MAGA guys, I'll be like, I'll talk about the government debt and Harley Davidsons, and then they chill the fuck out. But that's it. Once you say one wrong thing, the liberals, they won't let you live it down. And then they're just hard with the double standards, you know? They're like, no, we don't want to hold people against crimes, and like we don't judge people because we care about liberals. They're like, you're voting for a felon, huh? You're going to vote for a felon? What you just said you do. So it's a little more difficult, but it's easy. The MAGA guy, you just got to give them like weird fake promises, and they'll believe it. So it's good. It's good. Now apparently they like crypto. I don't know how that's going to play out. I don't think that the lashes are expensive. So do you guys not know that's a joke? So like the whole point of that post, like it's a joke. It means that the girl is taking advantage of you. Do you guys not get it? That's why I said y'all need to not take everything so seriously, especially on my Instagram. I should have warned you guys. So like I'm gonna start like trolling a little bit, a bit. I'm just having a lot of fun. So just don't take it too seriously. I hope, but yeah, that's a joke. It's fun. You're fun. I'm fun. You having fun? It's great. Yeah, we have Solventum. We bought 3M in the long term. We're actually up 40%. Can you explain the waterfall post? I can. It was a joke. It was supposed to be confusing. But that's why I said in the description of that post, the whole point is like don't communicate with people who don't want to communicate. Like that's the whole point. You could waste a lot of time and confuse yourself and be frustrated trying to figure out what people are saying. But like some people will say stuff, but they don't really have the real desire to communicate. So even though it's a troll post, it was actually a lot deeper than you think. So stop trying to communicate with your wife? Oh, that's not my problem. Oh, you mean your wife is like that? Okay, I was like, I'm pretty sure I didn't DM your girl, dog, but if she responded, that's your problem, not mine. But I wouldn't, though. Usually I keep the bro code. No, we bought 3M a while ago. We've actually collected I bought 3M over a year ago. Dude, I'm telling you, some of these value plays, we just buy it and throw it in there, and then like before you know it, like a lot of time goes on. So look, where is it? So yeah, 3M up 38%. I first bought it in 2023. February 2023 was my first purchase. So we've literally collected 4 dividends on it. So I've gotten a year of dividends back already. And then we got the free Solventum shares. So that's the crazy part. Take whatever the gain is. Are you like $1,800 in profit? But then Solventum is pure. This is just a dividend. That's another $688 of Solventum. Why does it have does Solventum pay a dividend? What? Am I tripping? Why does it show the same payout? That's weird, but do you see this? Oh, it's my old drip. I think maybe. That's really wild. But yeah, But this is just all free. So I'm holding Solventum. But then the idea is, I mean, 3M, we've held it for a while, and then it finally just went crazy. If you didn't get Solventum, it's too late now. But back then, you needed at least I think you needed 3 shares. And if you didn't have 3 shares, they just gave you the cash value instead of converting you into one. Oh shit, 10-minute rig already? That's crazy. Intel, maybe. I have an old play I think I already made free. Or one of them I made free. The other one's kind of clapped. But I'm kind of down, and I still have old shares. But it sucks. I thought Intel was going to hold up way better and then sell off on earnings, but now it's already down. But I think that one's going to be a good, that one could move a lot for earnings. Please hold on. We connect your 10-minute rig. 10-minute rig. Russell's at least came up a little bit. I was down a lot more earlier. Ready for power out? Bro, the market closed in 10 minutes. Welcome, no members. Welcome, Marcus Hanlon, for welcoming the welcomers, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, Grumpy, that's your first one. And he says, how can I become closer, get closer to God? Thanks for everything, man. I think you're already doing it, bro. Seek and ye shall find. I think give yourself some time every day. Pray and meditate. Read the good old book, man. I'm a big fan of the Bible. And again, man, regardless of what you believe, I do think the desire that will bring you in your own little way. It's kind of wild how it works, but even asking that question alone is a very good step. If you actually care, bro, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, but make sure you give yourself some time. Pray a little bit every day. Read and keep seeking, and I'm sure if you really do care, it will be revealed to you. Grazie, Habibi, grazie. Yeah, we only got 8 more minutes left. I can't believe it. This day has flown by. Wow. These people, man, very, very wild. Very, very wild. We actually have not done anything. It's good though. This could have been ugly. Remember, every other Monday, I mean, it has changed up a little bit, but I mean, last week there's been a lot of these days that right when we topped out and sold off, it got disgusting. So, I'll take it. I'll take it for now. We're surviving. We're surviving and we're thriving. I don't have any plays for the Jolts, but I mean, I guess I still have my MES. And then we already made all of our plays with our, what's it called? With all the Disney and everything else in the AM. I played Pfizer, but it was an old play. So I've call and a put. I can make the money both ways, around 2 standard deviations. But then they already both kind of gapped up. No last-minute plays, because I'm still in the ES until I'm in those MESs. I don't know, the final 10-minute plays I haven't been feeling as much. Yeah, there's a lot tomorrow. And earnings, too. By the time you wake up, you're going to have a lot of things to look into the consumer and the economy and all of that. For the lessons. Yeah, we got to finish the MNC lesson. Oh, crap. So, Chattadonia, that's it, man. I'm coming home again. So, the day is almost over. If you didn't get banned today, it's very impressive. I appreciate you being a part of the community and really being a part of it and facilitating it and making it work good. So we have one of the craziest weeks ahead of us, man. Craziest week of the summer. We've gotten through Monday, tomorrow morning, all the way to tomorrow after the bell, bro. It's going to get wild. So I'm glad you're here. We've already closed it out, so now I just want to tell you how thankful I am and how grateful. So when I say earmuffs, that is my thank you and warning to mute your speakers if you are sensitive to any loud noises, okay? So maybe you haven't followed me on Instagram yet. Maybe you haven't been on the watch list. It's okay. I'm not going to hold that against you, but I have to protect you so that right here, right now, you don't hurt yourself when it gets loud, okay? So have a good day. When I say earmuffs, that is your safe word to protect yourself. Sound good? Sounds good. All right. We're good to go, baby. We're good to go. We are good to go, but I think it's time. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. Earmuffs, earmuffs, earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seat. We'll be coming through the house with a trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off probably around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 77 degrees and sunny. Looking like a beautiful day. Unless you thought the market would move, because even though it's the biggest week, we started off by doing nothing, and then everybody kind of confused because Europe is in the gutter, but then we don't feel anything. But the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way. Yeah. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Call Rapid Awards program card, please fly down to flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat. And hopefully have a wonderful evening. Wow, we even got a little bit of time. A little bit of time. The volume 27. Really? That seems low, but usually the volume only picks up when we like die, you know, like on the downside. But yeah, we're back to low volume again. That's pretty funny, man. So Chattadonia, you still got a little bit more time here, but not much. Time to wrap it up here. Again, earnings today after the bell. You got First 5 and a couple of others. And then tomorrow morning, Pfizer, Procter & Gamble, PayPal, and SoFi. I think those are the big ones. And then you get your JOLTS jobs reports and a little bit of consumer sentiment. But Chattadonia, you got to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize all of it because you only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures. You got to wrap it up. If you're playing Pfizer, if you play in PayPal, Merck, any of them, you got to wrap up your play if it's an option. Otherwise, more flexibility. The shares, if you're going to be playing the jobs. Remember, big jobs data on Friday, a little bit tomorrow, but you got to wrap it up and make up your mind. You have less than 15 seconds to bring it home. Now you have less than 10 seconds. Oh my goodness. Chatadonia, wrap it up. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books, baby. I don't care if you just got here or not. I don't care who you're voting for or not. I need a good game in the chat, baby. You made it to the end. Good game, baby. Don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personality, info. Way to hold it down. Happy Monday, baby. You made it till the end. That's what I'm talking about. Good game. GG, baby. GG. Let's go. Amen. And listen, man, you didn't get banned. You didn't get timed out. You showed love. You showed mutual respect, baby. Good game. You followed me on Instagram. That's what I'm talking about. Good game. GG. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down today. Y'all didn't get clapped. There you go, baby. Hope you know we stronger as one. Members, non-members, stream alert. You doing a dono. You supported the channel. You didn't have to, baby, but you did. Good game, baby. GG and thank you. That's what I'm talking about. All my people who didn't get banned. All my people who stayed alive. All my people with the long-term, baby. Good game, good game. GG, GG. GG, bro. I'll see you tomorrow. God willing. Good willing. Good game, good game. We the rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Oh, Symbiotic. Already done. Oh, hey, man. It's a cup, baby. 2020. I think, dude, Symbiotic, it was pricing in like 18, though. Too deep, so. Remember, that one was a lot. So you got to watch out for that one, this one. But, Chad, that's it. Yeah. That's the day. Thank you for being here. I love you. It is a banger, bro. Lyrics go hard. Yeah, bro, I'm sick. Wow.
Bro, I'm sick.
Wuhan, bro. All right, man. I love you, Chad. Thank you for. I didn't feel an earthquake. What do you mean? There was a California. I was jumping in my chair though. I get hyped at the end of the day. There's zero chance I feel an earthquake. I be screaming. I'm moving in my chair. I be going. Bro, he's gotta spread the message like Wuhan, get down to business like Mulan.
Spread the message like Wuhan, get down to business like Mulan. I found my days in Groupon, made $1 million that full time. My job here is too long. I don't try with the news on, cause I am that NASDAQ. This morning I flipped that flapjack. I got rich, I get back. You bitch that, you pissed that, you bitch that.
You probably pissed, but you sit down.
I'm bidding at my crib where still act like I lit.
I don't see an earthquake.
Don't feel down, I still swing. Bro, you really sick. Overnight analysts criticize the politics like it was your job and shit. Tell me if they hiring, cause people broke and people dead. Used to trying to blame the man like God ain't gave you both your hands. You should work those more than you work in them lips. Save a dime of every dollar that you get. Get some this with that drip. Pass that wealth to your kids. That was only 10%. Just imagine if you had some discipline. Bro, I'm sick. Wuhan, bro, I'm sick. Wuhan.
Alright, chat, but that's it, man. I love you. Thank you for being here. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. I will see you on the watch list. I hope you are prepared.
It's a call, baby.
A 5.1?
Yeah, Boston Chris, they said it crash.
How come I ain't feel shit? No way. Oh my God. 5.1 in Barstow. Wasn't there just a battery? You guys see the lithium battery in, where was it? By Prince. That's crazy. Bro, 5.1 earthquake. I didn't feel shit. That's bullshit.
Take it for complacent, get your patience. If it reset what you making, cause it hasn't taken place. And when it does, you can't replay it. So I hope them words you saying don't come back to harm you later. This a vicious game we playing, but we in it though. Put me in the dictionary and that's the fucking getting it, bro. Please don't get it twisted, that's the man who leaving when we's broke. I just kept it simple, nothing special, just the shit we saw. Tell me why you bitching, everybody giving 24. So use it wisely, it's a how much time to waste despising. That could really tilt the balance or could kill you at the margins. Beg your pardon, I ain't never beg. I planned it and I got it. Long time Luka Doncic with the options. I'm Giannis, feel like Jokic with the passes. I'm a holder, you a talker. Getting older and I'm wiser. I can run it like Elijah. You can't tell me that I eat it if you've never been through fire. Whoa, I'm the favorite to the yes before a favor. You got motive, not no motivation. Stop with all the faking. Thought I told you when I'm finished, then you gonna hear me say they can't do it how I done it. They still tryna make the payments. So fuck it up, yeah, that's the plan. I ain't watching them, I watch the end. I short the top, then buy again. Some love the top, some play to win. I love the work, they love to spend. They love the rest, love folding hands. They love the clap, they need the friends. I ain't need the shit. Been with nothing, I ain't fearing it. You ain't need the love when you in love with it. Made $1 million, I gave all of it. Y'all play the kid, I ain't faking shit. I claim it shit, I caught that. I made the grip. It fall off, but I can slip if I stop now. I'm still leaving rich.
Wow. That's crazy. There was a 5.1.
If that was you on the phone and you on the bus,
Then who was flickering the lights?
Hey, yo, Chad.
Amen. Shout out to Chad, baby. So, Chadadonia, that's it. Did y'all see that, though, over the weekend? The Vegas, like, people, it was like 12 hours or 18 hours of traffic because there was a battery, a lithium battery got lit on fire. There was a crash in Vegas on the 15. Oh, first 5, up 10. Wow. Again, they were pricing in 7. So this thing needs like 14%. That might hit. Hold on. If that holds. Oh, my gosh. No, PayPal is tomorrow before the bell. So today was just first 5 in the other one I had on screen. But Chadadonia, yeah, there was a 5.1 earthquake right now in Barstow, California. So in between Cali and Vegas, closer on the Cali side, there was literally a problem. We got a problem. Say it to my face. We can go down anytime, any place. Meet me at the long term. It's going up. We buy all the stocks when it's going down. Oh, there it is. Yeah, 2 standard deviations on first 5. No way. So remember, it did that last time, and then I think it came down, but that one actually might be able to break out. Remember, last time we hit it, and then they cucked us on the 200s. So if they do good this time, it might go nuts. So Chadadonia, that being said, though, I love you all. Get ready for more earnings all week, all of the data tomorrow, and everything else in between. I hope you have a good one, but that is all I have for you. Thank you for being here. Go read the books, Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Sacred in the World. And hopefully I see you on the watch list. If not, I'll even give you like an Instagram watch list. If y'all haven't seen it, then that's on you. But I love you all. That is all I have, and that is the day. And just don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, and why we all have to control our expectations so that we could keep running the race, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chadadonia, I love you. Have a wonderful evening. I will see you tonight on the watch list, maybe on Instagram beforehand, and then that is it. Enjoy your day, and peace out. Yeah, hey, shut up. I feel like you didn't even talk to me all day. Kamala this, Kamala that. Fuck you. I'm still the president. Now I'm about to, we got to do something with the court. And we got to, priority, the Supreme Court. Screw you. I'm not live watch. It's a normal watch list. And I'll be on the watch. I don't know. I don't even think Joey B knows what the watch list is. I think he thinks it's a timepiece. I feel like he thinks the watch list goes on your wrist. I know. Can you believe it? El Baghdadi and Joshua. I guess Joshua posts on Instagram now. I feel like Mark Zuckerberg. I don't know. They're both not human. Can you believe it? I know. Have a good day, Chad. Exactly. How come Josh is posting on Instagram? He's posting all over. I think he's going broke. I bet you he's going broke. And I bet you there's something going on. I fucking hate him. What? I meant, no, I do. I'm not understanding it. It sounds like I bet you Josh is going broke and Donald didn't even get shot. Exactly. I reclaim my time. Have a wonderful evening. Goodbye.